सिटी वाला जोन देखने को मिलता है, एक अर्बन सर्कल देखने को मिलता है, तो बहुत मजा आएगा। लेकिन उससे पहले दो टीम्स एक दूसरे के आमने सामने, यहाँ पर नॉक किया, इंस्टेंटली जो फिनिश है वो सिक्योर होता रहेगा। टीम फेथ के पास जाता हुआ पहला फिनिश, लेकिन अभी भी जो मुश्किल है वो उनकी बढ़ सकती है, बिकॉज सामने 3 खिलाड़ी अभी मौजूद है। ये ग्रेनेड ठिकाने पे जाएगा, यहाँ पर एक नॉक भी निकाला, व्हीकल से नॉक करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, लेकिन जो एक बढ़िया हमें काउंटर है वो भी देखने को मिलता है। अभी के लिए 3v1 का सिनेरियो, जो लोकेशन है वो पूरी तरीके से रिवील्ड है, मेरे ख्याल से ज्यादा सर्वाइव नहीं कर पाएंगे, इजीली स्पॉट करके डाउन की जाएगा। टीम फेथ सर्वाइव करते हुए 4 फिनिशेस निकालेंगे, एक भी खिलाड़ी लूज नहीं किया। वहीं अगर हम बात करें, एक टीम काफी जल्दी एलिमिनेट होंगे, जिनका नाम रहने वाला है टीम केओ रेट्रीब्यूशन। टीम इटर्नल्स की वो एक अच्छी पोजीशन में थे, बट बहुत ज्यादा ओपन में क्रोनोस आकर के वो ग्रेनेड करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, इजीली उनको वहां पर टेक डाउन किया गया। एक बार फिर से टीम, अगर हम बात करें स्ट्रॉ हैट्स की, तो वो ड्राइविंग सीट पर आते हुए नजर आ रही है। रिवाइवल के ऊपर जरूर से वहां पर एक प्रॉमिसिंग चीज हमें देखने को मिल सकती है, बट वो बैक टू बैक ग्रेनेड्स जो जा रहे हैं रिवाइवल के अभी भी वहां पर किया जा रहा है, ये ग्रेनेड जरूर से कनेक्शन बना सकता है। बहुत ज्यादा ओपन में जाना पड़ेगा। आई भी वहां पर नॉक भी निकाल चुके हैं, एक आखिरी खिलाड़ी यहां पर बचते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, एंड अब पूरी तरीके से यहां पर जो पास है वो पलट चुका है। टीम इटर्नल्स वापस से आते हुए, लेकिन ये खिलाड़ी नाम से भी बीस्ट, काम से भी बीस्ट। एक 4v1 का सिनेरियो बहुत मुश्किल। लेट्स सी यहां पर क्या होने वाला है। स्पॉट जरूर से किया, एक खिलाड़ी को डाउन भी किया है, बट वहां पर आगे की तरफ जाएंगे, एक और डाउन किया गया। यहां पर है जॉय बॉय की बात करें, वो यहां पर रुकने नहीं वाले। टीम इटर्नल्स का बढ़िया गेम प्ले, लेकिन उससे बेहतर यहां पर दिखाते हुए है जॉय बॉय, और मुश्किल स्थिति में टीम 7।
एक कमाल का यहाँ पे रश जरूर किया था, बट बीस्ट का जो रश था ना वो फेल होता नजर आया, बिकॉज़ सामने जो प्लेयर थे वो प्रोन डाउन थे, उनको पता ही नहीं था, बट अपने कंधों पे उठा के जॉय बॉय अपनी टीम को आगे लेके जा रहे हैं। बट अभी खत्म करने की कोशिश, एक और नॉक प्लेयर को फिनिश करा जरूर जाएगा। नेड आने वाला है, और ये नेड अगर लिंक्स का सही जगह पे आता है तो खत्म होते आपको स्ट्रॉ हैट्स भी नजर आ सकते हैं। नेड गया तो था, थोड़ा सा स्प्लैश डैमेज जरूर मिला, लेकिन बचते हुए नजर आए। नाउ इट्स 2v2 सिचुएशन, ओपन में जाके शॉट लेने की कोशिश यहाँ पे जरूर थी, बट वो दैट नेड वुड गेट द जॉब डन। लिंक्स का नेड, एक तीर दो शिकार।
अब टीम एमजी की अगर हम बात करें, वो जो ओपनिंग क्रिएट करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे वो उनको मिली नहीं है जोन के अंदर, बट स्पीयर बार बार टीम जंगली की अगर हम बात करें वो मुश्किलें बढ़ाते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। टीम फेथ की बहुत कम एक एरिया, और जैसे कि आप बात कर रहे थे वहां पे स्लिट्स मौजूद है, उसी में से वो जो नॉक है वो निकाल जा रहे हैं। बट यहाँ पे टीम फेथ, चलिए जिस खिलाड़ी को नॉक किया था फिनिश निकालेंगे, बट अब जंगली की बारी है। उन्होंने बहुत सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन दी जरूर से, बहुत ओपन में टीम फेथ के खिलाड़ी हमें जाते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। प्लेयर 69, लेट्स सी कि यहाँ पर किस प्रकार से कमाल वो दिखा पाएंगे। ग्रेनेड का इस्तेमाल, स्मोक का भी इस्तेमाल दिख रहा है, बट एक्सपोज कर दिया अपने आप को। हंस की वहां पर कोई भी गलती नहीं करेंगे। टीम जंगली काफी बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन दिखा रही है, और ये जो फाइट हमें देखने को मिल रही है टीम फेथ वर्सेस टीम जंगली, कहीं ना कहीं टीम मिड जोन यहां पर एक प्रबल दावेदार साबित होती है इस पर्टिकुलर मैच में चिकन डिनर निकालने के। टीम फेथ एक बार फिर से मुश्किल में, स्पीयर की बात करें एक बार फिर से नॉकआउट होंगे, और एक बार फिर से अंगू आखिरी खिलाड़ी। चलिए ज्यादा देर तक नहीं, उनका भी एलिमिनेशन में देखने को मिलेगा। नाउ इट्स अ 3v3। टीम जंगली जो है वो यहां पर मौजूद जरूर से रहने, बट जस्ट लुक एट द नंबर ऑफ फिनिशेस। टीम फेथ 12 फिनिशेस के साथ तीसरे पायदान पे एलिमिनेट होती हुई।
लाजवाब फायदा उठाया उन्होंने जोन का, जो नेड्स वहां पे करे। मैं जरूर जानता हूं कि थोड़ा ओवर कमिट कर रहे थे, थोड़ा ओपन में जा रहे थे वो नेड करने के लिए, लेकिन एक फायदा जरूर मिला, वो फिनिशेस जरूर मिले। बट अभी भी यहाँ पे अगर आप देखते हैं तो जंगली के पास 10 फिनिशेस है, मिड जोन के पास 8 फिनिशेस है। जोन का एडवांटेज दोनों के पास यहाँ पे बन चुका है। जीतना बहुत मुश्किल, यहाँ पे प्रेडिक्ट करना और भी मुश्किल, बट जंगली व्हाट अ गेम दे आर हैविंग राइट नाउ। जोन के बाहर से जोन के अंदर की एंट्री, जो अग्रेशन है सही समय पे दिखाया वो, और उसका फायदा भी उनको जरूर मिला। बट मिड जोन की अगर बात करते हैं, उनकी भी तारीफ यहाँ पे जरूर करनी पड़ेगी। हाई ग्राउंड एडवांटेज, जंप करके स्पॉट करने की कोशिश, नेड आएगा डेड के ऊपर जरूर, थोड़ा सा डैमेज उनको मिला है, और उनको यहाँ पे नॉक कर दिया जाएगा। अब आई थिंक फ्लडगेट्स हैव बीन ओपन्ड, और जैसे आप आएंगे कवर छोड़ेंगे तो आपको यहाँ पे डैमेज मिलेगा। लुक एट दैट ब्यूटीफुल डैमेज, हस्की ऑन फायर, क्वाइट लिटरली। अब जंगली ऑफिशियल्स लेके जाते हुए पहले मैच में विनर चिकन डिनर। यहाँ पे होता हुआ केओ के साथ आपको नजर आएगा। जोन के अंदर एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पोजीशन के लिए जंग यहाँ पे बन सकती है, शॉट लेने की कोशिश कर सकते थे, बट रीलोड पे यहाँ पे उनका वेपन जाता हुआ नजर आया। बट दो प्लेयर सामने, नॉक निकाला गया ड्रॉप शॉट के साथ, एक बहुत ही शानदार तीसरे प्लेयर। व्हाट वाज दैट? दैट वाज ब्यूटीफुल आईवाईडी। फाइनली अपनी ताकत यहाँ पे दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहा था, बट केओ के जो प्लेयर्स हैं 10 से बस नहीं हो रहे, मॉडल आगे जाते जरूर है, उनको भी खत्म कर दिया जाता है। दैट वाज एक्चुअली क्वाइट ब्यूटीफुल अमेजिंग।
यदि आप देखें पीएल के प्लेयर्स पहले से ही घात लगा के बैठे, उनको ऑलरेडी पता है कि प्लेयर्स कहां पे मौजूद हैं और रोटेशन कहां से करने वाले। बट दूसरी साइड पे फेथ की बात करेंगे, एक प्लेयर वहां पे बग्गी पे बैठ के किसी का इंतजार कर जरूर रहा था, बट आर्यन की बात करी जाए पहले से वो तैयार थे। हस्की आए, ज्यादा कुछ कर नहीं पाए, इसी के साथ उनको यहाँ पे एलिमिनेट किया जाएगा, बट बहुत ज्यादा क्लोज में 6x खोलने की गलती कर बैठे यहाँ पे प्लेयर। बट जिस तरीके से फिनिक्स यहाँ पे खेल रहे हैं, आप देखें एक प्लेयर को ऑलरेडी उन्होंने डाउन कर दिया। आर्यन मोस्ट प्रोबेबली लास्ट प्लेयर होंगे जो अपनी टीम से इसको सर्वाइव कर रहेंगे, मोस्ट प्रोबेबली शायद और नहीं। इसी के साथ पीएल जो चिकन डिनर के हकदार थे डाउन किए जाएंगे जंगली के द्वारा, एलिमिनेट हुए तीसरे पायदान पे।
मैं कहना चाहूंगा बेहतरीन रश यहाँ पे देखने को मिला। देखिए पैनिकलेस ने भी कोशिश अच्छी करी वहां पे सर्वाइव करने की, 11 फिनिशेस निकाले, तीसरे मैदान पे वो खत्म होते जरूर नजर आए, बट जिस तरीके से यहाँ पे जंगली अटैक कर रहा है दैट वाज एक्चुअली क्वाइट मैजिकल। अब कालिया स्पोर्ट्स यहाँ पे बचा है, क्या वो जंगली के चैलेंज को झेल पाएगा? सवाल बनता जरूर है। जंगली बैक टू बैक विनर चिकन डिनर की तलाश में।
कालिया स्पोर्ट्स, उनके 2 ही प्लेयर यहाँ पे मौजूद रहेंगे। 2v4 का यहाँ पे सिचुएशन होने वाला है। गाड़ी वहां पे ब्लास्ट हुई जरूर है, आप देखें जैसे गाड़ी ब्लास्ट हुई है उन्होंने सबसे पहले गैस कैन को देखा, क्योंकि गैस कैन उन्होंने बगल में निकाल के रखा हुआ था। इसी के साथ जंगली एक और विनर चिकन डिनर। बनी को आप देखें 99 नहीं, बट एक और प्लेयर को उन्होंने यहाँ पे स्पॉट किया है। ग्रेनेड जा जरूर सकता है ठिकाने पे, शायद वो गिरे, जी नहीं, उस पत्थर से टकरा के वापस यहाँ पे गिरेगा। स्मोक करेंगे सर्कल के अंदर, अभी भी केओ के प्लेयर्स को यहाँ से निकलना पड़ेगा। पिछला मैच ठीक ठाक था, प्लेसमेंट भी निकाले, साथ में फिनिशर्स भी निकाले, बट बहुत ज्यादा अपने आप को उन्होंने एक्सपोज कराया। बनी के पास मौका था, चूक गए।
बिल्कुल, एक बार फिर से मिड जोन की अगर हम बात करें, वो ड्राइविंग सीट पे हमें देखने को मिल रही है। टैक्टिकली एक स्ट्रॉन्गर पोजीशन पे हमें टीम मिड जोन एलीट देखने को मिल रही है, और पूरी तरीके से बैकफुट पर टीम केओ। ये ग्रेनेड जो आ रहा है, क्या ये कनेक्शन बना सकता है? काफी करीबी मामला होगा। ये लीजिए, डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा दिया और पीछे से बढ़िया कवर फायर। एक बार फिर से यहाँ पर 3v3 का सिनेरियो देखने को मिलेगा, बट अभी भी टीम केओ को काफी ज्यादा ओपन में आना पड़ेगा। स्मोक का कवर जरूर से हमें देखने को मिलता हुआ। बनी आगे की तरफ गए जरूर से, बट ये ग्रेनेड शायद वो स्टोन से डिफ्लेक्ट होकर पीछे की तरफ जाता हुआ नजर आया। बहुत ही ओपन में वहां पे जो खिलाड़ी है वो आएंगे जरूर से, लेकिन बढ़िया स्प्रे आएगा। टीम मिड जोन टैक्टिकली बेटर पोजीशन में होने के बाद भी अपने एक करके 2 खिलाड़ी खो चुके हैं, और अब पूरी जिम्मेदारी जो वो ऋषि के कंधों पर आ चुकी है। कुछ बढ़िया पीक देकर के उन्होंने एक नॉक निकाला है, क्या इस चीज को कंटिन्यू कर पाएंगे? वो एक देखने वाली बात जरूर रहेगी। टीम केओ की अगर हम बात करें तो अब एकमात्र खिलाड़ी उनकी तरफ से बचेगा, बट ऋषि की अगर हम बात करें वो भी लो 1 HP। नाउ इट्स अ 1v1। ट्रूजर की बात करें वो आगे जा जरूर से रहे, लेट्स सी कि क्या वो यहाँ पर कुछ कर पाएंगे। बट मीनवाइल टीम केओ के एक और खिलाड़ी है जो पीछे की तरफ मौजूद है। ऋषि अपने आप को हील कर रहे हैं, बट शायद वो काफी होगा नहीं, और यहाँ पर टीम केओ जो है वो बेटर पोजीशन में नजर आती हुई।
बट आप देखें हीलिंग्स उनके पास है जरूर, बट लगाने का मौका नहीं दिया जा रहा। थर्फ की बात करें, अपने प्लेयर को यहाँ पे कवर फायर मौजूद देना पड़ेगा, बट चलिए इसी के साथ ज्यादा जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। एक अच्छा गेम हमें मिड जोन के दौरान जरूर देखने को मिला, बट इसी के साथ उनका एलिमिनेशन। फिलहाल के लिए जंगली के 3 प्लेयर आपको सर्वाइव करते हुए दिखाई देंगे, बट नहीं, यहाँ पे प्लेयर नीचे गिरे जरूर है। चलिए कम से कम अपने प्लेयर को रिवाइव करने के लिए वो नीचे गिरे। 4 प्लेयर सर्वाइव करेंगे फेथ के, बट जंगली के पास पूरा मौका रहेगा विनर चिकन डिनर निकालने का। 2 प्लेयर यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करेंगे। स्पेयर को वहां पे रिवाइव जरूर किया गया। गबरू क्या वो स्पॉट कर सकते हैं? फिनिक्स वहां पे मौजूद रहेंगे। हर्ष को देखना क्या वो किसी प्लेयर को रिवाइव कर पाएंगे। एक और वहां पे बैंडेजेस फेंका जा रहा है। फेथ प्लेयर 69 के द्वारा अपने प्लेयर्स का पूरा साथ देते हुए, आप देखें जितने भी बैंडेज उनके पास थे सारा उन्होंने यहाँ पे थ्रो किया, बट जंगली उनके पास मौका बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया था, बट अभी भी आप देखें पूरा सर्कल उनके पास।
बिल्कुल, और अब यहाँ पर जो जोन है वो श्रिंक होता हुआ नजर आएगा। टीम जंगली के 2 खिलाड़ी जोन के बाहर आ चुके हैं। थोड़ा ओवर एग्रेशन जरूर से हमें देखने को मिल रहा है। देखते हैं ये स्ट्रैटेजी कितना उनके काम आती है। चंद सेकंड के अंदर हमें यहाँ पर इस पर्टिकुलर मैच का भी चिकन डिनर आता हुआ नजर आएगा। टीम फेथ 4 खिलाड़ी उनके सर्वाइव करे, लेकिन वो जो हाइट का एडवांटेज है वो कहीं ना कहीं टीम जंगली के पास। देखते हैं क्या वो ओपनिंग निकाल सकते हैं। जोन एडवांटेज जंगली के पास, बट यहाँ पे अगर हम बात करें मैन एडवांटेज की, वो कहीं ना कहीं टीम फेथ के पास हमें जरूर से देखने को मिलता है। ग्रेनेड कनेक्शन बनाएगा, मैन एडवांटेज को भी के लिए इक्वल करते हुए नजर आए। टीम फेथ पूरी तरीके से बैकफुट पर, जोन का डैमेज भी पीछे से आएगा। टीम जंगली हैट्रिक के बहुत ही ज्यादा करीब नजर आते हुए। टीम फेथ की अगर हम बात करें वो अभी भी अपने आप को हील करते हुए नजर आ रहे, बट अगेन जो जोन का डैमेज है वो भी आएगा। यहाँ पर यूएमपी के कुछ बढ़िया शॉट्स आएंगे, बट बहुत कम ब्रीथिंग। फेथ अलग अलग एंगल से यहाँ पे शॉट आएंगे। हर्ष ओनली मैन स्टैंडिंग, बट टीम फेथ यहाँ पर जबड़ों से छीन के लेके जाएंगे चिकन डिनर।
मैं कहूंगा यहाँ पे अंकी, अगर आपके 4 प्लेयर्स में से एक भी प्लेयर चल जाता है, यू आर गोइंग टू विन। बट वही अगर यहाँ पे बात की जाए, एक प्लेयर 2 शिकार, व्हाट जस्ट हैपेंड? अब यहाँ पे नॉक्सियस फिर से अपनी क्षमता दिखाते हुए एक और प्लेयर को नॉक करा जाएगा। क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पे? नॉक्सियस 5GL He is ripping things apart today.
बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन यहाँ पर हमें देखने को मिलता है, और अब मात्र 1 खिलाड़ी बचेंगे इनके ओपोनेंट में। देखते हैं कि वो अब यहाँ पर क्या करने वाले। टीम के की बात करें, पूरी तरीके से बैकफुट पर हमें नजर आएंगे। वहीं अब एकमात्र खिलाड़ी जो बचते हैं हैरी, वो काफी ज्यादा पीछे हमें देखने को मिल रहे हैं, और वो शायद इंटरेस्टेड नजर भी नहीं आएंगे इस फाइट में। बट ये एक 1v3 बेहतरीन हमें देखने को मिलता हुआ 5GL के द्वारा, लेकिन उन्होंने आखिरी खिलाड़ी को भी स्पॉट किया है। मेरे ख्याल से इंस्टाग्राम की एक क्लिक जरूर से बनाना चाहेंगे, बट देखते क्या उसमें कामयाबी मिलेगी नहीं। बट उससे पहले और उससे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है कि यहाँ पर वो जो क्वालिफिकेशन है उसके ऊपर ध्यान दिया जाए। हार्वी बचे जरूर से हैं, देखते हैं कि कितनी देर तक सर्वाइव कर पाएंगे, बिकॉज पोजीशन जो है उन्होंने जरूर से कॉम्प्रोमाइज कर दी है। लेवल 2 का हेलमेट, लेवल 2 का वेस्ट, लूट एक डिसेंट हमें जरूर से देखने को मिलते हैं। वहीं अगर हम बात करें टीम नॉक्शियस की, वो फिलहाल अपना एक भी शिकार खाली देने जाना नहीं चाहते हैं। ये एक बढ़िया स्प्रे जरूर से आया, बट कनेक्शन बनाए नहीं, 1v4 के काफी करीब। बट वहीं अगर हम बात करें हार्वी की, वो बिल्कुल भी इंटरेस्टेड नहीं इस फाइट में।
देखिए एक बहुत बड़ा स्टेज है, इस स्टेज पे आके अगर आप 1v4 करके जाते हैं, दैट इज समथिंग एल्स। और स्पॉट किया बहुत आसान होगा। जी हाँ, एक 1 वर्सेस 4। IYD की लास्ट मैच अच्छा गया जरूर है, बट कंसिस्टेंसी एक ऐसी चीज है जो वो खोज रहे हैं, और उनके अपोनेंट जो यहाँ पे हैं उनके पास वो कंसिस्टेंसी जरूर है। जंगली फीनिक्स अभी के लिए आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश जरूर करेंगे। यूएमपी उनके पास देखने को मिलती है। जंगली के हर्ष के पास आपको एक नेड हाथ में, हस्की के हाथ में भी नेड है। पहले मैच में तो लाजवाब प्रदर्शन करा जरूर था। अभी के लिए फीनिक्स, हस्की और हर्ष नेड परेड करते हुए।
वो टीम जो 2 मैचेस में चिकन डिनर निकाल चुकी है, और तीसरे मैच में जो दूसरा पायदन है वो उन्होंने हासिल करा। 3 खिलाड़ी यहाँ पर मौजूद नजर आ रहे हैं। टीम IYD की बात करें, पिछला मैच बहुत अच्छा था, एक 3v4 का यहाँ पर बैटल हमें देखने को मिलता हुआ। लेट्स सी कि कौन जो ओपनिंग है टीम वो यहाँ पर निकालने में कामयाब हो पाती है। हस्की ओजी एक और ग्रेनेड यहाँ पर कुक करके थ्रो जरूर से करेंगे, बट एक बार फिर से अगर हम बात करें टीम मिड जोन की, वो हमें एक्शन में देखने को मिल जाएंगे। अभी के लिए एक अच्छा होल्ड हमें उनका देखने को मिलता हुआ, और एक और खिलाड़ी उनका डाउन होगा। प्ले जोन से भी यहाँ पर जो प्लेयर्स है वो डाउन होते नजर आ रहे हैं, लेकिन अब वो जो टीम जंगली का रश है वो हमें यहाँ पर देखने को मिलता हुआ। चारों खिलाड़ी यहाँ पर सर्वाइव करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। मुश्किल स्थिति में टीम IYD हमें देखने को मिल सकती है। हालांकि अगर हम बात करें हेल्थ की, तो सारी प्लेयर्स की यहाँ पर डाउन नजर आ रही है, बट जंगली एक बार फिर से स्ट्रॉन्गर साबित होती हुई नजर आएगी। 2 खिलाड़ियों को डाउन किया, मात्र 2 खिलाड़ी बचे।
डायोस यहाँ पे घूमते हुए नजर आते हैं। काफी ज्यादा डैमेज उन्होंने यहाँ पे जरूर दिया। स्कारलेट के साथ अगर वहाँ पे नॉक निकाल देते बहुत बेहतर होता। अभी भी स्प्रे करने की कोशिश यहाँ पे जरूर करी जा रही है। लेकिन प्लेयर्स मीनवाइल हील करते हुए गलती साबित हुई फीनिक्स की। अकेले बाहर आना कॉन्फिडेंस तो दर्शाता है, बट इस कॉन्फिडेंस का खामियाजा भुगतना पड़ सकता है। बट जंगली हर्ष आखिरी में आएंगे, सेवियर साबित होंगे, बिकॉज जो IYD के डायोस का प्रदर्शन था वो लाजवाब था।
फेथ वर्सेस इटर्नल, इनकी फाइट हमें चलती हुई दिखाई देगी।
यह काफी बेहतरीन यहाँ पे बैटल हो सकता है। नॉक के लिंक्स यहाँ पे आते हैं, अटैक करने की कोशिश जरूर करते हैं। एक प्लेयर उनका नॉक है, एक और प्लेयर लिंक्स को भी यहाँ पे नॉक करा जाएगा। 20 यहाँ पे बचे हुए हैं, बट दोनों की जो एचपी है वो काफी ज्यादा कम देखने को मिलती है। अब 20 यूएमपी के साथ आगे जरूर जाएंगे। वहीं अगर यहाँ पे बात की जाए फेथ की, तो उनके जो स्पीयर है उनके पास काफी ज्यादा एचपी, डैमेज भी यहाँ पे दिया जरूर। अटैक करने की कोशिश वो कर रहे हैं। 2 प्लेयर्स उनके भी बचे। इट्स 2v2 बैटल में जी जीतना थोड़ा सा मुश्किल रहेगा, हील करना जरूरी बनता है। बट यहाँ पे एक और टीम की एंट्री हो चुकी है, पैनिकलेस। यहाँ पे अगर बिना पैनिक के अटैक करती है तो फायदा उनको जरूर होगा।
NXR को आप देखें, वो भी पूरी तरीके से तैयार है। ऑलरेडी स्पेयर को उन्होंने स्पॉट किया, डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा उनको दिया गया है। वापसी करेंगे, घर के अंदर जाएंगे, अपने आप को बचाएंगे। बट सैंडी जॉर्ज की बात करें, डाउन थे, खत्म हो गए क्रेजी के द्वारा। बट इस वक्त पीएल की स्क्वाड पूरी तरीके से चार्ज करने के लिए ग्रेनेड्स का इस्तेमाल किया जाएगा। फेथ के प्लेयर 69 अंदर मौजूद रहेंगे। मोस्ट प्रोबेबली इसी ग्रेनेड के साथ वो डाउन किए जाएंगे। परफेक्ट ग्रेनेड, आर्यन जॉर्ज अपनी टीम से बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन उन्होंने किया जरूर है, बट वहां पे एक और ग्रेनेड आता हुआ एम गॉड का, अपने ही प्लेयर को डाउन करेंगे। बट स्पेयर इसी के साथ एलिमिनेट होते हुए फेथ की स्क्वाड, जिनका रन बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया जा रहा था, वो यहाँ पे एलिमिनेट किए गए। बट अभी भी आप देखें, इटर्नल की स्क्वाड मौके पे चौका मारेगी। मुश्किल है पीएल की स्क्वाड के लिए, बहुत ज्यादा सामने प्लेयर मौजूद रहेंगे। हील करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, कामयाबी मिलेगी नहीं। और इसी के साथ पैनिकलेस की स्क्वाड 13वें स्थान पे बाहर जो आए थे थर्ड पार्टी करने, खुद सैंडविच हुए और एलिमिनेशन झेलना पड़ेगा।
It is day number 2, ladies and gentlemen. We are here live once again with BMOC Battlegrounds Mobile India Open Challenge. My name is Oli and with me is none other than Arka. How are you feeling, my man?
I mean, I'm so pumped because
We
the
are.
number of finishes are rising every single moment in this tournament. Like the first game to the game last yesterday, from the first to the fifth game specifically, the number of finishes were doubling.
Yeah.
So I
absolutely.
do believe that today it's going to be great. And let's not forget the kinds of teams who have shown up in the tournament so far, and most of them are really good.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like it's about gaining confidence right from the start. See, these are underdog teams. They have gotten an opportunity to play at the biggest stage of them all.
Exactly.
And I feel like it's about getting those early finishes. It's about getting those early confidence. And that kind of boosts you throughout the game. You saw yesterday how Jungly and Faith, they got a good start for themselves. They got a lot of finishes right from the start. And that boosted them. That kept them at the tippy top. But before we head into the teams and everything, we'll have a look at the format of this tournament. Again, BMOC, we're going to have 4 rounds. First round, 512 teams are going to grind it out. What do you think?
I mean, from the online, like, we know n number of teams would have participated. Amongst them, the 512. If you are in that 512, that itself is a big thing. But yes, you have to fight out between one another, and then they're going to drain it out to 256 teams. And ultimately, from that, again, we're going to drain them down to 64 teams. And every single time we drain down, we are just finding diamonds amongst the stones.
Absolutely. I feel like finding diamonds is basically the name of the game in BMOC. This is what the underdog tournaments basically mean. You want to find those new shining stars from an ecosystem of superstars out there. It's sometimes a lot of these teams, they don't get that exposure. Speaking of exposure, we got to talk about something which probably needs the biggest showstopper light, I would like to call. That is the BMPS, the Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series, which is going to be a 3-week-long tournament where 24 teams are going to grind it out. 16 teams go to the grand finals, and there's a huge prize pool. But more than that, Ark, I feel like more than the prize pool, there's a lot of pride on the line. First Pro Series, who's going to win it? We don't know. Do you have a prediction?
See, I'm not going to predict anything right now, because the new teams which are coming up, probably they want that big title below their name, the underdog team, which came in and conquered. And let's not forget, 24 teams are coming from the league stages itself, so that's the most important spot for them right now. Try to play the game according to what the stage requires. From 5-12 to the next round, you need to be in the top 8 of your group. So concentrate it one after another, and slowly when you come to this bigger picture of BMPS, and that is where you actually give your 100% and make sure that every week you perform better than the previous one.
Absolutely, I 100% agree with you. I feel like it's about making short-term goals for your long-term goals. Obviously, every team that has qualified for this tournament, their long-term goal would be to kind of qualify for BMPS and win it. But we're going to talk about the schedule for today, ladies and gentlemen. The first match, of course, it is going to be very usual, our home turf, Erangel. Next up, we move towards Miramar. Third map, we go to the tropical islands of Sanhok. After that, we've got Miramar, and once again we've got Erangel. Similar setup from yesterday, no changes at all. What do you think of this entire map pool? Do you think the players will be comfortable?
Absolutely. See, that's the whole point. Why I love this format of having an Erangel, Miramar, and all of a sudden there's a Sanhok. Just imagine you have strategies which are not working out. You have one map which could be that, game changer for you. So it's important for teams to concentrate that the first 2 maps are going bad for you. Try to bring something different in the third map, a small one. Try to be more aggressive, get some finishes for yourself. And the last 2 maps, you can eventually gain momentum and make it into the top 8.
Gaining momentum, that's the key. I was an avid physics student. I don't exactly remember what the formula for momentum was, but I'm pretty sure these players know it.
Yeah, very much.
They're going to get finishes accordingly to get that momentum up and running. But ladies and gentlemen, our matchups are going to be ready in just about a minute, and we're going to start with the first game. The first map of BMOC Day 2 is going to go live. We are going to start off with Erangel. We've got these teams who are going to play. Which name or which logo stands out to you, Arka?
Right now, X7 is the one which is standing out for me. It looks a little, aggressive at the moment when you look at that lion. So that is the team which I have to look out for. But yes, Infinity, we have Livecraft Esports, we have Walkouts, No Excuse. I mean, every single name is so, I would like to say that, aggressive in its own. So I really want to see how these teams are going to play around, how much mind game is going to be there in the beginning of the game itself, because ultimately yesterday one thing was very clear to us. If you do the heavy lifting in the first 2-3 maps, then the pressure is off your shoulder, then you can perform and do the best of what you do always.
Absolutely. There are some known teams actually. So you saw Livecraft Esports that was there. You got to see Walkout as well, who is formerly known as Team Tamilas as well. So you know all these players who are coming in. You've seen them in the circuit before. I feel like there can be either of two results. Either there will be a complete abomination, they're gonna dominate the entire lobby, or we're gonna see a lot of tough fights, because you never really know what the young teams have in store for them. But I'm pretty sure the producers have some beautiful, beautiful shots of the map in front of us. I mean, just look at the lush green fields. They are well maintained. Erangel is a high maintenance map.
Absolutely. That is why, people love it the most, There's a lot of bloodshed in the map of Erangel because everybody wants to be as aggressive as possible. It's the default map for any person who plays the game of, BGMI.
Absolutely.
So it's important for this map to be as clean as possible. But let's see how many crates are going to be fallen by the end of the day.
Exactly. I mean, this pretty land of lush green fields, what you're watching right now is going to turn into a warfare. But again, I kind of feel like there's a moment of joy in watching these textures, the stones,
the
waters,
shores,
the water. Just look at the water, man. I mean, we look at water every single day. I feel like, why isn't water in reality as pretty as Erangel?
I mean,
do you wanna probably take an entry into another dimension and enter Erangel map?
Probably love to.
Would you survive though?
A metaverse, probably.
Would you survive against these players?
At the end of the day, the next time the flight path comes again, I'm still alive. So I believe that I'm gonna be happily living there as long as I can every 30 minutes. But all said and done, this flight path is going to reveal which place is going to be the most crowded place, because ultimately yesterday we saw in the map of Erangel, Yasnaya was one place in the first map itself where there were more than 4 teams falling in. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be kicking off the first map of the day. It's the map of Erangel, and this time the flight path is starting off somewhere towards military base. It's pretty much visible right now, starting off from the side of military base and ending up at Lipovka. So if you have to travel towards shooting range or Georgopol, you have a lot of flying to do, my friend.
A lot of flying, a lot of driving as well, a lot of miles to cover. Probably get yourself some frequent flyers ticket. But anyway, we start off from military base. We move towards Lipovka. Ladies and gentlemen, the first match is live for you guys. I'm already wondering that there's going to be a lot of fights in military base, because these teams, they want to get that early loot. They want to get that early finish and confidence. So I believe that military base is going to be hotly contested. If the circle moves towards Georgopol or Zarki, there's going to be a lot of trouble for these teams. What do you think, Arka?
Absolutely, I agree on that point. But at the same time, my speculation goes the other way around. I feel there's going to be a lot of, a lot of groups, a lot of people crowding at Milta Power Shelter or probably Yasnaya, because I can see a bigger chunk of these teams have jumped off pretty close to the side of Shelter. So let's see where they are all headed. But at this point of time, the northern side of the map, like yesterday, towards 70 and shooting range was not at all taken by anybody. So I really want to see if somebody wants to fly until there, take advantage of that, element of doubt that nobody is going to be there. So they go, take advantage of it, get the right kind of loot, and then come back. But the circle, ladies and gentlemen, has a different story to say, as it has taken a southern shift. So those people who are wondering to go to the main island can actually, turn around.
Maybe there's also an element of risk. I mean, you try and cross the bridge. There's fights already. Kaushik, my boy, is already at 40% health. Right in front of him is Shanks, I believe, from Team Gods.
Yep, absolutely. Now, the most important thing for us to see over here is there's already a death crate fallen. So somebody has gone out from the Geeks Gods. There's one guy already fallen off. And the most important thing, these early skirmishes always prove to us that, all these teams are looking for finish points more than placement points.
Absolutely. And it's also because of the fact that they don't know each other that much. I mean, for sure, they might have scrimmed against each other, but this scrimming doesn't really give you the entire picture, where you're dropping, how you're playing, and every single nooks and crannies. So these teams who kind of drop in one particular location, they drop in their comfort zones. They want to play from their comfort zone itself, and suddenly they realize there's somebody else in that compound. But so far, I feel like the fight has sort of died down, Arka. Both these teams are sort of scanning each other, trying to understand what their mentality is. Do they commit for the fight? Oh my god, there's another knock. Look at the kill feed.
Absolutely, but the most important thing for me right now is to what's happening on the screen. Geek Gods are not moving away from their
Absolutely.
position. They are holding the defensive, positions. They do not want to, go make mistakes and lose more players at this point of time. Whereas MG Esports on the other side, they're trying to taunt the gods. They're trying to bring them out of the burrow which they are hiding right now. Try to take them down as early as possible. As we can see, one finish has already gone in the name of MG Esports, and the other one has gone into Liftcraft. So two teams have already started off aggressive.
They've started off aggressive, and I can see Kaushik and his contemporary already pushing up. Here's spotted Shanks. The spray comes through, but it doesn't connect. Goes behind the shack to kind of find himself some sort of hot cover. But will Kaushik go for the fight? That is the question. You can see that Kaushik is already... I mean, this was obviously the highlight. Kaushik is on our screens right now. He's still chasing Shanks hot on his tails. But it's very interesting to find that MG Esports are so confident. They've only got 2 players. It's not like a 1v4 for Shanks on the other side. It's kind of like a 1v2. So they're pretty confident that even with half their strength, they can chase a guy down and they can finish him completely. No mercy being shown whatsoever. I want to understand what is the escape strategy for Greek Gods from this point, because it seems like Shanks has kind of found himself in a position where he can't escape from, Marka.
The only backup plan, the only plan for Geek Gods is right now group up, make sure that one-man squad is a 3-man squad, and then try to take the fight to MGs so that they can strike fear or probably put 1 or 2 bodies down, and ultimately that's the only way. But on the other side, we're able to see over here, probably towards the side of this is Novo for sure. So towards the side of Novo, there are 2 teams fighting it out. We have the Dark on one side, and on the other side, we had another team. I mean, both of them were equally distributed in each, in the corners of the Novo. So I really want to see how they're going to distribute themselves, who's going to be taking that off angle to give that initial knocks. But yeah, as I said, Darks is one team was sticking together. There's one person to the complete eastern side of the map. Probably is a flanker who wants to come around and try to take them down. The same goes to the team of YTS. There's one person on the high ground who's trying to be the, eyes for these people. Oh, what a beautiful spray coming in from the side of Ani. I mean, I really love the way he maintained his crosshair to take all the shots into the head of Blade.
Yeah. Team YTS Esports looking really strong right from the start, but of course the revive is going to come back.
Oh no.
For Team SAW though, it is going to be a little difficult because they don't really have a plan to fight against them. I feel like YTS, they are well distributed, just like you mentioned. They've got that topographical advantage as well. On the other side, poor Shanks, he's going to get completely wiped off the floor. Great start for Team MG, to be honest. MG Esports looking very confident, and that is something which I always say. Being confident right from the start kind of settles you in, kind of gives you that supremacy. I would also kind of say that it kind of builds up that god complex where you feel like you're invincible, which sometimes is good, sometimes is bad. It can result to poor results. It can also help you kind of boost your performance as well, but it kind of depends on how they react to it. But for Greek Gods, I kind of feel pity because it's not really the best of starts for them.
I mean, I would say indeed for the facts what you spoke about Team MG, but for the gods rather, I think they were trying to experiment something else. They were just, having 2 players somewhere far away and the other 2 players were a bit far away. MG was also playing the same kind of strategies. So both the teams were thinking the same way. It's just that MG had their assaulter going in, havoc in the beginning itself. So that was the most important thing which worked out for the side of Team MGs. But I can see one other team, Team INF on the southern side of the military base. They are waiting out for somebody, and now MGs are already searching out for the next man. Let's see how this fight is going to end out. It's going to be an AK fight coming in. 2-man squad rushing in as quickly as possible.
One man down.
Gets taken down.
2 men down.
2 men has got taken down. A beautiful spray coming in from the side of Spicy. He's going to heal himself. 2 seconds is more than enough where he can put the crosshair against Dinesh at this point of time. Dinesh with the UZ is trying to connect as much as possible, and ultimately we all know between the Scarl and UZ can be much more easier when you're jiggling to control.
Absolutely, especially if you can get yourself all those bullets connected. But for MG Esports, of course, they've lost a player in the process. I kind of felt like they were really strong. That 1v2 was really good, but yeah, sure. In the end,
it's all about the priority, He put 2 people down. He could have made it into finish points, and then he would have, tried to play for placement points. But rather, he wanted to heal himself, welcome the other guy with lead. But ultimately, that costed the whole team, 2 valuable finish points.
I think he was going for a hero play, which sometimes Yeah, makes sense. He got a double knock for himself. Another guy was coming in. It kind of made sense that he healed up. But next up, we're moving for Dark Family versus YTS. Now, you can see that YTS is seemingly disinterested in taking this fight so far. But for Dark Family, they have to clear out the initial burst of enemies that they are in front of them. Of course, the circle is still on Novo, so they don't really necessarily take this fight. They can just hold themselves, hold some compounds for themselves. But we all know that eventually the circle is going to shift north or towards military base at least. So they still got to push up. They still got to clear out the herd first, and that is exactly what Blade is trying to do.
I hope that, Blade actually understands the intensity of this fight, because he's the one leading the attack for the team. In case one small mistake comes in from his side, at one point of time, it really thought that he had done the damage against the side of Ani. The grenade just exploded outside the window, and that has struck fear, and we can see that Team YTS is running back, falling back at this point of time, regrouping far away, and I think that's a very good strategy. When things are not working out in your favor, when you're trying to attack, fall back, re-strategize, and then go in and attack at your enemies.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm pretty sure that they are going to take pot shots against each other. There is not a lot of action happening in the rest of the map itself. It's the only two sides who are engaging in battle so far. Artilleries being exchanged. I've always wondered how it feels like throwing a grenade, like when you hold that grenade in your hand and the timer is on, you kind of know that there is an element of risk where you can blow yourself up and reduce yourself to bits and pieces. But then I'm not really sure if I want to do it, but there is some part of me that says that, you know what, you should throw a grenade sometimes in a shooting range, not in
a match.
Yeah,
not in a match. But at this point of time, there's another grenade I think is going to be cooked at this point of time. Ani could be in danger, but at the other side, we can see that admin has taken the risk of running around, taking a car and trying to regroup with his team so that they can leave as the circle is shifted towards the mainland all of a sudden. And everybody have to make sure that they hit the mainland as quickly as possible, as the possibility of a bridge block is going to be happening over here. And we can see two other teams are going to be clashing their way as they ride around. It's going to be OPT at this point of time. I think this did see an enemy passing by, but they didn't risk of taking the fight.
Do the hard shift. All these teams from Milta and Novo need to make a run for their money, especially when the circle is just so far away from them. And the worst part is that it's still divided. I mean, I have a map feed on my screens right now, so I can tell you guys. The circle is still divided between the two islands. You've got a little bit of military base, and you've got the majority of the mainland as well. So you can't really decide, or you can't really predict where you want to be. Whether you want to shift to the mainland right now, or do you want to take your chance and be in military base yet. Once again, we sort of have a build-up once again. Player Wizard Esports. They are right in front of another team. I couldn't really get the name up front, but for sure a fight is starting to brew up. I mean, most of these teams, they've got their grocery shopping. Yeah, most of these teams, they've got their grocery shopping done. They've got their probable loot done as well. And I believe this is the time when they start scavenging in for some finishes.
It's still time for the players, from yesterday we have been seeing that meta that at least 15 teams survive until the 4th or the 5th circle, and then they do want to go in for an attack. So I can expect the same thing to be happening today as well. But yes, the most important thing, for example, Team MG Esports at this point of time, I've got 4 finishes in their name. The pressure is off their shoulder even though they've lost a player. All they have to do is trying to survive until the final 3 or final 4 teams, so that they can get an average of 10 points at least. And I do believe that most of the teams will be looking forward for it. But in the map we can see towards the side of Shelter comes a huge cavalry of different teams trying to accumulate themselves towards the side of Pochinki or Farm, where we can expect a lot of skirmishes to be taking place. But at the same time, let's not forget at Ferry Pier also, there's a bunch of teams waiting out to assault one another. Now this fight, where do you think is going to end bad?
To be honest, I kind of feel like Ferry Pier is literally the geometric center of the circle. Now, I'm not a fixus myself where I can predict circles just like he does, but I would rather be like, alright, let's just go for the dead center of it all. But to be honest, you know what? I feel like most of these teams are going to try and take it slow, which is a good thing right from the start of it all. MG, just like you mentioned, with 4 frags for themselves, they've done a good job to establish that superiority. They've lost a player in the process as well. I kind of feel like when you get that early advantage going in, the pressure is off your shoulder, just like you mentioned. You talked of average as well. personally speaking, I kind of feel like if you get around 4 to 5 kills and end anywhere between first and sixth, you are okay.
Yeah,
you're
you're
okay.
okay.
I
Absolute-
would
yeah,
believe
yeah.
that over the course of 5 games, if you average 50 points, that is
Oh.
10 points a game, you are way more than comfortable in qualifying, because we need to focus on the smaller targets, on the smaller goals. That is, try and qualify for the next round. You can top when the finals are on. But speaking of the circle itself, I feel like my prediction was right, fairly
I
clear,
was
dead
about to
center.
say that. I was about to say that your predictions have come out absolutely true. I can see a jungly name even in today's, today's game. So they are holding a very, very good spot comparatively to the other teams. They have a high ground advantage. They have a scope put in against the guy. Probably they do not want to taunt the enemies right now. They just want to keep an eye and keep a check on where the teams are coming in from, so that they can third party and actually take down players. But let's not forget the side of Dark, which is still remaining at the side of Military Base, might get in a clash with the side of Team YTs as well. So all these things are happening. But for me, the center part of the map, where near the petrol bunk, when everything is going to explode with that is going to get very intense. And get ready to wrap, my friend.
Absolutely. To be honest, I'm not all that good with rapping, but I'm pretty sure that I'm already warming up, because you can see all these teams converge at the dead center of the circle. You've got so many teams, and a fight definitely seems to be on. They're just waiting for the perfect opportunity. One moment you find a team out in the open, they're gonna slap at their face, and that is exactly what we want here at BMOC, don't you, Arka?
I'm waiting for something like that to happen, so that we can start entertaining as much as we can start entertaining our viewers as much as these players are going to get entertained, taking down, slaughtering down one another. But at this point of time, Livecraft
here we
exactly
go.
knows the
Come on.
location of the others. But at this point of time, INF versus the side of I think it's Saw, or probably it's the side of it's against the side of Saw. The trades are coming out perfectly. Inferno is successfully taken down 2 to 3 players at this point of time. The finishes are not being confirmed. Rai is the last man. He has a lot of job to do. He gets down somewhere away. A grenade is going to be cooked against him. But even before that, from far away, I think it was the side of INF who actually stole the kills from them. They've got 3 finishes already in their name. No, I'm sorry, it's not the INF. I think it was...
it was Livecraft.
Yeah, it was Livecrafts who were from far away stealing all these kills away. No, it was INF themselves. I was right. So they have divided themselves from above the ridge, and also 2 players a little to the eastern side of the petrol bunk. So they were able to trap out the teams and eventually do the damage. Now Bro Code official on the other side are playing as safe as possible through 7 houses far away, almost next to the shores. There's another team very, very close to them. I do believe that these 2 teams do understand that in close proximity to one another. But the most important thing is this: as the circle gets smaller, if you start firing out with one another, a third party is inevitable because of the loss of land and the greed of taking kills, finishes.
You mentioned about parties, and one of these players, Bro Code, he's got a nice name. His name is Whiskey.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's see what all he can whisk in this game. For now, it's going to be the fight we were speaking about towards the side of Ferry. TXM has already started how well they can perform.
Absolutely. They've got 1 player down already, and you can see Mr. IGL, he's already pushing up. He's got a new UMP, well equipped with suppressor, but that's not important. Thompson versus UMP. Who's going to reign supreme? A sliver of HP. This man still sprays down. Mr. IGL is quite low on HP. This battle has drawn out way more than expected, but here comes the support, and here goes down Team X7, eliminated by Team Extra Memory.
That was a bit of an extra memory which they used over there. I really loved the way they came in. There was one person actually grabbing the attention of the side of X7, and out of nowhere comes another player, gives the right kind of backup, eliminates the last man, and they were able to, clear off the complete squad. But let's not forget, lost accuracy at this point of time. They are holding a very, very dangerous position because they can get sandwiched. Yeah, this is the place I was speaking about. They can get sandwiched by 3 other teams, and also if a team is able to manage to go behind them, then they're going to be like a sausage, inside a hot dog. So it's important them to watch out who's running around them. It's important for them to lay low and make sure that they have enough information. But as of now, only 3 teams or 4 teams are able to register finishes for themselves. MG Esports on 4, Team Extra Memory on 3, then Livecraft have got 2, and INF have got 3 for themselves.
Bro, a lot of these teams are going to get a lot of finishes right now, because look at the mini-map. I can see a literal rainbow out there, because there are so many teams in such close proximity. They're right next to each other. They're literal neighbors. But these neighbors, they've got a cold war going up, because all the shots are being fired and they are ready to let it rip. I'm just waiting for that one opportunity. When are the grenades gonna come out? When is the artillery shred is gonna happen? Because that is exactly when the fight is gonna brew up. We're still approximately, I believe, in the 4th or the 5th circle, if I'm not mistaken. So this is probably the perfect opportunity for most of these teams that you mentioned don't have any kills, start brewing up some finish points for themselves.
Yeah, the most important thing for us to observe right now, let it be lost accuracy. If not for one player, the rest of the teammates have just level 1 or level 2, a level 1 helmet and a level 1 vest, but a very beautiful spray coming in from the side of Flameout. He's trying to, make sure that he knocks out as many people as possible, as there's going to be other teams coming in a bit more closer. You were wanting for some grenade action, and it's come out over here as one body falls off from the side of Team MG. More grenades are going to be popped in towards them. It's going to look like a red zone for them.
It probably will. But look at Warcraft. All of these players, they huddle in one corner. You've got MG with a complete cover of smoke, but it kind of is against their interest as well, because it kind of reveals their position. One general grenade in that general direction would blow them apart, but that is exactly what Warcraft might have their interests in. They have a good position. They are right at the edge of the circle. Their backs are completely cleared out. All they've got to clear out right now is their right, left, and right in front of them. They've got to push one by one. One direction, they clean up the hood. Next up, they turn to the other direction, clean up a little bit of the potion and move forward as well. You can see that the kill feed is lighting up once again. Brocode is on the receiving end of some sort. Look at this. Team Next, they're still trying to smoke up around that little shack and create that central advantage for themselves.
Exactly, but look at the mini-map. Team Next is sandwiched between 5 to 6 different teams, and that is not the place for you to be, no matter how strong you are, no matter what kind of resource you're holding. Even if you're trying to run away from this position, you're going to be dealing a lot of damage. And look at the number of people who are trying to make it inside the circle at this point of time. There's going to be a lot of action going on, ladies and gentlemen. For now, it's going to be the side of Team WD who's trying to fight out with NEX as well. Walkouts are trying to push and make sure they connect as many lead as possible.
Absolutely, Mr. Spray just trying to push in. Team Next with a complete fortress. They're waiting to defend this by their whole life. Mr. Spray has to prevent his backline. Grenades blowing, and it explodes, and Baba gets down. Beard Baba obviously not surviving. You've got Navy as well, trying to put as much offense as possible. The circle is shrinking. Most of the players are coming in. Team INF has already taken that lost accuracy, but Shogun is still yet to clean up the compound. It's good that walkouts are still surviving, but this is a 2v2 situation. Spray gets in. You've got Ninja and Shogun all to defend. Octane is already down on his knees. Spray's trying to go for a flank. Abrar comes in to clean it up as well. Abrar with the first knock. This is where Spray goes in. One player to clean up. They're gonna finish them instantly. This is a proper compound fight. Walkouts, formerly known as Team Tamilas, they're living up to the expectations. One more knock for this man. The DP28 is singing the songs of hell for this.
Absolutely, and look at that. That's a complete squad wipe coming in over there. Walkouts are really going to be happy with what just happened. No excuse. Goes down with 0 finishes for themselves. P-Wizard on the other side. Even though they had the corners of the circle, they were just not smart enough to put up some smokes and avoid, being detected. Since they got detected, they're paying the price for it. Fear X Official also gets eliminated with 0 finishes. And this is what we were speaking about, You need to have initial finish points for yourself. If not, this kind of pressure is going to churn you in between and you're going to get eliminated.
Absolutely. Lifecraft once again, they've still got their 4 men alive. This gives them an enormous advantage. Look at the grenade, it's quite accurate. Takes down a lot of damage. What can Team P-Wizard do at this point? They're basically crawling in, but Snakes is not the name of the game in Erangel. You just can't do it in open field, in open comp. There's literally no cover for them. At this point, all they've got to do is try and take small steps. Use their vehicles, go an inch, use your vehicle as cover once again. Probably if it still survives, use your vehicle and enter into the circle. You don't really have most of the teams inside it. Most of them are trying to come from the edges of the shore. Do you think, will it be okay for them if they come in from the shore in the open ground? Because I don't think they're going to survive anytime soon.
See, it's going to be hard either way because they are so much outside the circle. The zone is going to be start shrinking in another 5 to 6 seconds. So it's important for them to maintain their position and try to come in slowly, take one team at a time, and that is is the only way for them to make it inside the circle. But let's not forget, the best spot in the house is by the side of walkouts. The IGL has placed them perfectly after clearing out 2 to 3 teams inside that compound. They're able to view this whole place properly. PW on the other side, after they get 1 or 2 knocks, look at that, 2 people have already gone down. It's important for them to actually push in and make sure that they eliminate at least 1 player of the Livecraft. If not, things cannot go in their way. With 2 knocks already and the zone covering up, Livecraft have already understood this. All we have to do is make it inside the circle and then welcome people with some lead, and I do believe that they can pick up more finishes than anyone else.
Clown himself taking in some damage, but he has spotted Team YTS. 2 players have been knocked down, or rather, pardon me for that, only 1 player has been knocked down. Now, Team YTS that you were mentioning about, they are in a sort of a position where it's very tricky for them to come out of these shacks, these stone ridges, this stone cover that they have possibly for them. Team Walkouts, yes, for sure, inside the circle, having hard cover, they're the kings of the hill so far. Team OPT will still find opportunities to move forward, but I don't think it's going to come anytime soon. Elsewhere, you've still got Beast, who actually takes down John Wick. The fight between Beard Baba and other teams is still going on. Team YTS that we were talking about has already been eliminated by Livecraft, and I mean, that was a given.
I did not expect them to get eliminated so soon. You know, they did have a little bit of control of the zone. They could have capitalized on it, but let's just look at the bigger picture over here. Nobody is to the center of the circle. Everybody understands that, you know, it's better to be play the corners. The 7 sins are on one side. On the other side is going to be the side of Infinities. So let's see which among TXM is on one side. On the other side is the side of Infinities. This fight is the decider fight, according to me. The team which is going to be successfully coming out of this fight will be the team which will be much more closer in getting that winner chicken dinner, because obviously from this corner there's nobody who can take them down.
Yeah. At this point, this is probably the final slow phase of this entire game. They've got some sort of real estate to work with, some sort of cover. You can see that there are fences, there are vehicles, you've got some hard cover. Thankfully, the BGMI gods have blessed us with a circle that is not completely out in the open. There are certain covers for these teams to hide behind. But the circle right now has shifted in a completely open area. Now the teams occupy that. For them to move in is going to be a disastrous job, because once they make the move, the shots are going to come in. The late movers advantage is when it actually comes to effect in these final circles. Arka, what do you think? Who is going to make the first mistake? Do you find any team who looks a little unsettled?
This team, exactly, Livecraft is the team which is going to be pretty much unsettled, because they have to make it inside the circle. If they delay anymore, they're going to get, you know, churn between the other teams. But at the same time, if they go in for an early rotation, try to make it inside the circle, on the other side we have WO walkouts waiting out for them. So I do believe that Livecraft need to settle down a little, not do anything wrong. They've got 8 finishes in their name. As I already told you, this is one team which can end up with the maximum number of finishes. Right now a spray comes in from the side of Beast, doesn't connect it that much. Oh, it's going to be the side of T, and I think it's Team Extra Memory who's trying to use some extra memory, but ultimately failing really bad, as Beast is going to assault most of them at this point of time. Livecraft is going to put 2 more or 3 more or probably 4 more finish points for themselves with 11 finishes already in their name. They're looking as strong as possible. Now there's another team coming in from the left side of them. It's important for them to eliminate them, and if they're able to do it, I do believe that Livecraft can actually take this winner chicken dinner for themselves.
Absolutely. Walkouts might just be the only sort of opponent that there is right now. Ninja Boy gets taken down. Livecraft, for them, problem starts right now, because this team, they've got a lot of finish points for themselves already. 14 finish points to work with, but they need to survive. They need to keep that manpower if they want that chicken dinner. And all these snakes that are crawling in the grass, they're looking out for life. They really want to sink in their poison in their legs, and once they find those legs, they're going to grab them. Rising Falcon, they've been taken down as well. Walkouts are still in game. You can see it's a 3v1 situation. Team Extra Memory, Shadow OP. This might just be the end for it. No, Clowny goes in for the revive. A little ambitious over there as Shadow OP reveals himself and bits them with his poison teeth.
I mean, this is a blessing in disguise for the side of walkouts for sure. Team Extra Memory is actually doing the damage and giving way for the side of walkouts to actually take this home. But at the same time, Livecraft on the other side, Ninja is also gone down. So it's literally a 2v1v3 situation. And we all know that WO have 3 men standing. They're still holding their position. They do not want to do any kind of mistakes. They're like, let them fight around. Let them make sure that, you know, they assault one another. And we'll rush in when the time is right. Yua gets a proper cover as he moves around with the vehicle. Now Livecraft have somehow come in to revive one of their teammates.
Yeah.
Let's see which team is actually going to go pay the price. Extra, all they have to do is hold on to their position, use that extra memory not to get into a fight, allow these two to fight and ultimately come into the circle and then assault the final player. So let's see which team is going to take it home, as everybody have the possibility.
Absolutely, smokes left and right. It's all about picking up your fallen brethren. Here it comes. Doom gets taken down. Beard Baba shows himself and shows his beard as well. Shows that he's a daddy of this lobby of it all. Livecraft gets taken down through the smoke. This man is showing himself up. This man is living up to his name. You've got walkouts slowly and slowly crawling away the life of Livecraft. This is not good, but Beard Baba gets taken down in return. All these sprays, all these guns, all these lead just gets connected to the smoke itself. And here we have a winner chicken dinner, an astonishing finish for Team Walkouts, and what a game it was, Arka. This was a fabulous game.
I would say that this was more than we expected for the first game of day 2 itself, because yesterday the fights were not this intense, but today it looks like the teams are actually taking a notch higher. They've decided the day 1 was not that that much of it was not that fiery, but let's turn up the heat, and we can see that Walkouts have finished up with 9 finishes for themselves, but Livecraft on the other side was the team I was speaking about. They could pick up more than 10, and they have successfully picked up 15 finishes. Team Extra Memory, that one last man, that is what I say. When you go in for a knock, make sure you finish and gain that finish point, or else things can go wrong. There was a point where in the beginning of the game, I think I forgot the name though, he had 2 successful knocks. He could have converted it into 2 good finish points. He waited, he healed himself, and we know what's the difference going to be in the overall points table.
Absolutely, a lot of placement points to work with, but ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the highlights. I mean, I'm pretty sure there is going to be a lot of it all, because most of the time I was just screaming my lungs out, man.
Exactly, because as I said, the intensity is really high on the day 2, so it's important for us to gain some energy and start wrapping around so that everybody stays entertained. But this was the thing I was speaking about. Team MG on the other side, they had done the job against the side of God. Now, this is a specific player I was speaking about. Look at the way he jiggled and took down 2 players. All he had to do was, confirm these 2 for the team. Geek Gods went out with just 1 finish, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
If they possibly had taken down those 2 players, they would have got 3 valuable points, and that 3 valuable points would have taken a little bit of pressure off the shoulder.
Absolutely. But you've got to give credit where it's due. I feel like few teams have really made it work for themselves. Number 1 would be Walkouts. Number 2 would be Livecraft. Now, we talked about these 2 teams, right? Livecraft and Walkouts. They are experienced. They are teams we have seen in the community before, and they've shown that the experience that they have, they can actually bring results out of that experience itself.
Yeah, and this was the fight I was speaking about. You remember I told you that INF have a very good opportunity if they try to eliminate a team and then try to move forward inside the circle. I don't know how out of nowhere INF had actually lost a player and then they rushed in, but Walkouts, I still remember the way you were telling this out.
Yeah.
They just walked in when 2 players were actually got taken down, and they did not watch out for their back. This is where, if Abra had looked back and seen the 2 players were getting revived over there, the game would have, this fight would have ended faster, but ultimately, everything has its time.
Exactly, it does have its time. To be honest, I felt like Walkouts look like an experienced unit. All their players knows all what they have to do. They know their responsibility as well, and they kind of have figured it out.
Yeah, and I do agree on one beautiful point you just said just now. They looked experienced, and the IGL is so smart enough. He's trying to keep the calm inside the circle so that he doesn't let his assaulter do the first mistake of trying to go out in the open and get knocked. So and from then on, this was the point where Walkouts actually took a notch higher. Beard was one person who was so good in the final circle. He was assaulting every nook and corner of the map. He just wanted to convert, knocks to finishes, or probably get at least 1 or 2 players on their knees. But the turning point was this, where INF, they had a very good opportunity to take down the team and then make it inside the circle, but they did not do so, due to which they got eliminated.
Absolutely. The circle kind of was a bad boy in this entire game so far. We got to see so many hard shifts. You remember, Arka, the first circle we got to see, the second one, in fact, was a hard shift. After that, we got to see hard shifts. And overall, it was the overall dictator of the game. Shadow OP had a really good attempt at this. I felt like the way he disguised himself in the grass and then suddenly showing himself up, getting those crucial points. I feel like the timing was just so crucial.
Oh,
but
this was
final fight was just so brilliant. I mean, Beard Baba, even though he does get knocked down in the end, I feel like the attempt, the valiant effort that there was, it was just absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, and I really love the way Walkouts had actually detected the third player from the side of extra memory, and they took him out, and then they concentrated on a Liftcraft. If they had not done that, that person could have been, the pricking thorn for them throughout the game. But all these things said and done, I can see that, one team which is actually looking like the Junglies of day one is going to be the side of Liftcraft. Because Junglies were one team who just got one or two winner chicken dinners for themselves. But today, we're able to see that Liftcraft have got 15 finishes, yet they were, they couldn't attain that winner chicken dinner.
Absolutely. Let's find out who are the Junglies of today, ladies and gentlemen. The point standings are in front of your screens right now. Liftcraft, 27 points in total, and Walkouts with 25 points in total. I feel like half their job is done. These guys should just take a chill pill for the next of the game. Possibly watch some Netflix as well while they're playing. Because the rest of the team, you can see the huge disparity. I mean, to be honest, to be fair, Team Extra Memory, they've done a great job. Getting those 10 placement points was very, very important. But you can see the big difference once again. The big dip coming in from 6, 7, 8. I'm pretty sure in the second page, the teams that there will be in the second page, they are the ones who will be struggling.
So this is the whole point I was speaking about. The 4th, 5th and the 6th position have got 6, 4 and 8 points. So if you have an average of 5 finishes in your name, and the placement points which is over there, it's more than enough for you to make it into the next round. It's important for you to survive. It's important for you to put some finish points earlier in the game so that the pressure goes off you. That pressure was actually taken by these teams. Bro Code, let it be Dark Family, let it be X7, which actually had a very good opportunity to strike when the iron was hot. All of them failed to do it, and due to which placement points was something which you couldn't expect at the end of the table.
Yeah, X7, you kind of were rooting for them. You probably shouldn't root for any team further. And lost the accuracy.
Curse, which is coming up. But at the same time, MVP on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. You were speaking about this man. I was speaking about him. Elcraft B is doing an amazing job with 1,017 damage with 7 finishes in the first game itself. That's a lot of confidence boost.
Absolutely. I feel like this man, it's not just about Elcraft's Beast. I feel like the entire team was synchronized in a way that they got a lot more kills. And of course, Beast being the primary fragger who's gotten the most of them all. You can see the Doom is there. You can see Ninja Boy there. So when you've got 3 out of 4 players in the top 5, you know that you're doing something right. And for Liftcraft, I feel like this is more than enough to start off the day. This team already looks like the jungly that you mentioned.
Agreed. Completely agreed. The 2 other players over here, I'm shocked to see Infinity is over here with 4 finishes, and then we have OPT also with 4 finishes. But the most important point for us to see is the match summary. We have 58 finishes in the first game itself with 71 knocks. That comes up to say that the knocks were actually converted to finishes in today's game. So in yesterday's game, we saw the number of knocks was not close to the finish points. So I do believe that today was a good job.
Yep. In terms of longest finish distance, you can see that it's 302 meters. So finally we crossed 300 no vehicle finishes. Of course, we've got approximately 7,000 healing. So yeah, that is a normal again as well. Grenade finish, only 1. We didn't really get to see all that artillery there.
Yeah, which we were asking for basically. We saw only 1 grenade finish which came in over there. The spotlight was taken by 1 squad. That's going to be Liftcraft Esports with 15 finishes for themselves. 3,199 damage. And let me remind you, there was only 1 man who did 30% of the job for the team with 1,000 damage over there. Only 1 headshot is what they've attained throughout that fight. Assist was 12. That's a very good thing to see that ultimately if the assaulter is knocking down a person, the rest of the team is there to finish him off, and that's why we've got 12 assists coming in over there with a survival time of 26. I think they were just inches away from getting that winner chicken dinner.
Absolutely. Even though they don't have that chicken dinner, I feel like they're still at the tippy top. It doesn't really matter if you've got chicken dinner or not. At the end of the day, all you want is points. And when you get those points, we saw the graphic there as well on the screens. All the avatars were standing with their chests wide and broad. And I feel like it would have been much better if the Liftcraft players were there instead of them, just showing their authority over the entire lobby, showing their experience as well. But first map is done and dusted, Arca. Erangel Erangel was an absolute blockbuster. I'm pretty sure the audience was sitting back at home and watching. They're enjoying the show as well. But next up, we've got Miramar. What do you think is going to happen? Do you think Livecraft, as well as the other team, they're going to establish their dominance and continue their supremacy, or do you think some other teams are going to step up? What is your thought and
I
opinion?
mean, I want to speculate one thing. So the number of headshots does matter when it comes to, shifting from one map to another. That shows the kind of accuracy we're holding in the first map. So Livecraft is one team which has got just one headshot, so the crosshairs were not actually that well. Now, when it comes to a map of Miramar, why I'm putting this point, it's a mid-range battle to a long-range battle. If your crosshairs are not working out that well, it's not going to be easy for you to maintain your resources well. So let's see which team performs much better. I think walkouts were the team which were well composed throughout the map, so I can expect them to better, work better in the map of Miramar. But if I ask you the same question, what do you feel, which team or what kind of strategy do you think is more important in the map of Miramar?
I think to answer that question, you might have someone who is better than me.
Yeah.
And here he is coming. We have our Panda brother as well. I'm going to sign off. Fixes is going to join in my place.
Oh, Fixes, I waited to say you the story of the first map. I mean, I do believe that you were watching all of it happen over there. You would have enjoyed that, slaughter of many teams. We did discuss before that, you want to see more than one team, trying to replicate Jungli from the first day. So what do you have to say about the assault of all the teams in the second day?
Oh, well, I mean, it was off to a good start, right?
Yep.
Of course, you've got two really good teams playing amongst us, and they played as we really expected them to. And, from here onwards, it's going to keep getting better.
Yeah.
But now, as we are heading into Miramar, I really feel this is one of the maps in which the walkouts really specialize at, right? You talk about Hyderabad Hydras back in the day when they used to play for Reckoning or Team Tamilas as well. If you can't dig into the past, but that is where, they sort of dominated in Miramar. It certainly could be their map pick, but, if you ask me how to approach Miramar, you just gotta make sure that the circle is your best friend. You gotta keep your vehicle at you at every single time, because if you lose it, you're done for.
See, the one other thing which I love the most about the map of Miramar is the challenges is there every single time you make a move.
Right.
It's not just that you make a move from one position, you're gonna land safely to the next one. You need to watch out in all different angles because of the lack of trees or probably the lushy green places. You're gonna be vulnerable at any given point of time, and the vehicle explosions, especially if you don't stay away from the vehicles when required, that could be the beginning of the end for your team.
Of course, now Miramar is a huge map, right? You've got a huge landmass ratio out there compared to the waters, like as if, Erangel is going to be a little bit smaller, though they still have the same dimensions, right? Now, what really happens and comes into play is in the round ones of the BMOC, you've got to be very careful. You've got to be sticking together. Now, we've seen that happen to a lot of teams that went in for long flanks and they got caught off guard because they did not know how the lobby was, or rather who were the ones that they were going up against. Now, the first game is always you're sort of entering the testing grounds. You are sort of understanding how the lobby is, what the pace is, which they had a good idea of in Erangel. Of course, the zone had a huge job to do at that. But then again, at the very crux of it, very basics has to be clear. You need to maintain your high ground. Like I said, have to play around good covers. Pick your fight well. Now, talking about picking fight well, I think I loved what Lifecraft did. Till the very end, they kind of messed up a little bit, going into the revive. But apart from that, they were flawless.
Yeah, but my friend did ask me, Salty did ask me, which is that one team you feel could be in trouble. Until and unless Livecraft lost their momentum, they were doing really well. After the first knock came in, you saw that they did not watch out to their right or the left. They just went in for a revive, and that is when things started to fall apart for them. All these things said and done, the most all these things said and done, the most important thing for us to speak is about the map of Miramar. Do you agree on this point when I say that it's important for your assaulter to maintain the crosshairs as much as possible on the horizons, because when you're jiggling around and you have a lot of dips here and there, do you feel that is not going to matter for an assaulter?
It depends, right? It depends upon the situations. We haven't really seen a lot of teams taking those fights out in the open. We've seen a lot of compound pushes, and well, let's just find it for ourselves, right? Let's just directly head inside the map and take it up to the skies and find for ourselves who are going to be our victors inside this game, as
Beautiful, beautiful dessert.
Yeah.
Yeah, I barely find any water body around, so no oasis, at least around here. There still exists one. You know, we've got a few changes around Miramar ever since its inception, and I've loved that. But yeah, coming down to the teams that we've seen, you know, extra memory, they are the ones I really want to watch out for, because for Lifecraft and Walkouts, we've seen them play. We've got a kind of a mixed team in them, right? You've got Yuva, who was playing formerly for Seoul. You've seen in 8-bit also. So
Exactly,
he's again one of
exactly.
the players that you want to look out for, fan favorite as we can call it. But here we are to find the best amongst the rest. So let's see who gets the chicken dinner. But apart from that, you know, it was a very bizarre circle around the shorelines. You know, we were expecting a lot of fights to eventually begin a little late, but that was sort of not anticipated. Had it gone otherwise, do you still think Walkouts could have won that?
Yeah, I do believe, because the composure which they had throughout the game, you need to have something like that, you know, in the first map itself. That shows that the team is actually prepared. That shows that the IGL is being heard, you know, by the teammates. The Assaulter is trying to hold back. The IGL exactly knows how to give the roles to their teammates, and I do believe that they could have done the same thing. But ultimately, when it comes to the map of Miramar, things can change, because one thing which I've observed in the map of Miramar, no matter how close you are, you're still far away.
I mean, with Miramar, yeah, of course, you've got the entire dynamics changing, right? Now, again, this is a perfect time when we can have that discussion about crosshair placements around reaches. Now, this is something that has been pretty common these days, is, you know, players are not really opening up ADS, sort of restricts your movements. So they've got to make sure that they have their shots hit correct. Now, that is where I have to always emphasis on the first shot that, you know, you put out, right? Has to hit the head. If it does that, then you're good to go. But I believe we are finally taking it off, and this time the flight path trajectory again, dissecting the map exactly into two halves. We've got it heading all the way from Campo Militar towards Valdemar, so teams are not going to have a lot of problems dropping down. But I really want to keep a keen watch, like I said, on how Walkouts are going to be playing this one. This has to be one of the favorite maps, the ones that they're known to dominate at, and it's going to be a shame if they don't come out as the victors here.
Yeah, but at the same time, the first map has already given up their strategy. It's become an open book basically for the other teams to actually try and figure out how they can take down this one team. All these things said and done, I really want to see if their circle is going to shift towards my favorite place of the map, towards the side of Prison, which I've still not seen in a really long time. And the second most important thing, will Los Leones again be the place where the circle is going to fall and a lot of people are going to drop in there to get the maximum number of loot which they usually get?
You know what, I'm done with Los Leones. I do not want a Los Leones circle. There was a certain time when we had a lot of circle, you know, sort of panning down towards Chumacera. But for Prison, I mean, well, you are a believer and I am with you, my friend. But let's just hope it happens someday. We've seen circles go as far as Valdemar, but a Prison circle is a very rare occurrance and could happen. But I'm really happy with this circle as well. You know, just heading a little bit north towards that water treatment area. You've got a lot of Cruz de Valle hills to play around with. You've got that little oasis, and taking a look at how teams have dropped, you're not going to witness a lot of drop collisions. However, we've got a few teams just nearby each other around El Azahar, where we can see the players of Next sort of on the highway. Now, that's a big question, if they are actually heading towards El Azhar or are they going down towards Impala.
See, I think Al Azhar is a place for you to stay back at this point of time. Even though you're getting into an early skirmish, just hold that position. Don't let go of that place, because in front of Al Azhar, we can see there are some mini mountains which you can take as a cover as the circle starts to shrink. But at the same time, the most important thing for us to see is that Los Leones had got only one team towards it, and the southern side of the shore, on the eastern southern side of the shore, towards the side of Impala, as well as towards the side of Porto, there was no team over there. If there was a team which had selected to go in over there, they could have come a late rotation towards the eastern side of the circle and probably dominated the game.
You know, in this current particular game, right, we've got so many teams just hunching around that southwestern area, right? Now, they've got to decide who's going to be the first one to make a movement inside the circle. Now, coming back to your Los Leones discussion, right, of course, we do have Lifecraft, but it's going to be so difficult for them to really transition themselves to the northern side of the map. Now, every single time they get inside the circle, they're going to have a team to go against. But taking a look at team Walkouts, we've got Abrar, one of the very known names that exist, not just in the South Indian circuit, but in the entire region. But again, it's a lot to prove. A different org, new players. Now, I've always said, now if you get a change in your team, you do not have a lot of time to synergize with each other. So that is going to hamper the performance a little bit, but it's going pretty good so far. I mean, they're still not yet completely tested. Their rushes have been pristine. They've been accurate with whatever fights that they've wanted. Being very opportunistic, even in that map of Erangel, right? They just let that fight between Extra Memory and Lifecraft just continue. And while it was done, that is where they hit, right? That is where the iron was hot, and they made sure it would counted.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the most important thing for us to observe, I don't know, I know that it's not going to be possible for us to see in the minimap, but for the first time, I'm able to see more than two teams actually towards the side of Campo, towards the side of Bronca, and also nobody going towards the side of El Pozo, Crater Fields, Trailer Park, or probably towards the side of Ruins. These are the places which is also pretty much close to the western side of the map, so the western side of the circle. So if you are daring to go towards the side of Crater Fields, you have so much of options to come in late into a fight, or probably you still have options to take that high ground advantage and to watch out if teams are trying to make it towards the side of water treatment, or probably to the center of the circle.
Right now the ideal approach to the circle would be, of course, like you said, head over from Crater Fields or maybe La Cobreria, take that northern highway and get those hills under your control, right? Now what you're going to do two things over there. You're going to ensure that your backlines are secure. You're going to have a little bit of an altitude to play around with. So that has to be the, instant goal for these teams. And it's going to be a long way for the teams down south. So they've got to make sure they sort of rotate pretty early on, because if they do not do that, then there's going to be someone who's going to take that spot, right? And they're going to face trouble when they try and go for a fight early on. That's something you would want to avoid. That's something that these teams have been avoiding. Now, considering Lifecraft and Walkout have had a really good first game, now this is where they're going to start getting even more deadly. Now, one more chicken dinner for either of these teams, that means they're going to go all guns blazing, because they know they're pretty much qualified. All I have to do is go and get as many finishes as possible.
Yep, they would have cemented themselves for sure. But at the same time, somewhere I feel the best spot for any team to be right now is going to be towards the side of Craterfield, or probably towards the side of La Cobreria, because that is one place which seems to be so secure in the map. You try to move in towards the side of Campo from there, you have a lot of mountains to play around with. If you control a few of those high grounds and the circles start to shift towards that, it's going to be much more easier for you to attain that winner chicken dinner. But at the same time, again the point comes in, is it good for you to play really safe, not allow your fingers to warm up, or is it important for you to actually try to test your crosshairs, maintain that recoil in a long distance fight from the beginning, and see how things work out when it gets closer?
On that, I have to say that you've got to hit it to the training ground. So these are the areas where your lives depend upon it. And talking of which, we do have a fight amidst us, with Abrar opening it up, and Shanksy might be in a whole world of trouble. Abbas already taken down for good, with Mr. Spray almost charging him. Completely aware about the position of God Shanks, just opens it up with his Karel and secures that finish. A really good start for the walkouts, and it seems like they're going to have a really good end to this.
I mean, they're not just walking around, they're running around, they're making sure that they assault people. They're just trying to go to the center of the circle as quickly as possible and try to dominate one part of the map, where that's the same plan they did in the previous map as well. They did not want to move around much. They went towards the side of the petrol bunk in the Erangel match, and from there on they started dominating that region, making sure that they survive until the end of the circle. I hope they do the same over here and live up to the expectations of their fan. But now Livecraft on the other side, they're trying to push in towards the side of Minas or Junkyard. I think nobody is going to be questioning their rotation over there as well. But Team INF, they are one team which looked really strong in the beginning of the game, but later on they just fell down in the map of Erangel.
Yeah, it tends to happen with a lot of new teams, right? You start off really well with a huge sparks, so show a lot of promises, then you tend to kind of fizzle out a little bit, and it has been the concern, right? But again, we have decided we're going to be a little lenient towards the teams. They are relatively new into the scenario, playing the first biggest tournaments of their lives, so you're of course going to have those butterflies, right? And it's still 4 more games to go. Anything can possibly happen. Yesterday we did witness, how deadly could IYT Retribution get towards the very end. So anything can happen over here, but Greek Gods Esports, I think they've had to cut their losses and move on with life. And now is the point where they've got to play a little bit defensive, right? And Mirado is clearly not one of those weapons, not one of those vehicles to kind of, just traverse around the map like this.
And revealing your location with a misfire, or probably, I think they're on the path of redemption, because in the previous game they got taken down ruthlessly. They need to put some finish points for themselves, or else it's going to be really hard for them no matter how much position points they put. I know the priority is going to be to make it into the top 8 right now, but without, you'll have a risk factor over your shoulder in case you don't have enough finish points.
Yeah, of course, there is going to be that risk factor, but I think it's pretty early to, try and calculate all of that, because now they've got to play and focus on getting as much position points, because they want to settle down first. Fights are something that you want to avoid from the very get-go. That is something that, teams like even the Walkouts, even Lifecraft, that is what they did, right? Just play around the edges, just very freeze and then move along. But as we speak, we've got Player Visit Esports King right in front of us, traversing around in his buggy. I'm not particularly sure if he spotted out the players of OPT. I think he's done.
Yeah, and also walkouts. Both of them were going from either side of him, but still he's daring to, trying to go in between them, probably in a position where he can backstab them. He wants to regroup with his team, which was a wise decision as well. But a double drop coming in towards the side of, I think it's near the cruise where we are finding this.
I mean, either ways, we'll know for that. We'll know that for sure. But I think it's around Torre Amuda, maybe.
Oh, probably. It looks like that is where it can be. But yes, as we speak about the walkouts over here, finally on their feet, P-Wizard King is going to pay the price for trying to go out in the open, not watching out his backlines as well. There has been shots which have been coming out. On the kill feed, we also saw somebody just jumped off a vehicle and lost his, put himself down on his knees. FearX official on the other side has one player down as well. We can see that two teams, that is Brocode and Geek Gods, have already lost one player and two players respectively. It's important for them to stay alive until the final moments of the game, or else these two teams will have a lot of work to do in the map of Miramar and Erangel again.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen surprises, but do they have what it takes? But right now another battle has ensued right in front of us. That grenade going in from MIA, not really hitting where it was supposed to go. But Warcraft, they're not really backing off either, right? A blow for a blow, grenade for a grenade, that is what they're up to. And does not really make any sense to lob that smoke over there. Maybe trying to hinder some vision for the players.
Probably strike fear in the enemies, trying to deceive the smoke has to be a grenade so that they fall back. Yep.
Yeah, but for now, I think this is where, for Brocode, they've got to make that hard decision, right? Are they going to really barge in, or are they just going to, just wait it out, wait for the circle to do its magic and then just steer away? And that is when, if Warcraft come out, they'll be in hiding and take them down. But Warcraft, I believe, they are the ones who are aggressing right now. They've been spotted out. Whiskey just spraying around with his arm, opens it up onto his avatar, as now he's going to keep on continuing with the press, now lobbing up a grenade. He's going to cook it up the right time and go.
Somewhere I felt that, Kraft could have got taken down. Kraft comes out in the open. Whiskey knows that, that place is going to help him out as much as possible. A good crosshair placement coming in from his side, immediately confirming a player. Now he has to fall back and make sure that, he revive a fellow mate who has gone down. I think it was Code who came, Brocode, Mia who came in a bit more closer, gave the right kind of backup for Whiskey as he was pushing in with the grenade. Now a good teamwork coming in from the side of Brocodes. Let's see how much more can they attain over here.
But look at this. Look at this. They have been keeping watch. John Wick, he's going to find you. Make sure you run and hide as far as possible. As Mafia clearly spotting out Avatar. Still yet to open up on that grenade. He knows where he has to aim it. He's just got to get the direction right. But rather going after Toxic, lobs it.
Oh no.
Overcooked.
Oh no! Now Toxic does realize that there are enemies who are, rushing towards him or trying to place some grenades towards him. Now Warcraft have to make sure they regroup as a team, fall back, re-strategize, and that'll be the wise decision to do, because right now they have become a patty in the sandwich. They're between two teams. One is going to be YTS and the other one is going to be the side of Brocode. So it's important for them to actually try to find a way to get away from this fight, or else take the fight against one team which is vulnerable, that is Brocode, and then try to move towards YTS.
Look at the commotion, right? Everyone wants a piece of the pie. We do have the walkouts coming in, Team INF also coming in. Brocode, like you said, want to kind of abstain themselves right now. They have retreated on towards the backlines. They're just waiting for the fight to ensue. And for now, on the other side, we do have the players of Lifecraft getting themselves on the finish boards, as one of the players were confirmed as Anibali. He's going to make some movement. Now Warcraft making sure they have their compounds completely smoked out, just trying to hinder whatever vision they possibly can. But surely Anibali could do better in terms of practicing a few grenade throws in the training grounds. Not really hitting his mark, but Avatar gets caught off. It's going to be Mafia who opens it up, and now this is the cue where YTS are going to be going in for the push as Nobita spots Anibali out, gets a knock onto him. It's going to be Nobita who's going to keep on applying a little bit of extra pressure, gets one more, and how much deep can he dig in? Can he get the better out of John Wick? It all comes down to him, and this is where the third parties are going to begin, Orca.
Absolutely, but at the same time, I really love the way Nobita is thinking right now. He wants to convert this knocks into finishes, then loot them up so that he'll have the right kind of artillery to take the fight to the third party, which is going to be approaching anytime soon. But at the same time, let's not forget that Warcraft Nobita has still not completed. He has a final nail to hit in the coffin, and he's looking forward to find out where that person is. Now, he's going to be confirming Mafia anytime soon. Toxic comes in from the other angle and hits the final nail in the coffin. And Warcraft, what a survival fight that was.
Indeed, it is not over for now, but elsewhere we've shifted our attention to LA going up against Lifecraft, as they seem to back off a little bit, maybe uninterested in engaging in this particular fight. As you can see, Lucky, he's been making all these moves, spotting out Ninja Boy. Is he going to open up? But no, just backs off. He knows that he has to get inside the circle, as the fourth zone right in front of us over here completely favoring the players of Warcraft and Brocode. But at this time, I want you to have your attention set at walkouts. They've still not yet made their move. They're still wondering, or they're still expecting the players of walkouts and Brocode to engage in a battle, and that is where they sort of enter into salvage whatever remains.
Somewhere I feel the teams which you said have the best spot in the house could be the team who could actually get churned with all the teams trying to come and take that position. Now I really want to see how they can tackle that situation. Ultimately, a lot of resources have been burned, and neither of them are trying to push in and loot those crates which are fallen on the ground, because eventually your location is going to be compromised and whatsoever. But at this point of time, NEX on the other side, I've looked that Liftcraft are trying to make it inside the circle. Liftcraft have actually come in at the right time. All they have to do is find the right location, be undercover, and stay together as a pack of wolves. If not, they're going to get slaughtered one player at a time. As no excuse, I've already known the exact location of where Liftcraft are moving right now.
Now Lifecraft have made some really bold moves. They want to get into the center. They want to defend it. They've got the players. They can certainly afford that. But can these two lads, Nobita and Toxic? Nobita has been a hero so far, but how far can he continue this momentum that he's gotten for himself? As dude, he is trying to hunt him down. He smells blood around these compounds. He knows Nobita is in the hiding, as Nobita does not intend to move even a single muscle. But how far are Jungli willing to commit? How far are they going to put their bodies on the line? As they have spotted out a few of the players of OPT who are engaging against Team MG. Now, this is a different fighting happening altogether, as Ramgod has already been taken down. Monica on really low HP, as Team Fear instilling fear in the hearts of their opponents. Let's see what they can do as the push is coming in from Iran, as Monica trying to provide some retaliation fire. Hasn't quite succeeded, though, as grenade comes in and kaboom goes one of the players of Fear, as the fight still keeps on continuing, Arca.
I mean, I really love the way MG have covered themselves with those vehicles as well. In case a grenade does land in front of them, those vehicles can protect them, but the same blessing in disguise could be a bane for them as well. So let's not forget that Fears and MGs on the other side are burning most of their throwable resources, and ultimately they'll have to go in for a frontal battle with the lead itself. For now, Fear official, when they had got 1 or 2 knocks already, they could have just pushed in, and I do believe that, the plan for MGs right now is going to be making sure that they come one player at a time, and due to which, Zeus has done an amazing job so far, being the god for the team. He's taken down 2 players or damaged more than 2, and at this point of time, Miran is coming in from an off angle. All he has to do is hit the final nail in the coffin yet again, and let's see whether he'll be able to do that. He's just got 20 HP in his name. Do you think he can get this fight done over here?
It's possible if he can get that res back up, but I'm getting worried about Miran. He's not got his backline secure. There are few teams still lurking around, but here comes the push. Any single moment, he's still ensuring that he's got a few guards up with those smokes around. As MG Esports, they're going to be hitting those res. Now, the moment that happens, it's the end of the world. But Monica and Dinesh still knocked out, as MG Esports being very, very cautious, very careful. Miran, in fact, planning his escape already.
I mean, I really don't know. Fear had actually struck Fear, and then eventually they had to taste their own medicine. But ultimately, Miran had a very, very good opportunity. He could have dared stepped in because he knew the location of the enemies. Once his teammate died, they do tell him that this is where the enemy is landing, and they could have actually done it. But Liftcraft on the other side, it looks like Lost Accuracy have got their accurate location off the side of Team Liftcraft, and that's why through the vehicle explosion, they want to confirm a player over here. And probably they'll be able to do is that Doom walks out to his Doom, as a confirmation comes in from the side of King FTW.
Oh, this is all falling down for Lifecraft. I mean, I really thought that Ninja Boy is going to be providing some cover fire when they were going after his teammate. Certainly seems though, but a nade coming in, and look at this. Little bit of a damage though, not the end of the world. Lifecraft just survived by one little player, not the exact place to play around the centers. You're going to be the center of attraction. A lot of teams are going to come after him, and he's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He's just going to wait to meet his makers.
I mean, we did speak about this. Like, Liftcraft have to make sure that they get the right position once they were daring making it inside the circle. It looks like they did not find the right place. Now walkouts on the other side have started to pick up the pace over here. Let's see how much they can take out in this game. Team MGs are right to the eastern side of them, where they knocked out almost 2 to 3 players, have come down to a mere HP for themselves. Dinesh is also in the crosshairs of Beard Baba at this point of time. Oh, very good grenade. Took down 3 players on the left side of MG. Now these 2 grenades, if it connects properly, I think Beard Baba will be able to finish, Dinesh over here and get a confirmation, and that does happen. As I started around over here, Walkouts have done an amazing job with Abrar getting a total of 4 finishes in his name.
Oh wow, I mean, Abrar, he must be proud of what he's just done right now. This is what I was talking about. This is the game for Walkouts to really lose, because Miramar has always been their strong suit. They have certainly always tend to dominate this map, even in the bigger stages, even when it all mattered. Now getting 11 finishes, I'm pretty sure they're going to try and look at the 20 bomb as Alphix falls down. But the players of Walkouts, they do know they've got their target set right in front of them. Few more grenades and they can get another squad wiped out.
Yep, and Walkouts, they're also refilling their resources, and that's the best part about this team. They exactly know after an assault, it's important for them to refill their resources and then take the fight with their enemies. But the most important thing for us to see is that a very beautiful spray coming in from the side of Beard Baba. Another team's location has been compromised, due to which they'll have to pay a heavy price over here. All 3 of those players are sticking very close to one another. Another good grenade can put another player down. It looks like it does. And the last player from the side of Faith, or X7 is what we call them in this game, he has a lot of job to do right now. With 2 players already on their knees, it's going to be easy for Walkouts to just walk in and take the last player down.
Look how well Walkout are really dominating. You've got right at the higher ground, providing that cover fire, kind of restraining Chiku from really stepping out of cover. But Walkouts, now they have a different target in sight. They've spotted the players over there, taking a few shots, but Admin just getting blown up from that vehicle explosion. Not quite lucky, but I'm pretty sure he's going to get the res back up. Or maybe not, because the 6th circle is starting to close in.
Yep, the only team which is able to put some finish points in the name is Magic X Warcraft, as they've gone down early. Now NEX on the other side is one team which we were speaking about, right? Oh yeah, Whiskey is trying to think it's something out of the box, but ultimately get detected. NEX is the only team which knew where Liftcraft was going. They came in late inside the circle to take this fight. Let's see whether they can challenge out the side of Walkouts, as Walkouts have their crosshairs set on the side of IQ4. They're going to be getting more finish points in the name, and I do believe that, you know, after this, we can say that this is the team which is going to be unstoppable in this group.
Oh, they certainly can. And one more good game for the Walkouts, already sitting at 15 finishes and getting even more. Add one more to the tally as they look nigh unstoppable over here. As Beard Baba is going to be making his way inside the circle. Successfully has managed to do so. And in the midst of it all, Ninja Boy is still alive.
Exactly. 16 finishes already, ladies and gentlemen, towards the side of Walkout. Let's see how much more can they bear over here. How much more can they, you know, pick up over here. Navi on the other side does Spray very, very well. You know, Mr. Spray, a very good gameplay. I love the composure when players play like this. They try to taunt the enemy, but immediately fall back if they've got injured. Liftcraft versus LA takes place as King shows who's the man with the crown and clears off that last player. Get one more valuable finish point for the team.
Yeah, now lost accuracy still, you know, 5 finishes, a decent game so far. The 5th spot also being in short for them, but now this is where they can really go after the players of INF, but you have to keep an eye on the players of Next right now, who are just on the eastern side. And Blade spotting out Mr. Spray will not however miss it, but gets traded right after, ensuring the walkout still get that rest back up with enough time still remaining. Beard Baba still leading the charge, and now we're going to look at a little bit of a slower pace. You know, teams need to settle down a bit. We're waiting for the next circle shift to happen. Has been so even so far, hasn't been really out of the world, with walkout still just playing around the peripheries. They're letting all the other teams fight, and when the moment comes, they strike in.
Yeah, that has been the strategy, and so is the strategy of INF. Infinity are the team which is again become a patty in the sandwich. Again, they've gone to the center of the circle trying to hold it. I hope this time they have the right kind of cover, because walkouts have also refilled their resources. They'll have enough number of grenades in their hand, 1 or 2 good tossing. We all know what the fate of Infinity can be, but let's not forget LA on the other side have 3 men standing for themselves. Next has also got 3 men standing for themselves. These two teams need to wait out for Infinity and walkouts to fight out with one another and then try to take those fights. I know it's kind of impossible looking at the zone at this point of time, but let's see which team can actually take this fight towards the side of walkout and then try to make this game for themselves.
No, it's going to keep getting worse for INF, you know, getting surrounded from not just 1 but 2 or 3 directions.
Oh, look at that.
No excuses from him as he gets not just 1 but 2 finishes right out there, but lost accuracy. Have to rely on King again as he is taking quite some amount of damage. Elsewhere, no excuse. Now they know that they can really go after walkouts, as Beard Baba, I believe, is the final player surviving. No, he's got some support from Yuva, gets the res back up. Mr. Spray should certainly need one, but with the 7th circle starting to close in, is it going to be possible for them?
I don't know. No excuse. Really, they won't have any excuse after this if they don't take out the walkouts at this point of time. They are the most vulnerable right now in this map. They could have taken them down, but ultimately now they're going to face the wrath of this team. But ultimately, you know, Beard is the last man standing over there. Lost accuracy from the outside. Does steal a kill before he gets taken down. But INF have a very, very good opportunity over here to clear off the walkouts, as Beard Baba is the only man standing on his knees with the maximum number of HP compared to his teammate. They try to push in, does the damage over there. INF to the center of the circle, doing everything right at this point of time, with Dex on the other side also concentrating the firepower against the walkouts. Let's see whether walkouts will be able to survive this. A good grenade connects. The viewer will Abrar is the last man standing. He not only has to boost up but also revive viewer, or else it's the end of the story for them.
Oh, it's smart moves from Abrar, but right now, he's going to ensure that he keeps himself alive as the push finally comes in. Dude has to charge in. Abrar, has he got enough HP on towards him? Finally steps out of cover, gets taken down. With that, Infinity secure this amazing winner chicken dinner.
I mean, I at one point of time had doubts on this team, but ultimately they proved me wrong. Walkouts have taken the place of another team in the previous time. Without that winner chicken dinner, they had the number of finishes in the name, and it
11,
looks like this time 18 finishes comes in for the side of Walkouts, and they're going to be very, very happy with that position and the kind of aggression they've showed in this game. But let's not forget one thing: Infinity in the center of the circle, being the patty in the sandwich, tasted much better than the buns around.
Yeah, of course. I mean, how they held on to each other. What I really loved is they played around the dips a little bit. As we take a quick look at the point standings, Walkouts on behalf of those finish points that they have accrued for themselves, 18 finishes. Again, I mean, you couldn't give it to them, man. 30 points. No matter. But again, nothing taken away. I'm not going to steal their thunder. Infinity, the way they've been playing, really deserve the applause over here. Because it's so tough when you've got so many teams around you and you still tend to survive. Now, no excuse sort of came out of the syllabus, right? I did not know they're going to survive for so long. They kept themselves under the shadows. But Lifecraft, really bold move, sort of going into the center of the circle, having lost out on two of the players, not really, but still, managing to secure enough points for themselves, still staying in the first half. As we head on to the second half of the table, as not quite
there's a little bit of disappointment for me, because I really thought Team Extra Memory can actually play well in this game, and so the side of Team X7 as well. But it looks like they have, expectation leads to disappointment only in these two cases. But all said and done, Geek Gods need to pick up their swords and then come into the next map. They need to, superpower themselves, or else I don't think so it's going to be easy for them. But the MVP of this specific map is on our screens. It's Beard Baba yet again coming out, showing what he's capable of. 7 finishes for him with 1,237 damage.
Oh, it's just gonna keep getting even worse from here on right now, right?
Agreed.
Now the teams are gonna be, just hoping they do not meet walkouts right from the very start, and especially this man, Beard Baba, with grenades. You talk about him going on his assault. He's been on the front of it all. With Yuva trying to provide support, trying to provide cover, he's been putting his body on the line. As we take a look at the top 5 players, ladies and gentlemen, and the first 3, no surprises there.
I mean, yes, I do agree on this one point that, when you have 18 finishes by your team, you will have at least 2 to 3 players on that MVP board. But all these things said and done, FTX, dude is one person, all of a sudden, I did not expect anybody from Infinity to actually be there, because they were playing it very, very subtle and safe. Next on the other side has got Navi, who did, sail around in this game and try to attain that. But the most important thing for me to see is the number of headshots being connected by the side of Navi. That shows that his accuracy was pretty much stronger than everybody else. Probably did not have the right kind of backup.
Oh yeah, he felt he could have done better, but I think this is something that they can really live with. As ladies and gentlemen, we take a look at the match summary. So we saw majority of the fight sort of happening towards the late mid game. That is where a lot of fights ensued. And another player that I really would love to talk about, Nobita from I think Warcraft, I believe.
Yes.
He was one of the players that I'm gonna remember for quite some time.
But
yeah, I think if you take a look at how the longest distance finish was, it was 337 meters. The first time we've crossed 300 meters mark, and that is something really interesting. A long shot, and 300. That's too far.
Yeah, exactly. And one more most important thing for us to see was the number of finishes in the ratio of the number of knocks. 71 knocks were there, and 59 or 60 of them were finished. That comes up to say that people are actually wanting to finish the person. But at this point of time, a quicker look on the FD ratio over here. If not for the walkouts and Infinity, nobody else were allowed to dominate in this game. Next were also there, so the 3 teams in the final circle have actually done maximum of the heavy lifting. But let's not forget the teams in between were still limping around in this game actually.
Yeah, I think, I really loved Lost Accuracy. They've got some decent amount of finishes regardless, right? But again, a little bit of a spotlight onto the squad that's absolutely shining over here. Walkouts, 18 finishes in this game, a massive 3,491 points of damage with 2 headshots. That's completely fine. But the survival time, I really felt at a certain time, Walkout were really prone. They were really vulnerable. But eventually, it sort of ended in the way Team Infinity really wanted. As we take a look at a player performance, and it is going to be Beard Baba, right? The first game, he took a little bit of time to settle in, but by the second game, he's just getting better.
Yep, from 3000 to 1234 damage 4 times. He's performed 4 times his initial performance. And if this graph keeps on increasing, we can expect Warcraft to be one of those teams to watch out for in the BMPL as well. But all these things said and done, the most important thing for me right now was the knock and the finish ratio which was over there. I mean, seriously, if it's just 3-point difference between the knock and finish ratio, that shows that you're actually going in for the finish, for the slaughter.
Oh, they certainly are. I mean, a lot of teams are getting a little aggressive, a little up close and personal, and it all started here, right? With the highlights, the Greek gods completely caught out in the open with their pants down. As walkouts, they really never had any trouble, and that is how they started their journey from just getting that loot done into Masera to sort of start rotating. Now this is where we were in for majority of the game, right? This little fight, so many teams just surrounding them, Infinity also coming in at the mids, but it was Nobita who had to be the unsung hero with that amazing clutch. The words fall short of what he did there. And, we've got to give him the recognition where it was overdue. And certainly, I think he did justice with how he played.
Exactly. And I really love the way it is not like randomly went in for a drop shot. He did 70% of the damage, and then when went in for a drop shot, he was jiggling as well, and immediately he recouped whatever he lost with the loot crates, and then took the fight towards the enemies. But let's not forget that his teammate was also doing an amazing job. I think this was the longest shot, which was taken around 300 meters, if I'm not wrong.
Maybe, could have been. I mean, at this point, maybe I think a DMR knock would have been more appropriate. 300 meters is still too far. Even by bolt action standards, you've got those drops coming in, the bullet drop over there also. So I really would love to take a look at it. But regardless, again, for Lifecraft, if you talk about that particular team,
this is the
took
one.
a longer shot. And
no, that is the one, I believe. INF dude, that long range
I
spray.
think
That could have been. Yeah, and this was the fight we were speaking about. Fear, look at the amount of knocks they had got over there. I really thought they would go in for the finish, but it looks like Miran did not choose to do so, and due to which one man who was on his knees over there actually held back the complete squad of Fear, and due to which they were blessed with more possession points for themselves.
Oh yeah, that did indeed happen. But this is where I really felt that Lifecraft sort of kind of deciding to refrain from saving their teammates. I think they still got the job done though, with Ninja Boy surviving for quite some time. Got enough position points at the very least, but again, bringing the conversation back to Lifecraft, right? They made a very ballsy rotation. All the way from Los Leones, they took that western route, went all the way up north, and then got in. And in doing so, they lost 3 of their players, survived with just 1. But towards the very end, right, this is where walkouts kind of got a little overwhelmed, a little, how do you say, getting
overconfident.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that is the exact word. Yeah, I would agree on the word you just spoke, but ultimately they had to pay the price for it. If Beard had actually Beard Baba would have stick to his team, I think it would have been much better. A cover fire was required on the western side, where it was concentrated completely on the eastern side, and due to which they had to pay the price. See, Beard Baba is still concentrating on taking down players, where already Nex had pushed in from the other side and started to slaughter the team. So if he had stayed with his team, probably restricted Nex for a brief period of time, they could have got that winner chicken dinner.
But look at this, Whiskey up to some shenanigans and, wanted to survive. I mean, he did what he could, right? Had nowhere to run or hide. But this is the moment, right? This is the moment where walkouts kind of started falling off, but lost accuracy, man. I mean, for King, especially, he did quite some survival over there. Got that last second finish before he went down. And no excuse. They were also pretty well. They were the
Yep.
opportunistic bunch, just playing around the ridge,
Yep.
waiting for the teams to come out in the open, and that is where they started striking down and taking down the enemies.
Yeah, lost accuracy. I loved what King did before, he went down. He wanted to make sure he takes at least 2 with him, and he was successful in doing that. But this is where everything came to an end for the side of, walkouts. It was INF2 who started to do the initials. Ninja came in from the other side trying to do the damage for INF. Revealing his location was the biggest mistake he did, so that he also got taken down. And the final moments came when Yua had nothing to do over there, but trying to, heal himself up, sitting on... He did a clever thing to sit up on the buggy when the land was lava, but ultimately all he could do was just give up his life.
Yeah, I mean, I think walkouts had a taste of their own medicine
Yeah,
towards the very
agreed.
end, right? They were the ones inflicting so much damage with all those grenades,
Yep.
with such sheer aggression that they did not know where to put the brakes at. And
Yep.
now they were at a good spot, but mind you, they had that lower ridge to themselves. Now, this sort of became more susceptible from attack from up top, which I believe the players of Infinity really capitalized on.
Yeah.
But again, Miramar game went as a standard Miramar game would go as it like. But now heading into the rainforest, right? It's gonna be Sanhok
I'm
time.
still at the desert, I'm really in thirst of more of those analysis from your side, because I have
Yeah.
1 or 2 questions for you.
Oh,
So
sure, go on.
INF was right at the center in the dunes itself. They had 2-3 teams finding it around. What do you think the IGL would have called for at that point of time? Because they could have been the punching bag for 2-3 teams to grab those finish points.
Yeah.
What do you think that INF actually did right to make sure that they attained that winner chicken dinner for
Oh,
themselves?
they were patient, held on to their horses. I think nothing apart from that, because now for them, maintaining that stealth would have been so important, right? Because
Yep.
now, you're on that little duney area, you're around the ridges, you are so prone to those grenades flying in. And I think
Yeah.
one of those teams that could have really done some damage, some heavy ones at that, would have been no excuse had they had
Okay.
a lot of their players remaining, right? They
Yeah.
would survive with just their one player. I believe he was taken down by the players of walkouts towards the very end when he started to strike
Yep,
from
yep.
the back lines.
Yep.
Sort of was a boon for Infinity,
Yep.
because he was targeting them, right? He had no intentions of going after
Yep.
walkouts. So sort of they dug their own graves
Grave,
over
yep.
there. But regardless, Infinity just holding on and making sure they hit their hammer, hit the iron while it was hot. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's match number 3 for you guys, and Arca is going to be sitting this one out, as we do have a really salty guy amidst us who's been enjoying preparing his beverage. I believe it's a pina colada, or did you get something else?
It's just salt and water because I love salt.
Okay. I really thought, considering the fact that you're kind of going to the gym, you're hitting it around, you're gonna keep a little away from salt. But that was not the case with you. But again, now it's Miramar. Now this is where we're gonna see a lot of salt being applied to the injuries of the teams, because this is the map where we see a lot of third parties, Salty. And what are you expecting? Firstly, that, and then of course I'm gonna come down to the fact that, do you think that we're gonna have a healing battle today?
I really think so. Yesterday we didn't get to see any sort of heal battles, and that was really surprising, because in Sanhok, when you watch a game of Sanhok, especially in recent times, you know that it has to be a heal battle finish. But nevertheless, I feel like these new teams, they've got some new plans to execute, and I feel like that is the reason why we didn't get to see it yesterday. Today, you have no clue, because you've got experienced teams who come in from previous meta. You've got Liftcraft, you've got Team Walkouts as well, who are performing brilliantly so far. For Walkouts, what are they on right now? Because this team, I believe 18 frags in the second one. The first one, how many? Approximately more than
Around
10.
I think it was around 12, if I'm not wrong. But either ways, it was a lot of frags, right? A lot of finishes collected, and they are really high on the adrenaline that that is gushing through their veins. But in Sanhok, the best, the mighty also tend to fall, because it is again one of those maps that completely changes the pacing of how this tournament really goes. A very important map for the teams that are kind of languishing down in the bottom to sort of recover some pace. Now, what is really important in Sanhok, I've always said, is the fact that you need to hold on to the center, make it your favorite thing, right? Just go on, get the center, get a compound. And the second fundamental of Sanhok is do not engage in a fight for more than 2 minutes. And if you do that, there's going to be one little team just passing by, and they feel like they would want to have a piece of the pie, and they just come chiming in, and you go out of the server.
Absolutely. You go out of the server, you get bitten by snakes. You get poison stung into you as well as we watch these beauty shots. Of course, these lush green fields are going to turn into graves of these fallen heroes. But the heroes that survive are going to be our winners, and that is what we are finding today. First 2 games, a little one-sided. We kind of thought it would be. But we're still looking for that glimmer of hope where we might actually see the first new champion. But ladies and gentlemen, the third match is on. We have our flight path as well. With me, Captain Fixes is going to get us the trajectory as well as the weather report. Captain.
Well, it's all fine and good as the teams have taken it up to the skies.
That is what we are finding today. First 2 games, a little one-sided. We kind of thought it would be. But we're still looking for that glimmer of hope where we might actually see the first new champion. But ladies and gentlemen, the third match is on. We have our flight path as well. With me, Captain Fixes is going to get us the trajectory as well as the weather report. Captain.
Well, it's all fine and good as the teams have taken it up to the skies. All the way through Quarry, we're heading towards Camp Bravo. So again, Sanhok is one of those maps where you really do not have to pay heed to the flight path trajectory, right? You can head in anywhere on the map. You can go as far as Kauk, provided you do your long paragliding over there. But regardless, I think I'm not really going to look out for the teams that tend to drop towards Bootcamp, maybe Paradise Resort, because yesterday I believe it was Paradise Resort where the circle went down, and the team that was there right from the very start got the chicken dinner. No surprises were there. But now, again, another similar circle. But I really believe this is potential to go down a little bit down south. But we do have some early action brewing right amidst us. It is going to be the players of Lifecraft. And it's going to be so difficult against the players of Fate. Now, again, Miracle, he's got to be careful. Not a lot to bank upon because they've got no armors. They've not got any helmets to play around with. Let's see how this fight ensues.
Absolutely, we've got first blood as well. This is when the match officially begins. You can see that Doom, he's got an Uzi for himself. He's gonna dominate those close quarter combats, but it's the other way around as well. The other players, X7, they've got their weapons ready. You can see the entrance as well guarded. The first nade comes in instantly. Some repercussions as they prepare to change positions and wait for the counterfire.
Oh, they certainly are. As Doom, he's got an Uzi in his hand, but Miracle has got exactly that. Look at the crossfire, which was set up and still is there, though. And they
Here comes the
walking
cavalry
into an ambush right out there as the fires are being taken. Cloudy somehow opens it up as Miracle also falling down as Lifecraft not just get the first blood, but get 2. As Doom is just gonna unleash that DBS right at the face of his opponent as we have yet another fight about to begin. It's going to be Lost Accuracy going up against Nex.
Yeah. I mean, if we're still trying to remember what happened in the last fight, they had a good crossfire setup. They went and tried to prevent that ambush coming forward. But as soon as the cavalry came in, as soon as reinforcements came in, it was just too overpowering. And that is how you want to execute a fight. Lifecraft just showing bits and pieces of experience that they've got in loads. Nice prey by Shogun as it takes down the first knock. I don't really believe that there is a chance of revival, but I feel like if they try and go for it, they're going to fall more bodies as well.
You know, I think it all really came down to patience over here, right? Both these teams were quite opposite to each other. It was just Shogun who was, I think, waiting for someone to peep out. And once he got that opportunity, he really struck it, right? And for now, you know, Nex, they've gotten that little upper hand. as the remainder of the players of Lost Accuracy, there's no chance on earth that they really can go for
Yeah.
the revive. But what they're doing really better is they know that Shogun is isolated, right? He's got no cover from his teammates, but he's gonna still put up a stand nonetheless.
Exactly, the grenades are being cooked, but can he survive this? Taking a lot of damage, tries to enter the compound, but the door is just not too big for him. That man falls on his knees, but lost accuracy. They will find a way to get Blade back up, but they need to get the other player back up as well. As next they cook a grenade and prepare for this fight. Fixes. What do you think? Who has the edge?
Oh,
Oh
it's going to be
my
anybody's
God.
game, but this grenade is going to change everything. But Ninja quite oblivious of Flameout's position as Navy providing that cover fire from behind.
Free
Flameout
fire!
needs to free fire, does that perfectly well. Wants to go a little bit greedy, but no time. He's got to get that reload on. Again, free firing throughout and finding, or rather trying to find out Navy in the process.
Oh,
With the
M2.
M249 as takes advantage of him going on a reload. And that is where, ladies and gentlemen, you need to understand, just after 10 bullets being fired, you're not supposed to go for a reload, and that's going to be haunting him for ages.
Dude, I feel bad for Shogun though. That
Yeah.
man really tried. I mean, it's more like Jerry trying to enter into his rat hole where Tom is just chasing him and unsuccessful, just crashes into the wall, and Tom is like, yeah, that's my target.
Yeah, look at Flameout at this point, right? He was so busy in getting that reload, and he's got that sound cue, and that is where, no excuses, Navy just clutching it out, but at the cost of 3 of his teammates. And of course, do enjoy those 4 finishes out there, but right now, taking a look at how the circle has panned out, he's gonna feel very lonely right from the very start. I mean, we've just begun, and he is like, guys, you're all done. What am I supposed to do next? Tell me, Capitan. But we've got another fight already beginning. I believe it's somewhere around the western side of Paradise Resort, just the southern Tatmok area. Quite a lot of cluster already forming over there as Team X7 completely rattled by what happened to their 2 players. Miracle, Faith just getting taken out of the lobby.
Absolutely. I mean, to be honest, this has been a rather fast start to Sanhok. I mean, I have never
Yeah.
really seen such a quick cleanup. You can see only 53 players are alive. We've already seen a squad wipe happen. One team is surviving with 1 player left. 2 teams are surviving with 2 of their own. So it's been rather unusual to see so many initial battles happening, but I feel like this fight that we have right now kind of goes to show what sort of mentality the teams possess. They want to take the fight. This is the game where they can turn the tables, and that is exactly what they want. Right from the start of it all, they want to get the finishes for themselves. Warcraft, as they scan the opponents of Team INF, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, they are.
They were just passing by, and then suddenly they first spot out that coop over there, and they're like, there could be someone, and look who it could be, the winners of the last game. So they're gonna
Tasty.
wait. Yeah, but at the same time, do you think, Salty, they have been spotted otherwise? Because I believe they still maintain their stealth.
Yeah, maybe. I don't really believe that this kind of is a healthy trade-off for them to engage in a battle. We just saw that a team tried to go in for a battle, lost 3 of their players, and now they're all alone, right? Warcraft, they've got potential to get into top 8. Even though few teams are there at the tippy top, you probably won't be able to touch them. Your objective is to be in the top 8 and qualify for the next round. And to do that, you've got to focus on the overarching objective instead of going for a squad wipe.
At this point, I really feel that, even if Warcraft decide to go for it, it's still around the center of the compounds. Objectively, still suits their cause if they want to hold down to the center. Because now this is where we've figured out what INF are up to, right? They just head in, hold down the center, hold it on to their dear lives. They're not even peeping out, all proned inside the compound. Now, in the map of Sanhok, it's not just snakes that you find. You find a lot of other reptiles in various different forms, my friend. But Warcraft, now being a little oblivious about Team K7's position. Now they could take this fight perhaps, because the numbers are definitely overwhelming for them.
Yeah, it seems like 2v4, but I don't think X7 has been spotted because they're not giving any sound cues. They're just lying in the floor. And what Warcraft is trying to do is scout for opportunities. X7's San, all that he has to do is hold his ground and wait for his opportunity. 1v1, what is gonna happen? The heart is pumping. Fixes, what do you think?
Oh, I mean, he's just waiting to meet his makers any single moment, or he could just pull off a clutch of his life as he's formed that crossfire. I do not think so, but I'm pretty sure with the door opening up, now Warcraft know there's someone hiding over there. It's all about them trying to push in. Now they're doing their basics right, baby. They do not look at his direction, but here comes the push. Chiku, he's going to make a run for his life, but instead he's going to cook up a grenade and make sure it's pre-cooked just when they sort of come right in front of him.
Oh, close.
That's where he gets damaged. 98 points of damage being done. How on earth is Avatar still even surviving?
I have no clue. He's basically surviving with a sliver of HP, but this is where San could have be of very good help because he comes in from the other direction, can sandwich them up, but this is not what they're doing. Toxic just chasing his opponent. He has got manpower as well. They're going to double up on him. X7 just holding his ground. Can he do it? That is the question, of course, because he's completely out in the open. Toxic inside the compound. Shots being fired. No connection yet. Grenades being cooked. I don't think he's got the time and the liberty to do it. One player falls down. It's only one man. Chiku. He's got 4 men from Warcraft right in front of him. An entire cavalry. But he's still managing to survive and deal damage.
Yeah, Faith just rushing in inside the compound, but finally just taken down there by Nobita. The star of Miramar really impressed us with the clutch out there. But now Lifecraft, again, they're going to feel a little bit of slight pressure with how they succumbed in the map of Miramar. But they've heard all the loud noise and commotion. And they're just waiting for the players of Warcraft to kind of step out of their little cover. We've got a Lifecraft, we've got a Warcraft. Next is what, Salty?
Lifecraft, Warcraft, Live War.
I mean,
I'm just using random words to stitch up a name for my team that is going to participate in the next tournament, that is BGI. So I'm going to win it.
So not related, right? I mean, Lifecraft, and then suddenly you're talking about Warcraft. But regardless, you know, just getting back into the picture, we're still looking at a similar Sanhok circle that we had yesterday. This time, you know, you've got a different team altogether holding on to it, and now for no excuse for Navy, he's got all the time in Earth. This is something that we did not quite speculate, right? He could possibly opt for a healing battle.
Maybe.
Get 40 first aids.
Absolutely, but does he have 40 first hits? That's the question. He needs to loot a lot
Still
of those
the second
boxes.
circle. No, you know, these southern belts. This is where you find a lot of meds, right? You've just got to do the right amount of searching, and if you succeed, if you've seen how Skylight or Kemin resort to playing in Sanhok, clearly you wouldn't know which compounds are. I really hope they've done their homework though.
Yeah.
But for now, MG spotting out the players of YTS, but still not firing even a single bullet.
Yeah. Speaking of meds, he's got some of his own. He's got 2, 3. MG seems well equipped. I mean, I'm pretty sure for a heal battle you would need much more, but look at where Anibali, you've got John Wick and Laksh all out in the open, just falling prey to all these lead that is just showering on them. What can they potentially do? Just lying down on the floor, praying to God, the BGMI gods, that please save me, but I don't think anybody can save them, or probably Mafia can.
Oh yes, that was a very interesting trade-off, and really YTS was sort of caught off guard over there. They did not really know that they're being kept watch at. But this is where MG Esports, they're going to try to form various different angles, right? Taking even control of the hills. Now they're the kings over there. As Monic, he's going to wait for his right opportunistic moment. As Laksh, I think that's the cue he's going to be waiting for. And Laksh, certainly those little rookie mistakes you kind of tend to make in the situations like that. Guys, give me a revive. As John Wick is like, I'm not going to come at you. You've got to come and make it to my direction. What really felt was they could have dropped a few smokes around and then gotten a revive, as John Wick has also been found out the other way around by Ronaldo, as he's going to be cooking a nade to finish him off.
Ronaldo, another one. Can he do it? Proper proper. Ronaldo is known for good free kicks, you know, and free kicks are similar to kind of grenade lobs as well. You've got the lob, you've got the curve as well. If you kind of figure out the trajectory right, you can hit the right targets. And yeah, I just had to make a football reference because here we have Ronaldo.
Hope he's got his cleats on, the ones that he would love to, but right now still unaware, maybe has a slight idea, but does not have the pinpoint location. But a low toss Molotov is the right decision and is the right call, but still Annibale somehow survives that, has a booster right up, wants to get to good HP, has 5 first aids on him. Surely would not want to get finished off over here. As MG Esports, the only reason they're not kind of pushing in is because they fear that Mafia is going to take them down if they go head on. So now they're going to start pushing in tandem as Annibale is still waiting. Now what if can do really, he has to play with the element of surprise that he has on him, right? Maybe cook a few grenades and then just instantly peek out and go for a shot. He's got to make some ballsy moves.
Absolutely. Team MG, though, they are being very cautious, and I love this. They're playing in 2-2 split. The rest of the 2 players are probably in some other direction, watching some other. You can see the mini-map, right? They are in a recorded sense mission, whereas these 2 are the primary defenders. You can see the M249. It was absolute brr, where Annibale just can't really do anything against it.
Very defensive positioning right there. I really felt had he been a little bit closer to the rock, just around the edges, he could have been the first one to, you know, step out of cover, get that TPP advantage going on, and could have at least gotten a knock, if not the entire squad wipe. But regardless, we've got the circle shifting a little bit towards the eastern side, and I love the positioning from Greek Gods. Now this is where Lifecraft have got to make their movement in, could potentially get those compounds around the Bhan, that little 2 compounds that you have around the B. If they can get control over that, they're going to hold on to the centers, and could be a potential really good game for them, but they've got to keep out watch for teams like Warcraft and also Brocode coming right behind them.
Considering that you said that this Sanhok map could be a heal battle, could be a potential heal battle, I'm also wondering if these teams are going to play from the edges. You can see most of the teams, in fact, none of them are trying to go for the center. Most of them are trying to play along the edges. In fact, the thing is, most of the teams are thinking the same thing, and that might lead to collisions, extra collisions in the edge of the circle. But anyway, so far, we might see another fight brewing up. You mentioned of Lifecraft, and here we are, right in front of them. You've got Brocode. Now, Brocode, they've given a lot of sound cues. They have no idea the Lifecraft is in this position. Either they're scouting for opponents or are they making a rotation. If they're not aware of this, this is problematic. Already, the first man goes down. Ninja Boy peeks out. He's got the pre-fire as well. Second man goes down as well. Wow. The scope's out and he has taken out Sparky to a sliver of HP. This is bad news. Lifecraft, when the rest of the team comes in, when the rest of the cavalry comes in, this is where the floor turns into lava. He has been burned to death. But this man, Ninja Boy, is on his way to make a 1v4.
He certainly looks unstoppable at this moment right now, with Clowning getting taken down. But now they have put themselves in contention to get third-partied. But look at Cholan still hiding. The snake that we fear. Beast and Ninja Boy completely unaware of his whereabouts. Now the hunters could certainly get get hunted over there. Now Brocode, official, survived with him. How far can this lad go? Do they have any idea? He's right behind them.
No clue, honestly. It's all about searching, you know. And I feel like, considering the fact that Lifecraft just got a 3k for themselves, they're pretty confident. Look at their morale. They're just dancing around the ring, searching for that one little teeny tiny snake that there is. You mentioned about the hunters getting hunted. I feel like Lifecraft is the one who is probably looking for the snake itself. But you can see that there are teams lurking in the background. Lifecraft has to be wary of them. They try and do something very ballsy. They might get spotted. And third party. Speaking of third parties, see you soon. Bye-bye.
But this is where, Pity Rising, Falcon just playing around the peripheries. They're going to look out for someone coming in from the blue. But, getting back to Lifecraft, I really thought, they're not going to waste a lot of time. Now, this is going to hurt the rotation, right? Their initial objective to try and contest for the center, as this is the curveball that we were talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Once the map feed is right in front of us, you're going to have a slight idea as to how ridiculous the shift really was.
Exactly, but so far we still have 42 players and 14 teams alive, and the circle is possibly on the right hand side of Paradise Resort, which means that OPT Ryzen, they have to cover a lot of ground, and this is going to be dangerous because at this point a lot of shots are going to be fired. The player to land density is way too high. The player to land ratio is just way too high.
Oh, indeed it is. Now, this is where, you know, again, Team INF can look for a back-to-back chicken dinner, right? They've done the basics right. They asked us, you know, sort of sitting it out. Still sitting at 0 finishes, right? They
Yeah.
haven't opened up the accounts. But for now, we've got the walkouts finally deciding to step out of cover. Not really necessity, but Lifecraft making a movement with their vehicle as Lucifer's just going to prone down at the right moment. They know, they have a slight idea that another player is going to be coming in. It's going to be Duma. Is he that lucky? Survives the first wave. Can he
Oh,
survive the
here it
second one?
comes.
As the M249 goes, bruh. Does not do any amount of damage though. But now he knows that there's someone in the hiding.
Yeah, he's not in hiding anyway. The sound of the M249, but look at the movement. This man is flexing some agile movement out there. He's probably done a lot of cardio this morning. But speaking of cardio, these guys are sweating quite a lot. Lifecraft boys, Ninja Boy has been taking down. This man was quintessential in getting that 1v3 down over there. OPT Rising, they've got that initial knock and finish confirmed, but here they have got to confirm a lot more. They've got Lifecraft, they've got, I believe, P-Wizard as well in the background. A lot of these teams are lurking around, and it's really hard to decipher which team is going against whom, but as something which is confirmed, all of them are just literally going guns.
You know, it's absolute pandemonium right now, especially around that western and the southwestern
Exactly.
side. So many teams just clustered up. But in the meanwhile, walkouts really have a good respite going in for them, as they're not really midst in the fight. But one shot, we've got to see how Player Wizard played around. 3 players surviving for them, and Cholin, he's done such an amazing job, especially for the boys from Brocod. As now King, he's just going to be in the hiding, waiting for Cholin to step out of his cover. And once he does that, he's getting out. But maybe not, because I believe what the players are really up to is the very infamous healing battle.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still the 4th circle, 11 teams and 34 players. They're definitely looking for the heal battle, but so far I haven't really seen any players with that paramount amount of heals.
He's
So-
done.
I mean, look at this
No
guy, 18 bandages. How long are you gonna tie? Keep on tying the bandages around the wound. The wound is all around your body. It's just like mine.
All right.
It's mostly focused around my heart, though, Fixes. It's mostly around the heart.
I really thought it was the otherwise. You were the ones breaking hearts, but well, seems like things are out in the open right now with P-Wizard finally getting that final finish onto its Cholin, as you've got the players of OPT hearing all that commotion any single moment. But what's really bad for Player Wizard right now is they're all stuck onto that one little rock. 3 players, 1 grenade goes in, and it's kaboom, Salty.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving forward from this position is going to be really, really difficult. They've got some smokes. They've got teams lurking around in the background. Greek gods, for them this is an opportunity that they can utilize. They haven't really showed up in this game so far. They spot Team OPT and they spray one man down. Almost no BRF is down as well. Even if a pixel is spotted, this man is going to finish them up. This is time for them to get as many kills as they want. They've got the 4 pairs of eyes, they've got 4 pairs of scopes, and they've got a lot of guns in the process as well. And they're just landing shots on any team that they are inside.
Oh, they're firing bullets in all direction, right? But P-Wizard just survived with 1 player. I believe it's going to be King for them, as Spicy is going to continue his onslaught over there, managing to get whatever he can as Player Wizard Esports finally bow out of this game. Greed Gods, ESP, this could all change for them. You know, that long haul that they've been waiting for. It all changes in a map like this. It all changes in Sanhok as a bust.
Yeah.
Gets 1 more finish to his name, as Juice could be the next potential target.
Absolutely, he has spotted him. He's just scanning his position. Once he spots a pixel, he's going to take him down. But once again, there's a fight going on. Ronaldo gets taken down. Warcraft, they are aggressing. But once again, a third party comes in where Team MG, they are on the offense. Now, Toxic has to go for the repair. They might fall back and move to a different territory, but I don't really think they've got the liberty to do so. Either they can repair the damage and try and bring back Nobita, or they have to go on the offense and try and go after MG after lading a few smokes.
Oh, we've got to see what are they really up to at this point, because now with the circle sort of closing in, I think they have enough time to get Nobita back up, but do they have enough time to get inside the circle safe and sound?
Oh.
As Shoes got out right in the open with the panic. As either way,
Nice toss.
He was sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place, right?
Yeah.
Had he been not taken down with the assault weapon, would have been finished off
He
with a
was
grenade.
literally
Yeah.
stuck between a rock. But anyway, Green got ESP. They're just spraying people down. This shack, it's like a fortress for them. Every single window has been guarded. Warcraft Nobita gets spotted in the AKM. Just sings the songs of death. This man is playing violin on the map of Sanhok.
Right now, Avatar's position, however, has not been compromised, or maybe it has with all the smokes out over there, but it is going to be the walkouts now finally trying to get their own sweet revenge against Infinity.
Avatar.
As Abrar, he's going to be cooking that grenade up, and he finds Kobe. Must be proud. Dude goes down, spots out Wolf as he panically makes that run, and he's going to pay the price for it maybe, but walkouts have a lot of job cut out for them. They need to ensure that they somehow entirely penetrate into the houses of Greek gods.
Absolutely, Shanks still holding on to their location. You can see there's still 4 players surviving. If they get that fallen brethren up, they will be 4 men, and they've got a hard cover as well. Now, walkouts potentially can still compete against them, but that massive difference between their rocks and that compound can be the difference maker in this game so far. Speaking of MG, I don't really think they've got a chance. The last remaining player might also get spotted in some time. In fact, Aro actually takes a leap of faith by getting vulnerable out there, giving away his position. At this point, all you've got to do is disguise in between these grasses and the lush green fields. This is snake time, boys!
This is indeed snake
Oh.
time, but not for Aro, making that little bit of mistake, not being patient enough. Has got to pay the price. His walkouts
Cleaned
experience really coming into play. But this is where Greek gods also can find themselves. But Wolf, oh my goodness, he's putting
The
up quite a fight.
The
But he's gonna
zone!
get inside the circle. Can he? He does though, but will eventually get taken down by Shank.
Oh! What was that? The circle as well as walkouts play tag team to eliminate this. We've got a 1v4 for ourselves. Abbas, all of that they've got to do is find Yuva right now. Just landing those meds, just landing those heals where gods. They're just scanning the circle.
Yeah, I mean, they pretty much know, right? This is their game, and they're going to step out of their burrow. This is the moment they know that this chicken dinner is going to go nowhere. Still has 15 first aids. I believe, it's better at this point, Salty, to sort of give away his life away rather than staying alive eventually, just to give that one little finish point to your opponents. But,
Yeah.
UI is still going to be persistent. He's still going to continue doing that. But this is the moment, where you're going to sort of expect the emotes to be coming up.
I really want to see the other team's perspective. You can see that obviously the meds are gonna come through, but what will Team God do at this point? Like, yeah. The dance parties. They've got the entire club for themselves, a final circle, an exclusive club. I want to pull off these dance moves, but sadly I can't fix this. Can you do them?
Do you think?
I think you would be a
just
fabulous dancer.
You just made a mockery out of me. But regardless, while he was dancing, Salty, I really thought, if you could have just peeked out a little bit,
Yeah.
taken 1 or 2 down, that could have been fun. But
I don't
regardless,
really think he has the liberty of time though. Like, if he tries to maybe keep his
just
finger
get a
away.
knock for the heck of it.
Yeah.
But regardless, it is going to be winner chicken dinner. Ladies and gentlemen, like we had predicted, right? One who gets the center of the circle. Greek Gods Esports had done exactly that, and now are going to be enjoying the fruits of their labor. 9 finishes to their name and exactly what they needed to compensate for the first two bad games.
Exactly. There were a lot of situations where I felt like Shanks was getting caught out in the open all by himself, and I was wondering what is Godspeed doing. But all of those errors have been compensated in this game, and I felt like this is a very good comeback. 24 points. I feel like this is going to be a massive jump, and they will be, if not in the top 8, somewhere close to it. They've got 2 more games to go, and I feel like if those 2 games they can get some decent average 10 or to 8 points, I feel like they will be comfortable inside the top 8.
Oh, certainly. Even in the point standings, we can clearly see how good they have been, right? They've recovered all the points that they kind of lost in the first 2 games, and now they're in contention to sort of get into the top 8, like you just mentioned. But for other teams over here, MG Esports, they put up quite a show, and Infinity, I believe, they've also been one of the more consistent teams out there.
Yeah.
No excuse. I mean, not the ideal position point that they would have wanted, but however, they sort of compensated it with those 5 finishes to their name. But for Linecraft, one of the known teams that we have known and heard of, again another team that has been sort of reformed by Clowny, right? These are not his exact same teammates that were in EXO apparently. So he's got a lot to prove this time. You know, he's created a whole new lineup. The first game was absolutely bang on, but then we've seen a little bit of a steep downhill.
Yeah.
But as we move on to the second half of the point standings now, Team X from memory, man. I mean the way they started off, surely have lost that spark.
Yeah, it's like one of those rocket launches where it just launches, takes off the ground, and then suddenly takes a U-turn and comes back and crashes. But, you know, speaking of another team, I really want to talk about Walkouts and their thing with second place finishes. They get a lot of these finish points for themselves, but what's up with not getting a chicken dinner?
Yeah, you know, as long as they're qualifying, I think they're going to be happy with that. But yeah, hashtag 2curse has existed even for the best teams in the region right now. But Ninja Boy, of course, have to give him credit where it's due. I mean, that one little fight against Brocord, maintaining absolute stealth, you know, just living up to his name. And once he started slicing his enemies, he did not stop. And eventually ended up with 3 finishes. But I think what really stood out for him is his damage numbers. So another game where we kind of anticipate some bigger damage points, but this time it was not that case, right? But as we move on ahead, taking a look at the top 5 players, Salty, I think it's a good mix of the other teams out here, but Greek Gods still will have 2 in the mix.
Yeah, you mentioned Ninja Boy, and I still remember that that performance, especially when he had the short range weapon. I don't remember exactly whether it was the UZ or the UMP. He takes down 2, suddenly switches onto a scoped M4, and he takes down the 3rd.
wow.
It was just, it was excellent. It was textbook BGMI. We'll have like the match summary, and once again you can see we've got to close to 60 finishes, 59. We've got 5 grenade finishes, which is a little improvement, a slight improvement. Vehicle finishes, of course, no. You've got close to 5,000, less than 5,000 healings, man.
Yeah, I was surprised and I'm happy at the same time. It was just Yuva who resorted to the healing battle, but it's fine, right? But what I was really surprised is those 5 grenade finishes, because ideally in Sanhok you do not find a lot of grenades out there, not of a lot of utilities to play around, but still, you know, the teams have really done that. But as we move along further, as we take a look at the FT overview, it has to be Greek Gods holding down right at the center, and you know, just playing very patient, the circle just the way it was supposed to, and have registered the highest damage numbers out there.
Yeah, but of course there's nobody who's probably gotten an Empire State building for themselves. It's mostly a 1600 average, more like the average skyscrapers that we get to see every now and then. But otherwise you can see a lot of teams, especially YTS, especially X7, those teams, they're yet to kind of build on something big. The last 2 games will be their last opportunities. Now, they've worked for this the entire year, they've worked for this for quite a long time. One day is the opportunity that you get to kind of make a name for yourself. They really have to put up a performance to show for.
You know, I think this is something got to do with the animals, right? Yesterday we had the dying pandas.
Oh
who
my
were
God,
not really doing great, and today we have K7. So maybe this is a little insider tip: do not have your logos around animals, and maybe you could have a good game, or albeit. But as we take a look at a certain squad, we would have maybe maybe which team do you think? A spotlight on Greek gods?
Yeah, of course. I mean, there is no other team, to be honest, that has performed as well as they did in terms of finishes and in terms of getting the chicken dinner as well. 9 finishes. You've got 1600 odd damage. You've got 1 headshot, 13 assists. Really good stuff from this entire team. A really good comeback. It was an overall performance. If you think of the general strategy, they had the circle for the entirety. They had control over it for the entirety, and that is the best part about it. The way they defended their fortress is what makes them different. If they can do this in Erangel and Miramar that are yet to come, I feel like they will feel very confident for the coming rounds that are there.
Yeah, I think if you talk about Ninja, right? We've got so many amazing players out there, but this is the Ninja boy that we've been talking about. That Lil play, around taking down the players of Brocode over there, and look at his performance graph, right? In match number 2, he was not able to achieve a lot, being survived, and I think he had to focus a lot on staying alive. But as we transitioned into match number 3, that is where he really got online, got those 3 finishes for his team. But still, even for Lifecraft, the kind of expectations that you kind of have from them, they're not meeting it, right? And that is where the questions are going to be raised. But again, coming down to teams like Infinity or even the likes of Greek gods, I've loved what they're doing, right? Keeping things really simple, which is going to be even shown during the highlights. If we have the map around that, they were not in the midst of the fight. They were steering away from it. They were respecting the circle. But for Lifecraft, it was a whole different story.
Exactly. Now, see, Lifecraft was successful in their aggressive approach at the start of the map, at the start of the day as well. They were very successful in getting that aggressive gameplay up and running. But when it actually comes to consistency, I feel like this is where the other teams, whereas your Godspeed, the other teams who are shining bright, they actually take the upper edge because they are respecting the circle, just like you mentioned. They are preserving their resources whenever it's necessary.
But
this nade, yeah, dude, blows 2 players into pieces.
It was absolutely insane. But again, lost accuracy. Could have certainly won this fight, man. But you've got to give it to the cojones on Navy, right? He had his teammates finished off. He was all by his lonesome, but still did not give up. But look at how. Avatar, I do not know how does he survive that. But lately, we all know grenades were nerfed a little bit. Mollies were buffed. But, it's going to hurt you when you just inflict 98 points of damage and you just, that one little player survives with 2 points of HP. And
you would better die. You would better die than surviving with that, because at that point you're possibly not even breathing. You can just have your one eye open. Am I alive? Am I alive? You can't even believe.
You sort of get deafened, right? Just after the grenade hits, you look, your eyes all, your vision's completely blurry. You do not know what's happening, but still you've got to recover, right? You're in the fight, and this is the clutch that we were talking about, right?
Yeah.
All by his lonesome, he's stuck on, and I really felt the players of Brocode just came down one after the other. Cholan could have certainly provided that cover fire, but this is where the pressure sort of strikes in, right? This is where he has to make that decision. Should I go help? Should I commit? Because he still had that anonymity going along with him. Had he shot from the sidelines, had he gotten not just 1 but 2 knocks, I think then Lifecraft could have been under heavy pressure.
Exactly, but here comes confidence, right? What decision do you make? Do you go in aggressive, or do you maintain that anonymity that you mentioned? I can survive, I can get some placement points for my team. What's more important?
Now for Lifecraft, now the biggest bummer was that last one fight that they engaged in was for quite so long. Now they were searching out for Cholan. In the meanwhile, they kind of wasted all their time and resources, and they had to take the vehicles to get inside the zone, right? And that is where they completely got abolished, right? And that is something that they've got to keep wary of. You've got to keep note of what is happening, because it's Sanhok. In the final few circles, a lot of teams would have already taken the center. Now you've already late to the party. Either play around the edges or rather go for the healing battle, but just ramming inside. They were trying to exude confidence, but they were sort of complacent about the fact that there's so many other teams and they're gonna get taken down. I think they got a good reality check.
Exactly. Speaking of walkouts though, every single game their rotation and their zone prediction, you have to praise a team where it's due, and I feel like their IGL is just doing such a good job in leading the team to good positions every single time. Yeah, they are having trouble in finishing the game at the number 1 spot, but I don't think that's important. At the end of the day, if you are at the number 1 spot in terms of overall points, that's what it matters. Chicken dinners don't get you extra brownies.
Yeah, of course, and no extra moolah for getting chicken dinners over here in the foreseeable future. We do not know. That's when that could matter. But for now, what it really matters is to stay in the top 8. I think in which walkouts are doing a phenomenal job. I believe they're still the table toppers considering the amount of finishes that they're getting. But regardless, you know, one good thing about walkouts I like, it's just not a one-man show for them. It's every single player sort of doing their own role, doing their own job, and making sure that their team attains that glory and success. You've got Yuva on the backlines, you've got Blackbeard on the front, and then you've got Abrar also helping, and Mr. Spray. That experience that comes into play, it is something that you cannot really quantify, right? And what he puts on the table for his team. But again, you know, this Sanhok game, if you have to kind of sum it up, had been a really fast-paced game because we were witnessing action right from minute 1, and it sort of kind of kept on coming. There were not a lot of moments where we thought that the game might just die down over here. It was action back and forth.
Exactly, and that is the general trend right now. Most of the players, they're like, you know, Sanhok game is turning out to be boring. We don't want to play Sanhok. We want to play Erangel and Miramar. But this game was actually pretty interesting.
That is where the discussion comes in. Bring back Vikendi. I want Vikendi. But now
it's very hot here.
Indeed, but thankfully we've got our studios completely chill. But yeah, I mean, I am one of those advocates. I've been saying I'd love to see some Vikendi action, but right now what I'm enjoying about Sanhok is the fact that teams are not finally resorting to the healing battles, which is eventually going to come. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head for a short little break. We're going to be right back after this.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है। थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता। बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई। और अरविंद उर्फ शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल ताला। चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और 2 हाथ का गेम नहीं है। इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है। बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ। आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ।
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच। कि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट. Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो in-game reader ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है. कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती. विदाउट यू एज द सपोर्ट ये गेम नहीं चलती. योर फ्रेंड्स आर वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑन द बैटलग्राउंड्स. फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Download now.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
my biggest weakness is
that I'm a real giver, you know. I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex.
Arey bhai,
Can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode. Beast mode, guys! Come on, let's go! I scout kar rahe hain, yaar. Hello, respond!
I just can't push people against their will, you know. Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me.
अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के साथ में भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है.
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
Well, that was a nice break, wasn't it? I mean, I had some chips of my own. What did you have? Some coconut water?
I'd gone for a stroll and I'd come back and I see that the gods have dominated the map of Sanhok. And I was pretty disappointed that I had to go for a walk. Like,
sad,
I
bro.
really thought that I'd
Sad.
go enjoy the weather for a minute. But it looks like this is... I
The
think
weather in
gods-
Sanhok was pretty good, though. It was hot, but it was windy because it's the tropical islands. But speaking of weather, I mean, the weather in the next map is probably not as pleasant because it's in the deserts. You know, it's in the deserts of Miramar where you've got a lot of rough terrains and a lot of these sand dunes. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of Miramar, the map is ready and the players are ready as well. We're gonna start ASAP. But I want to know from you. What do you think of this game so far?
I strongly feel MG Esports are going to dominate in this match if they continue to play how they played in the previous map itself, because I saw the crosshairs was so damn perfect. The recoil control was so good on that long range in the map of Sanhok. If they continue to do that, they can do wonders in this match. All these things said and done, I want to see how Livecraft can, you know, craft out another different story altogether in the map of Miramar. And let's not forget that this time the Wounded Lions are going to be the walkout. So they'll be wanting to roar better.
I mean, to be honest, walkouts, they would definitely want a chicken dinner for themselves. But just like Fixes mentioned, and right now, their long-term goal would be broken into some short-term goals, but they only have to qualify for round 2. You mentioned it in yesterday as well, where a lot of these teams wouldn't really want to place all their cards on the table right from the start. Few strategies, you know, let's keep them private. When the next rounds comes in, when tougher opponents come up front, you might show them.
Yeah, but I'm telling, you know, strategies is one thing altogether and experimenting is another thing altogether. So you do understand that you're performing really, really well and you're not going to let go of your strategy. Rather switch roles to check whether, you know, your support can sometimes be an assaulter, giving him an opportunity. Can the IGL actually switch on with an assaulter and check whether, you know, sometimes even if he goes in early, whether the team can manage. So some experiments like that could take place, not the strategies, but yeah, all things said and done, walkouts in the previous game, I do believe, did not stick on to their main strategy. But I'm looking out for this boy, Ninja Boy, doing an amazing job. I mean, I really love the way you did mention it was a textbook, you know, gameplay. I do agree on that point. beautiful work. Counting your bullets is one of the most important things you need to learn in this game. So sometimes you become so, it becomes a muscle memory in such a way that you know this is the amount of seconds I need to hold and immediately press on the switch. And that was perfect coming from the side of Ninja Boy. So I expect them to perform better in this game as well.
One team that I'm really looking forward to is Livecraft.
Yeah.
They set our expectations high right from the first game itself. They are an experienced team. I'm not really sure where they are in the overall points table. I would have loved to know if they are in the top 8, because there was a slump in form. Me and Fixes, we were discussing about a rocket, a spaceship that kind of launches and then kind of turns, it takes a U-turn and falls back and crash lands immediately. That sort of a thing, what we were associating Livecraft with. But I really want to see that rocket being rebuilt and being launched into space once again. They've got 2 more maps to go, and I feel there's enough time for redemption.
Yeah, that's what I said. Probably they were trying to experiment, and that's why the rocket projectile went the other way around. But one thing is for sure, we'll be looking forward to see how the other teams will be able to cope up. The Gods did perform really well in this game, right? So they would want to continue be consistent in doing that, at least in the next match, so that in the final map they can concentrate on getting an average of 10 for themselves, so that they can make it into the top 8. As we have always spoken about this, your priority is coming into the top 8. The first 2 maps gone bad. In the beginning, when we started off the show, I told you, the first 2 map doesn't go your way. You have one, wild card over there. That is the map of Sanhok. You perform better over there, get your momentum and come back. You have two more maps to bounce back. And I think Gods are on that, momentum right now, and they might make it into the top 8 easily.
Definitely. I feel like one problem, Godspeed, I mentioned this with Fixes as well, one problem that they are facing in the first 2 games was finding themselves out in the open right at the start of the game. There were occasions on Erangel, on Miramar, where I saw Shank from Godspeed getting caught out in front of 4 players out in the open all by himself, and there's nobody to give him cover right at the start of the game. But I felt like in Sanhok, they kind of restructured themselves. They kind of were like, all right, guys, let's chill. Let's peace out right at the start of the game. Let's try and preserve and turn a compound into a fortress. And how wonderfully they defended that compound. That was brilliant.
I really love the way the game went, because it was all sticking to the basics, as you said, and it's the most important thing for us to do. Now, there's a bigger shift coming in from a small map to the... It's not like just shifting into Erangel to make a mid-range battle. Immediately, they need to shift it to a long-range battle. This variation, when it's coming on the screen, which team do you think is going to be the team which is going to be putting up a bit bigger impact?
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, we have an interesting graphic for you guys. We've got a squad spotlight, and let's see which is the squad that has performed the best in the last 3 games so far.
Obviously.
I mean, no surprises out there. We've got walkouts with 33 finishes. We've got 6,000 damage points, 4 headshots in total, 28 assists, and an average survival time of 24.5. Not 24 minutes 50 seconds. I mean, to be honest, averaging 11 kills per game in the last 3 games, or rather the first 3 games that they've played in an official tournament, I feel like it's a very big statement. Of course, walkouts, they are already very, very experienced. They played AGIS as well. They've played previous official tournaments. So this was more of an easier round for them to kind of showcase their skills. But the way they've done it, it's fabulous.
Yeah, but this was the whole point. They played match 2 like as if it was their home ground. The next match, probably they became a little overconfident, and that's why they could attain only 5 finishes for themselves with a total of 831 finishes, 831 damage. So the most important point for them to right now concentrate is not let this grab dip a little more further. Try to lift it up yet again. All these things said and done, we were talking about this map of Miramar, and I did ask you a question as to which team do you vouch yourself for, or which you're placing your bets on. If I was to ask you that again, which team is that going to be?
I love an underdog story. I feel like that tag fits Godspeed perfectly.
Yep,
the way
agreed.
they came up in Sanhok, I feel like that momentum is going to be carried. We move on to see some beautiful drone shots of this map of Miramar. Of course, speaking of the weather, it's not really good over there, but speaking of the general beauty of it, I feel like there's a lot of it. There's a popular phrase, Arka, the beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder.
Yep, I think you're able to say beauty in the beast at this point of time, because this is one map which is turning out to be a hell of a show is what I would like to say. No matter how close you are, yet you feel so far. And sometimes no matter how far you are, that grenade projectile is going to make you feel that you're pretty much close to your enemies. So all these things said and done, the flight path is going to be coming on our screens anytime soon. Name me one place which you feel will be in the path of the, of the flight path which is going to be flying up in the air. One place.
Chumacera.
Oh, I hope so. That means you're going to the southern side of the map.
Yeah.
Hopefully, if that happens, and you and me very well know that, I've been vouching for prison zone to happen, which is very, very less for us to see. Or probably a Porto one. You want to see some final circles in the waters of the Miramar, which is very, very rare for us to see.
Maybe. I wouldn't mind that. I would want some spicy affair as well. But ladies and gentlemen, our plane has taken off. Our announcer is announcing in the airport, and me, that is Salty, is going to be your captain for the day with co-captain Mr. Arca. We have the flight path. Arca, would you love to describe it for us?
I mean, I still feel oh my goodness, you're going to be blessed a little bit lesser than what you expected. Almost passing by Chumacera. The flight path is going over Los Leones, starting from somewhere near Minas and ending up towards the side of prison or Los Higos. So I really love the way this flight path is going, because it's going to challenge everybody who's trying to go towards the side of San Martin, Crater Fields or El Pozo. But at the same time, if team chooses not to go towards the northern side of the map and stay towards the southern side of the map, I still feel they're going to be blessed with a lot. But we can see a huge chunk of teams are actually going towards the side of Campo yet again. So the map of Miramar is heavily contested on the northeastern side of the map. Could this be the new meta?
Possibly. Getting that corner of the map right at the start, Campo Militar. Obviously, rotation is going to be a big factor. I feel like a lot of these teams, if they don't get vehicles, you mentioned a big chunk of the teams are moving towards Campo Militar, and you get only a few vehicles over there. So a lot of these teams, they would have to walk their way towards the circle. Now, all of it depends where the circle is forming, but you can see more or less, yes, the teams are spread, but oh my god, this circle! BG, my gods. This is not good.
This is what I said. You were trying to see the beauty in the beast, my friend. Look at how the zone is formed up, trying to go to the center of Los Leones. I just hope it keeps shifting to the southern side and challenge everybody near the shores of this map. And that is what the viewers also will be vouching for. But ultimately, the early scum is pretty much possible towards the southern side of Los Leones right now, and also towards the side of Al Azhar, because there are around 3 to 4 teams fighting it out over there. And over here we are able to see the Fear versus MG. This love story seems not to end.
It never will end. I mean, to be honest, Furex official, they're still in the back lines in terms of overall performances due to these early skirmishes. For them, the first objective would be to get their grocery shopping done and get the hell out of here as soon as possible. Because MG Esports, honestly, they've been on a high. They've had their moments, they've had their good times and bad times as well. But when it comes to taking those 4v4 fights, I feel like they're very well equipped.
I mean, at this point of time, a lot of things are running in my head, basically, because there's going to be a long journey for the teams on the northeastern side. They have to travel. The rotations is something which we have to discuss right now, because Graveyard is one place, they would also want to come in from, but San Martin and Picado, or these are the places, but the first blood has already been drawn, and that is going against the side of Wild Magic Warcraft, and I don't know who picked it up. Oh, it's the Dark family who wants to turn out to be the beasts in this game.
Absolutely. First frag for them. The match has officially started, but you can see that Infinity versus Lifecraft is also turning out to be an affair. Clowny gets a smoke, escapes, but you've got the M249 as well. Dude, might just prone, try and take a shot, try and take a spray. The bullets go brr, but the vehicle survives. I mean,
basics, yet again, basics. You did say, in case he had fallen flat on his tummy, probably could have had a better control of that. But all these things said and done, it's all about, it's all about the pressure, abundant pressure which has been built up from the first 3 games.
Absolutely. But yeah, speaking of Clowny, this man just survived an M249 himself. His vehicle, I feel, is also quite healthy considering the fact that most of those bullets didn't connect. But yeah, these two teams, you were talking about them, MG and Fear, they've got compounds for themselves. They've literally got an entire section of the city that they're in. So no skirmish yet. They can comfortably loot their own zone. Speaking of zones, you've got once again, ladies and gentlemen, quite a very southern zone. Almost 40% of it is under coverage of water. The zone also kind of quits the map itself as well a little bit. But as far as we know, at the end of the 4th or the 5th circle, most of the zone is going to abandon the water and get back in the lands unless we get to see something extreme.
Yeah, but I really love the strategy coming in from the side of MG Esports. It was both Kaushik and his teammate. They knew that there's one window from where an enemy can peek. So one started to taunt him, the other one started to spray him down. Due to which I feel this strategy wasn't that successful because both of them had to deal a lot of damage, and now they're going in for some healing. All these things said and done, still late rotation is something most of these teams are choosing. I really love the silence before the storm, because ultimately we all know once the gatekeeping starts, all these teams will be fighting it out with one another.
Absolutely. Silence is quintessential. Silence is golden. And that is what we get to see right now. I mean, we have a look at the map on our screens and we can see that most of the teams, they are quite comfortable. We don't really get to see any sort of early skirmish. This is probably the only duel that might happen between Fear and MG. Otherwise, most of the teams are very comfortable. They've got their own zones. There is no sign of any sort of early skirmish. Now, the only thing that comes to my mind when I see a lot of silence is how many teams are going to survive till the final circle. How many teams are going to survive till the 4th and the 5th circle. If most of them survive, if most of them do survive, then a term that I mentioned, the player to land density that we would get to see in that situation would be way too high. And a lot of those actions will be third parties and fourth parties. Consequences are there for everything, Arka.
I agree on this point completely. But look at the kisses being thrown at one another over here between Fear and MG. But ultimately, one was able to connect perfectly towards the forehead. And ultimately, it was so heavy that Fear had to get down on his knees. That's going to be Lucifer, who needs to be revived immediately. MG had hit the iron when it's hot. It was important for them to push in immediately. Try to get a little more closer to their enemies so that they can convert. They could convert that knock to a finish. All these things said and done. MG looks like they do not want to do it. They still want to take this fight a little more longer. Miran would be happy to bring up his friend to his feet, but at the same time tell him that please stop doing this.
True. I feel like a wise decision would be to just withdraw from this fight and not use any more resources, because see, at the end of the day, there is quite a big distance in between those teams, and there is no way that after executing a knock they are gonna go in for the finish, because by the time you try and reach the other compound, the team has already revived the player and he's back healthy. So both the teams know that this is just like you mentioned, flying kisses exchange, a little love story that happens between in the neighborhoods, but with, of course, no real result. But anyway, getting back to the point, I feel like there's no use of wasting those medkits, there's no use of wasting those bandages early on in the game. Rather preserve them for the final fights, because most of the circles in Miramar would come out in the open. You would need those added smokes, those added healings at the fag end of the game when the battle would be real and raw.
Now, Los Leones is slowly getting to be crowded at this point of time. We can see that Bro Code officials are also choosing to go towards this place. They did scope in to see somebody on the mountains. I think they was able to look at, I think from Lovecraft or somebody who's trying to be there up top. Or WD is on the other side, or also, on the move at this point of time. Everybody are going southern towards the side of Impala. I can see another 2-3 teams trying to come in a bit more closer. Let's not forget the drop has happened towards the side of Higos. And I just love the way the zone is going to be forming up next. Please pray God that it goes to the complete southern side. For now, it's going to be Next versus S4.
No.
And what a gameplay coming in from the side of Octon. He has done the damage. He sees another person admin in his crosshairs at this point of time, but escaped really well. No excuse. Is not going to give any excuses in confirming these two people and getting one finish point or so for the team.
Yeah, they've got 2 for the team as well. And Octon, he was really great right at the start of it all. Now, not really sure why did the other team, that is Dark Family, decide to kind of move away from this fight. They still had 2 more survivors. They could have gone for this, but they're still looking for placement points. Now, this one topic, there's a very healthy debate that goes on that at the fag end of the day, when you are fighting for survival, do you really want to play for placement points? Because right now, average isn't going to make you survive. Speaking of survival, Team LA, they're not going to survive because Octane, this man is going on a rampage. The spray was fabulous, and this team is already on their vehicles. They want to get those kills confirmed.
I love the way Navi and Octave, both of them put their crosshairs to one enemy and try to put them down. Probably they were aiming in for the vehicle so that it get destroyed completely, but it was so precise that finally they were able to land bullets to the skulls and bring them down. All these things said and done, the circle yet again shift a little more towards the side of Egos. I don't think so it's going to be blessed with a water fight over here, but you know, walkouts on the other side. Mr. Spray has done the job, confirmed a person over here, put up another finish point for the team. He's not burning much of his resources as well. I know that he'll start farming those crates and probably move around a little more, but I love their strategy coming up. Let's be on the shores, and if something happens, then let's try to climb some mountains when our backs are cleared.
Exactly. Walkouts for them, the general strategy has been to try and preserve the resources as much as possible. You would never see walkouts engage in early skirmishes, early fights at the start of the game. They would rather be like, alright guys, let's farm bodies, just like you like to call it. Let's just loot these crates and get some healthy resources. At the fag end of the game though, this team kind of unleashes all that experience, unleashes all that gunpowder that they possess. Just like you mentioned, Mr. Spray, you've got Abrar, you've got Yuva, all these players. They know how to get those frags for themselves, and they can absolutely abominate the lobby, and that is what they do. That is what they've done so far, and in this game also they would probably want to do it.
Now the most important point we need to look at is going to be instant replay, where we can see that, you know, 2 players. Look at the shots being connected over there. I was looking at the kill, you know, the feed which is coming on the news feed which is coming on the left. It was pretty much clear that Navi was the person who put both of them down and gave those valuable points. At the same time, Spray on the other side against Nobita. I mean, Nobita was it Nobita or Nobi? I think it's Nobi. Yeah. If it was Nobita, I know the fight would have been a little more intense between these two, because both of them can go head on in a frontal battle. But yes, I really like the way things went over there.
Absolutely. Speaking of things, we still have 58 players surviving. We haven't had so many fights right at the start of it all. This is Team X7. They kind of spot Team Extra Memory. Now, we've got to talk about this team. Fulkore and his men, they've been really good right at the start. They've been really good in the map of Erangel, but look at this, right? They are in the middle of nowhere. They're getting shot. They're getting sprayed down from Team X7. In mid, their rotations haven't really been the best. Even in the map of Miramar, where you would probably expect this team to kind of shine because their long distance game is just so good. But even now, they are sort of caught in the middle of nowhere, and I feel like this is just a rough patch for them that they are going through.
Somewhere I feel that late rotations is something they're trying to choose, due to which, you know, they're coming in close proximity with other teams, which is not going their way. Probably if they try to, you know, move around a little more faster than they usually do, that is when, you know, they might not find any enemies close to them. But all these things said and done, it looks like Liftcraft could be coming in close proximity with another team. I think they could hear those, you know, vehicles moving around, but on the other side, Infinity versus the side of Saw. What's going to happen over here, as dude is going to be cooking up a grenade right to the corner of that. Admin is also cooking up one. It's the Dark Family in front of us at this point of time. I really want to see whether they'll be able to survive the side of Infinity, because every time they unleash themselves on a team, they make sure that they confirm those finishes very well. Gigots on the other side gets eliminated on the 16th position with 0 finishes. Zero on the other side, he's like, I'm not gonna let any of my grenades go with the 0 finishes. I'm gonna do some damage or the other, and Infinites are right now gonna be pushing up as hard as possible. I just wish it was a 3 to 4 man squad. Dark Family on this other side also gets finished off with just 1 finish in their name.
Yeah, I mean, Dark Family, poor for them, especially when I kind of felt like, you know, they were in a position holding that top floor of that compound. They were trying to preserve that staircase, especially in Miramar, where you've got these long staircases, and when you kind of climb those staircases, you can guard that pretty easily, especially when you've got all those players left. But nah, That didn't happen. Infinity, especially Zero, lobbing in those grenades, destroying that fortress, and the setup that they had, the formation that they had, the defensive formation, that was broken apart, and immediately the frontal offense moves in. I loved it. But look at the circle, Arca. You love some crazy shifts. Yeah, I know the shift is not according to your likings, but it's still a hard shift. It's still.
But there's a blessing in this, guys. You wanted the flight path to go over Tumasera.
Yes!
But the zone, the zone has formed over Tumasera and giving an opportunity for the kind of fights you're looking out for. Jungly Wolf on the other side was able to hunt down a player over here. Zero on the other side is going to pan him out of the game and make sure that, you know, when you finish somebody, you're not going to use some lead. On the other side, Inferno, this team is looking pretty much promising, especially in this game, and that's going to be Infinity. They've got a total of 3 finishes. All of them are looking very strong. All of them are choosing only buggies to move around as well. That shows that they've unleashed their aggressive mode in this game.
Yeah, kind of. The circle, though, has sort of, just like you mentioned, is moving towards. Tumasera has covered a slight tiny bit of it. Most of these teams coming in from the southern end, from the southern shore of the map in itself, are going to find themselves compounds. Now, we've only got 14 teams left in the game. Third circle just yet. Most of them will be in mid-rotation. I'm expecting some mid-rotation fights, honestly, because all these teams on the move, they love to get into fights. They love to spot players and take them down, and that is exactly what they do. No excuse. They got some sounds and they go for it immediately. One player gets taken down immediately. Cover fire comes in. There is some sort of third party involved as well, as Team Infinity is in the background. Octane needs to be very, very careful. Finishes the job, smokes it up, falls back immediately. This is what you do. Get some finishes, fall back.
I mean, I agree on that point that is how your strategy has to be. But at the same time, stealing kills is also something they're trying to do. Broke out Whiskey on the other side. He wants to get more for himself. He wants to push out and confirm. Oh, he gets the second one, but from far away. Jungly Wolf has a different story to say. He is like, stop doing what you're doing because you're stealing my kills, my friend.
Yeah. Absolutely. Infinity in good position, though. I mean, I love the fact that they've gotten some frags for themselves with no real trade-off. Of course, I can see that Zero has been taken down, but he will be revived back up. But that needs to happen quickly because I feel like Team No Excuses, they're looking forward to damage Infinity when they're really hurt. Now, they are actually hurt right now. One player is down, an added man advantage for No Excuses. If they push right now, this would be the perfect opportunity to get some more finishes in their name. But so far, so forth, Zero is gonna come back. He's gonna get resurrected once again. Meanwhile, Team No Excuses are gonna head out of this zone itself.
I really love to see how this clash is going to turn out, as it's going to be NEX versus Liftcraft is going to go take place. The Shogun who's almost down. Navi is also one person in the crosshairs at this point of time. Navi is going to stop. It's better stop and save his teammate, or else I don't think so. It's going to be a good end for the side of Nexus. I really love the way Liftcraft has designed this fight. You know, they were like immediately stop, try to strike fear in the enemies so that at least one person gets down on his knees. We're going to confirm him, get that finish point, and then move forward, and they've successfully done it. Ninja Boy on the other side, he was the one who initiated that and converted it successfully. Now they have another team right in front of them. It's going to be Infernos and Infinity, and let's see whether Liftcraft will be able to do the same thing they did for the previous team.
Dude, it's so funny. Clowny just went right in front of the other team. But speaking of teams, we've got Warcraft and P-Wizard right in front of us. Warcraft, one man is down. Another repercussion as well. Grenades being cooked in. King, what can he potentially do? Nice shot with a 3x. One shot coming in from the other direction to try and add firepower to what is already existing. Sohel has been knocked down. King has been knocked down. Team Warcraft is trying to retaliate. Speaking of retaliation, the floor is lava. This man is burning, but all he wants is to burn his opponents down. A Molotov comes in, but it's not gonna be accurate enough. You can see there is another team at the top of the cliff, and they're gonna be the top of the hill. They are gonna scavenge all the kills from this location.
Absolutely. Now they were the person who was doing the third party and trying to deal some damage over here, but Liftcraft on the other side have got closer to fear and finish them as well. And I really love the way they're turning this game into their favor. Somewhere when I felt that it's going to be hard for them to play around in this game, they're proving me wrong. On the other side, it's going to be Warcraft against the side of PWs. I really want to see whether Warcraft will be able to put the right kind of equation, but it looks like it's going to be other teams from far away actually doing the damage, and the grenades stealing those finishes.
Yeah, it is. We've got Beard Baba as well. Now, we have seen walkouts do this so many times. The Mini 14 with the 8X, they just go for these scavengers. They just go for these third parties. Bro, he's just lying there. Let him live with peace. But no, Beard Baba has other plans. This man wants to scavenge some kids. Now, see, speaking of third parties, it was Team X7 that was third party. This is literally a fourth party the Team Walkouts is doing. They haven't engaged in any single 4v4 fights, but they've got 6 finishes in the name already.
That's the whole point. You better not be the patty in the sandwich. And at this point of time, we can see that it was not only Warcraft, it was one other team who came right into the center, and it's pretty much visible on the screens right now. Now there's a double drop also coming in to one corner. Let's see which team will dare to go forward in front of them. But on the other side, let's not forget the main bigger picture over here. Walkouts has to look out to the eastern side because there's another team slowly coming in towards them. It's not only Infinity but also Nex, who really know very well how to take them down.
Yeah, we have an average of 3 players surviving per team. You can see that most of the team have 3 players surviving. Few have 2 players surviving as well. So the teams at the top, Lifecraft and Walkout, this is their opportunity. You mentioned one team that was not performing, that was Lifecraft. This map, they've really shown up 12 finishes with 4 players surviving. This is their game to lose. If they don't win this game, I am going to be so pissed off. But speaking of P-Wizard, you can see the King has been taken down. Once again, this grenade warfare is exaggerating way more than necessary, and Warcraft wants to put a full stop right to this. Jiggle shots come right through, invades the compound, drop shot, and here comes the cavalry. Reinforcement! One shot! This man abominates every single player. One drop shot clean sweeps the entire crew, and here we have a highlight moment for us, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, I just love that fight. More analysis on that anytime soon. But on the other side, Infinity is also going to be doing a load of damage against the side of OPT at this point of time. One more person gets taken out because of the vehicle blast. I think Jungly Wolf is also trying to destroy all possible places of explosion as they want to conquer this part of the circle immediately. Yeah. But one thing about the previous fight, there was a big advantage for him. All he had to do was aim at the head at any given point of time because he had a counter in front of him. He couldn't do anything else but aim above the, above the waist. And if it connects well, we all know what's going to happen when it's a headshot.
Absolutely. Spray and pray that it is a headshot. But nonetheless, we've got walkouts once again, chasing after no excuses. The smoke is a nice smoke, but little does he know that spray is on the other angle. I love the smoke over there actually. Not only it kind of disguises their presence, they also get some time to get that player back up, but no, it doesn't happen. Now, walkouts are again in the advantage. Team Infinity, they are surviving with 3 players and 9 finishes. Lifecraft sadly take the backseat, but here we have
I love the way you were planning this all out, coming in from the other angle. Spray is also pushing in from the center, from far away. Abrar is actually grabbing all the attention, and we know that Beard Baba for the first time is falling back and playing safe because he's one person who always comes forward for an assault. But these smokes is just going to reveal the location of dude. I just hope he knows what he's doing at this point of time. Slowly, he also is able to understand that there are teams trying to come in from the other angle. Dude misses it. There was a point where I really thought that he could get taken out because of coming in from this angle, but Mr. Spray will be landing those bullets into his head any second soon, and we can expect him to get taken down very soon.
Now, he's got some sort of reinforcements, but he decides to actually go against it, tries to push up, but that doesn't really pay off. You've got Infinity who have lost another player. Look at this. We've got a 4v4, 3v2, 2v2 situation. Now P-Wizard, they're struggling really bad. Now X7, Chiku gets caught behind. The rest of the players are ahead. What are you behind? Now one shot, it gives him a tremendous advantage. He's going to get his player back up, but they've not got no healings for themselves. How are they going to react to this? The circle is shifting, and they've got to move right now. Walk out there at the dead center, not at the center of the circle, but they've got a commanding region over it. Team MG, and the spray comes in. The vehicle destroys. The vehicle destruction takes down Kaushik, and basically Dinesh and the entirety of MG is almost down and out.
Yeah, and I really love the way Team X7 is playing this. They know that they have done the damage. There are only 1 or 2 players of MG pretty much close to them. That's why they want to play it really safe. Faith is one of those person who has to stick with Miracle at this point of time. When you have faith in miracles, I do believe that you can do wonders.
Absolutely. Faith and Miracle. That is probably the building blocks of life, but here you have Walkout still trying to look for better position. Team Infinity stuck in between a rock and a hard place. They're basically stuck in an open ridge right now. The ridge that you see is the only form of cover that they have,
nice
and they're
one.
trying to add some smokes to it. You can see some grenades being popped off. They really want to preserve this little ridge that Mr. Spray has conquered. If he pushes him back, it will give them a lot more space to maneuver, but that is not the case. Mr. Spray is adamant. He has let his teammates come in this position as well, and now they're going for the offense. It's bad for Wolf as well as Aro. Grenades being popped in. It's right in that pocket, and if it explodes, there's no way it's going to be out of their radius. It is bad news for Team Infinity, Arca.
I do believe that, you know, the Lady Luck is actually kissing the foreheads of Infinity at this point of time. No matter the dunes, they were still able to dodge all those throwables which came in towards them. But PW on the other side, I don't know what was he trying to do, but ultimately lost a player. One shot on the other side is also going to be losing himself, thanks to Yua OP from far away trying to land those shots. But ultimately, look at what's happened over here. WO are the only team with 4 men standing, and this is the key for their success all the time. But Mr. Spray gets taken out. Infinity is trying to push in as quickly as possible. They have a chance to put another player down, but Beard Baba shows who's the boss when it comes to a close range battle at this point of time. He wants to take down Inferno as well, because the last man standing, if he confirms him, that's going to be another finish in the name of Walkouts. 12 finishes here. Yet again, Walkouts are going to be walking out with some pride in the second round itself.
Yeah, might even get their first chicken dinner of the day so far. Yuva going in for the spray, but I feel like that buggy has been destroyed already. MG have found some sort of cover, but where do they go from here on? Because you can look at the minimap, they're outside the circle, and Walkouts are slowly progressing forward. They've got the circle for themselves, they've got a lot of cover, they've got all the ridges, they control the entirety of the real estate that we see in front. When you control real estate, you are rich. When you're rich, you're the king. That is exactly what we see right now. Team X7, nothing, just a simple buggy Arca.
It looks like these two are playing for the second position rather than going in head-on with the side of Walkouts. We can see that there's a person trying to run away. Not the wise decision, my friend, as MGs is going to be surviving over here. I just hope that they had manpower in their favor so that this fight could have been much, much better. But Abrar, he wants to use an AWM to end the game over here. He's not got any finishes in this name, so it's going to be a mini versus an AWM. We all know how this might end in case both of them come into the crosshairs of one another. Look at the rush coming in from the side of, MG on the other side wants to give up his life outside the circle. A very, very smart thing to do. It's a point not given is equal to a point gained.
Yeah, true that. I feel like that was a very wise move at the end of it all. I mean, to be honest, Walkout should be happy for themselves after such a brilliant performances in every single game that they have played. They finally get the reward for it, the winner chicken dinner. Now, me and Fixes, we've been talking a lot about the fact that chicken dinners aren't really important, but you know what? You want to get yourself some non-veg meal after a hard-working day.
I do believe that, as long as you're not vegan, that can stand good for you.
100%.
And otherwise you can just, take that and throw it away. into somebody's hands. But Walkouts yet again impressing on the second day itself with a total of 13 finish points and 15 placement points. The best part about the team Walkout, which I've been seeing, is that they maintain the consistency between finish and placement points, and that is why they're always able to place themselves about 25 points in total.
Yeah, dude, the consistency is unmatched. But I have to give credits to two teams. That is going to be Infinity and MG Esports. They've been very, very consistent, both with their finish points as well as with their placement points as well. Every single game, they are about around the 10 to 15 marker, which is our primary criteria for qualification right now. That is the top 8. Now, I kind of feel disappointed with Liftcraft because they had 12 finishes right at the start of the game. I felt like that team was doing perfectly, especially with Clowny and Ninja Boy and all these guys who were just shining bright. We have a look at the second page where it doesn't really look all that bright. I mean, I was rooting for Greek God Esports, but Sanhok was their favorite map. It doesn't feel like Miramar is one of their strongest.
The whole point is this: if you lose momentum in one map, it's going to be hard for you to gain in another. That wildcard map was much, much better, but MVP yet again is going to be Beard Baba. He's been showing everybody out that, his beard is darker than any of their hearts.
Yeah, dude. But speaking of finishes, he got himself 5, and now we've got 5 top players of the game itself. Completely dominated with walkout, no surprises. You've got Infinity as well. You know, these stats just go to prove that if your teamwork is right, you can get yourself the kills.
Absolutely.
A lot of these,
very well said.
A lot of these players, they go for individual plays where they try and go for finishes. But these players, when you stick together, when you have a synchronized setup that you do this, I do my role, that is only when you get good results.
Yep, and at this point of time, only 2 teams share the MVP boards, but here is the best part of everything else. 53 knocks and 59 finishes. So that comes up to say most of these knocks were actually converted into finishes. And when we say finishes, there are moments where, you know, the final player of the team was actually standing, and that is why we have the number of finishes more at this point of time. But all these things said and done, the longest distance yet again crossing the 300 meters. I think Fixes is going to be happy about that distance yet again. But grenade finishes seems to be, you know, increasing by its graph.
Yeah, healings too.
Yeah, healings too. Yeah, 8,000
plus.
Was it better than Sanhok?
Yes, certainly. Sanhok was very disappointing. Sanhok was approximately 4,500 plus. So that basically means that, you know what, these players, they're just basically healing themselves against the heat of Miramar as well. But next up, we've got the FD overview as well. You've got some very, very tall buildings, especially from walkouts as well as from Infinity. You know, they've crossed the 2,000 marker in terms of damage. In terms of finishes also, they have established some big buildings for themselves.
Yep, and I love the skyscrapers for most of these teams like WO. We have LX also coming in over here, Infinity as well. But
the disparity.
Yeah, that I was about to say that. You know, there's one team. I did tell you that MG is one of those teams who can perform absolutely better because of the crosshairs. Look at that, 1,472 damage for just 8 finishes. That comes up to say that, you know, they did do their best, but it's just that they were not placed in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, but look at the squad spotlight. Now, this is surprising. Lifecraft, I've been talking about them right from the start, right from the beginning of this game, and I was putting a close eye on how they were performing. 12 finishes that you got to see. It was right at the start of the game. Even before the 4th and the 5th circle, they had these 12 finishes, and I mentioned that this is their game to lose because they are in such a big advantage. They had the zone for themselves, but suddenly they get annihilated. And I'm not really sure, I don't remember exactly which team did it. We didn't get to see that action on our screen. It happened on our finish feed. But 12 finishes and 1672 damage points. I feel like, yes, this is gonna boost them quite a lot in terms of, you know, getting their morale back. Especially after the first game, the next 2 games weren't really exactly what they planned for themselves. But this game again is gonna lift that morale, is gonna give themselves something to play for. But ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna move on to the squad face-off. 2 of the most consistent teams of the day so far. Walkout versus Infinity.
In the map of Miramar.
In the map of Miramar. Yes, finishes 13 for walkouts, 9 for Infinity. You can already see that the lead has been established, as a result of which obviously the damage is more. But you know, in terms of overall playstyle, I feel like, yes, walkouts, they've got that experience, they've got they've got the composure as well. But Infinity is not far behind you.
Yeah, Infinity is more of an aggressive team, right? Look at that, 2,100 for 9 finishes already. That comes up to say that they did a little more of hard work for the number of finishes, whereas WD on the other side is a very different team. So the graph did go up suddenly after the first map. It went very, very high, and and in the previous match, as you said, they did drop really bad. I'm only speaking about Black Beard Baba at this point of time, because he's one person who can perform absolutely charm when it comes to a mid-range battle. In a close-range battle, yes, it was the map of Sanhok in the match 3 where he couldn't perform, but in case he had performed over there, he would have left a bigger mark than what he's doing right now.
Exactly. Now this man is going to be the key for walkouts, not just in this round, even when they progress further. I feel like team walkouts, they've got a very well-rounded unit, and they got to preserve those roles and the responsibilities. But ladies and gentlemen, your responsibility and our responsibility is to announce the highlights, and that is going to come onto our screen pretty soon. Now in terms of highlights, we're going to see some crazy battles. We're going to see this one where Nex went up against Dark Family. Octane was really on a rampage, like I mentioned in the cast as well. Even now you're gonna see this spray coming through. I believe it was Navy who actually got the frags for himself, but I feel like Octane trying to go for the assist, he probably got 2 assists for himself.
Yeah, he would have for sure. And this was the fight where I really thought, the story could have been a little different. But ultimately, we all know how strong of a team the team of walkouts can be. But at the same time, one good grenade, the kind of opening it gives for a team to push in, this was the best example of it all. The second grenade was more than enough for them to get finished off. But at the same time, INF, this is where everything started off for them. 3 finishes what they retained over here. From then on, they could have taken 7 more, but they had to do a little bit of a hard work for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of Team Next, do you think they will be in the top 8?
Chances are pretty high, according to me, because they have played really well. If not for the first game, certain games they have maintained the consistency of getting an average of 10 points, if I'm not wrong. So Next have got a very good opportunity. For that, they need to perform really well in the next map as well.
Exactly, and that was the situation where Lifecraft, went completely crazy. Clowny was crossing the road with his buggy. Suddenly he realizes that there is an entire cavalry that is coming towards him. All these 4 vehicles that just crossing, and they're like staring at each other without firing bullets because nobody realizes what's happening, bro. Who is that guy? And they suddenly realize that, oh, that's our enemy. Let's shoot at them. And they suddenly turn back and go for the fight. That was crazy, dude. But I love the way that Lifecraft had that aggressive approach in them right from the start. They're not scared to take fights, at least.
Yep, yet again we're able to see that Clowny was one of those person proving to us that this team is for aggression, known for aggression, and will be known for aggression throughout the tournament in case they do get selected for the further round. All these things said and done, this was the point which I would love to explain, where he was inside the shack and people had to rush in towards him. I know Warcraft, Broski was trying to do much over here, but one shot at this point of time does the amount of damage. Look at that, his crosshairs is pretty much above the counter, right? And he knew that, it was important for him, and eventually when he came a little to the right, his crosshairs was pretty much right there, welcoming people with lead. And when you're something like that and you have the cover of this wood, the opponent's view will be obviously covered by that wood piece. So it's going to be really hard for them to try to take him out. He took advantage of that, played it really well, and he was rewarded very well as well.
Exactly. A wonderful clutch out there. I feel like that clutch could have probably saved the game for them, but this is walkouts at their very best. After this, there's just no stopping. They are literally terrorizing the entire lobby that exists. So far, one shot once again. This was another place where he got a finish against Team X7 as well. And you're gonna see a lot of vehicle explosions from this point on. It was a completely open circle. There were no cover, absolutely. All these buggies that they were carrying, all these teams, the vehicles that they were driving, they were destroying them and they were making use of them as cover. But I love the fact that Team INF fought for their life against Team Walkouts. They did try and fight against that ridge that you see that has been occupied by Mr. Spray.
Yeah, and I'm so sorry for cutting you down. Inferno could have rushed in and taken down Beard Baba over there, but he just eventually fell back thinking that there are enemies to the eastern side of him, and then he had to stop. But ultimately the final movements, it looked like as if it was etched by the gods of BGMI over here. They allowed the zone to do the job. Walkouts had spread around, as you said. You own the estate, you be the king, and ultimately we got a very, very good match to watch out. Your composure, your control over the zone, if it is in your side, you see, there's one thing which I always keep telling when the game of BGMI, you need to be at the right place at the right time. It's not about the guns, it's not about the artillery. If you're at the right place at the right
100%.
time, you can do the right things.
Exactly, but the next game is ready. We are going to go back circle full time again, back to Erangel, and this game is going to be casted by our Panda brother, Fixes. Arka, are you happy that you finally have to give up on me?
I wouldn't answer that and hurt you. Rather, I would want to stay a little the golden mute which Fixes keeps telling me to do. As of now, yes, welcome back my co-pilot. It's gonna be Fixes on board. The day has been a tremendous emotional roller coaster for both of us, because I never thought that we should have used so much of our brain when it comes to all these games, but it did happen really well. So all these things done, for one last time we'll be looking at the teams.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Salty surely left his mark because we could see a few bans even happening around inside the lobby. And what a befitting end are we kind of sort of reaching to, right? The final game, Arca, and it's upon us. And with so many teams finally getting back into the fray, I think finally the Lions have rode. Even K7 having a good fourth position finish in this particular map completely changes how the top 8 teams were supposed to be.
And a ray of hope for them to qualify into the next round. So they need to capitalize this time.
Oh, they certainly have to with the final game of Erangel, and like you guys have been talking about, right? You've got to ensure you get that perfect balance between your finish and position points, and getting a good position inside the circle will eventually earn you good finishes as well. As we take a quick gander at this beautiful, beautiful map of Erangel. Of course, we've been enjoying some quite interesting circles. We had a southern one yesterday to finish it off, which sort of looked southern, but had a little bit of a northern shift towards the end, completely changing the equation. And we've been enjoying that little bit of a shoreline circle. But, you know, if I've got to ask you this, now, what circle do you desire this time?
Quarry circle, probably?
No, I really believe we're done with the southern circles, aren't we? I mean, it's kind of getting a little bit towards the northwest, maybe?
A northwest in specific, or Georgia? A Georgia bridge has never been contested before, according to me.
Yeah, are you talking about the northwestern extreme Georgia City? I would love that. But you know what would be even better, Arka, is if we kind of have it around Zaki. You know, that little plain land we have with the red flowers, you know, all just blooming by. I would love to see a cinematographic shot of that in the foreseeable future. Completely changes how the grasses of Erangel really are. But what has been really consistent have been few teams, like Team Walkouts. And I think the way Team INF have been playing, they've impressed me, right? Again, one of the teams that had participated in the BGIS, they've learned their lessons. They know where to strike, when to strike. They've done their homework, and here they are, ruling the lobby.
Yeah, and the most important thing for me for the side of Infinance is they are being aggressive. They understood in the final circles we're going to have to deal with a team like Walkout, a team like and probably No Excuse as well. So what they start to do, they start to take those initial fights, and with that early skirmishes, they're able to capitalize better, put some really good finish points on the board, and later, because of lack of people in the lobby, they'll obviously make it into the placement points section as well.
Yeah, I think considering how this lobby has been pacing, I'm pretty sure now you've got teams like Infinity, you've got teams like Walkouts, sort of go on all guns blazing, right? Even for the likes of Lifecraft, right? They have had their fair share of limelight, you know, getting a few really amazing finishes. Even in Miramar, that one knock where you had Clowny just taking down one of the players, sort of trying to get away with his bike. It's so difficult, you know, to just track your gyro and move it, because it's such a fast vehicle. But still, you know, having that, and they have what it takes. But being clinical, that is something that they've been really lacking, and I really hope they fix this by the you know, while they're getting into round 2 or possibly into round 3, because the big names, you would expect them to, you know, go take the longer path, go the long way. Let's see what happens. But regardless, you know, I've got to ask you this: which other underdog team, Marker, has really impressed you today?
Today, an underdog team which has impressed me, it's going to be a very hard pick for me. No Excuse, probably, because that's the only name which is popping in my head right now, because this is a team which wants to convert knocks to finishes as quickly as possible. And when you have such a kind of mindset when it comes to the initial stages of the game, it does give you a little bit of a privilege to, you know, strike fear in the hearts of the enemies as the rounds go by, because they're going to start learning about you. And when they're learning about you and they do understand that if I get knocked, I'm going to be finished, they would rather stay away from you than trying to come and contest with you. So I do believe that, you know, No Excuse is one of those teams. But rather, if you would want to answer the same question, if I throw the same question on you, which is that one underdog team you feel is performed so good that you feel that, you know, they have a chance of making it to round 3?
You know, I have really loved how Warcraft have been playing, especially that one player, Nobita. He's really caught my attention, man. There've been plays where,
Yeah.
you know, he doesn't really shy away from a fight when it comes right in front of him, getting the clutches done.
Yeah.
I really believe this squad has a lot of future, but that is where you also got to get the discussion in. It just does not have to be that one man
Exactly.
carrying your team, right? It has to be a whole team effort that teams like Walkout have been showing. But at the same time, I mean, of course, you know, these are young kids, you know, playing for the first time on the big stage. So you've got that little jitters going on. And eventually, I think the first time is going to be always difficult. Once they get into the flow of things, I really feel they have a bright future ahead.
Yeah, but Warcraft, one other thing which I've observed about them is that once they get into a fight, they tend to not stick together. They tend to not back up with one, you know, give a right kind of backup. They tend to become a little bit of an individual fighters, and I feel that, you know, that could be a little bit of an issue for them if they sort that out. If they allow them to play roles, probably allow an assault to have a support, and the IGL give him some space to do the brain work.
Yeah.
I think they can do a little better. I might be wrong on this speculation.
I have a perfect answer for that. I'll tell you what. This is called overthinking, right? Now, they've been watching their idols. We've been watching all the scrimmages, all the third-party events that keep on going, where we see, you know, teams just spreading out. But you don't need to know when to do that, right? Under what circumstances. When you're completely entering inside a lobby where you do not know what the other team or what the other team is going to do, how they'd like to play, that is when I would love to stick to the textbooks, you know, stick as a one-man squad, you know, as a four-man squad together as a well-knit unit, right? What you've got to focus on is pushing it together. That is something which teams like Walkouts have displayed for us, right? Every single time one of the players gets knocked out, they have someone to provide that cover fire, there's someone to get that trade, and that is a reason by which they're accruing so many finishes right to their name. So this is again a huge message for all you underdogs. I mean, try to stick to the basics. Do not try anything too fancy, because that is something that you're supposed to do in the next preceding rounds. But for now, you know, keep things slow, keep things tight, focus, respect the circles, try to play around the center, have a good compound, have a 3-1 split, and do not abandon your vehicles.
Do not abandon your vehicles, do not abandon your teammates who are knocked out. If you have an opportunity, please do pick them up, but not on the cost of your life. And that has been something which I wanted to say today. Several times we have seen a person wants to revive his teammate, and he just goes out in the open, not looking out, not looking around, and he has to give up another finish point to the opponents. And I do believe that that's not the right way to get into the game. And one most important thing for all the new teams is that by experience you learn how to experiment. You don't allow your experiment to, you know, give you experience. Allow your experience to give you experiment.
I really think, you know, this lobby is where teams cannot afford to experiment, because still it's more games than BGI. Yes, it's good. It's one thing, you're getting 5 to play right now, but still 5 is very limited numbers. Anything can happen. We saw that yesterday. There were teams sort of languishing at the very bottom, and they had one good game, a good chicken dinner, and they were right back into the mix, right? So first of all, teams need to understand, do not give up hope, especially when it is very limited number of games. You've got to make sure that you believe in each other and do not keep on raging, right? One bad game, it's fine. Forget about it. Let the day end, even if it does not go as it is planned, because, hey, out of 16, there's a 50% probability that you're going to make it to the next round. And I like the chances at that, right? Because back in my days, it was just top 3 that used to qualify, and we had only 3 games to do that. So you guys have been blessed and really thankful to the officials of Crafton in making this possible. But regardless, you know, we're going to be taking it up to the skies for one last time for the evening. But, you know, summing up what we have really seen, you've casted majority of the games, Arka. How do you feel the lobby was compared to yesterday?
Today's lobby was more mature. I wouldn't say yesterday was immature, but it was a notch better when it comes to maturity, because all of these teams had composure, which is the most important thing for any team when it comes to a big stage. Because as soon as you step into a big stage, there's one pressure which says, please make me go into the next round. The IGL will be like, now I have to be a good IGL. So such kind of pressure is there on each individual. Now a team which is composed doesn't care which place they're playing, which probably they wouldn't mind playing a third-party event or a small YouTube channel event as well. But still, they're gonna perform as good as how they're performing here. Such kind of composure is the only way for you to make through. And one more most important point which I observed from yesterday and today is yesterday it was all about one or two teams performing, but this time it is like all the teams are trying to understand where their mistakes are and immediately learning from their mistakes in the next map itself.
Talking about mistakes, I really feel that we can get a little bit critical about Lifecraft now. Gotta bring in the discussion over here. They have Clowning, the IGL, I believe. He was the one who was formed the very fearsome squad of EXO, right?
Yeah.
After which, parting ways, he had a lot to prove, right? Getting back onto the scene, had to create a team right from the very scratch. Now, do you think he's done justice to that?
I do believe that somewhere for a new team to actually come in and perform this well, he's not giving away his complete strategy, I believe. He's trying to play around. Probably he's also not giving his 100% when it comes to this game. He's just waiting for his teammates to perform well. I do believe that, comparatively, there he made a team out of experienced players. Here he's making a team out of new players who might not be that experienced. Comparatively,
I'm sorry. I kind of beg to differ on this one because the lineup that he had created was initially also Lifecraft. And they were the ones that were picked out of random. He created that entire team, built such a fearsome unit, and as the game sort of progressed,
but they had experience. That's what I'm meaning to say.
They were still, underdog players. They were just underdog. They were just as new to the scene as these players are. And eventually, as it sort of keeps progressing on, I believe that they do have a glimmer of hope. One of the players, I think, is Ninja, who's been performing really out of his mind.
Now the question occurs over here for me, for a person who begs to differ from you. When you compare the old team which he built off, just take the same scenario when he comes up with a new team to an event like this back then, and there's a new team over here which has come up. Compare these two squads and tell me what difference do you find? Do you find both of them are on the same caliber as before, or do you think the old team was having a little better caliber?
We're gonna come back to that discussion in just a while, but here we have the dominators, the conquerors of round one walkouts. I mean, the kind of performances that these lads have pulled off. 46 finishes in the four games that they did partake in, and 8,518 points of damage. Now, of course, I mean, one of the very impressive revelations about this team has certainly got to be Beard Baba, right? He's got a long beard out there. The way he's been playing, I think he's managed to secure 2 MVP finishes for himself.
I think three.
He did 3? I mean,
I
that's
think so.
Really big numbers.
Look at that. We can see that the team has performed 3 times exceptionally. So all 3 times I think he's contributed the most. But I could be wrong. I said I could.
It's all right. We're all human beings, Arka. I mean, numbers. We're here to cast the games. Numbers are for maybe Ocean. I think he's the one watching the stream right now. He's the one who likes to play around with a little bit. The mathematician. I think it's better we stick to what we're really good at. But again, now coming back to the discussion that we were having about Lifecraft, then transitioning into EXO, and then suddenly getting back to to Lifecraft.
I'll revise my question yet again. So when you see him cast his old team in the initial stages and cast this team in the initial stages, do you see differences among these two, or do you feel that both of them were the same?
Initially at stages like this, they were kind of similar. With of course, they're kind of missing out on Sensei, who's right now one of the best IGLs in the country. Of course, the players are different. But again, talking about different players, talking about some amazing players, you've got to talk about Abrar also in the mix. Again, one of the old guns into the scene. He's been there right from the inception, representing the Tamilas. We've seen him playing from Reckoning, now back in walkouts with a lot to prove, right? As the name suggests.
True.
And they had a lot on the line. A big name suddenly just stepping out of his org, and a lot of questions were put up, like what has been happening. Like, we Indians, we love the gossips, we love the masala, and there he is, right? He's replying and he's giving a befitting answer with his performance out there, getting such amazing finishes.
What I love the most about experienced players are they do not want to be the person leading the team from the front. Rather, look at him. He's experienced so well that he was the person standing behind and helping, assisting probably for the team, and that is why he's got that numbers in his name. But the ratio of damage and kills were almost the same. That comes up to say that, no unwanted bullets were sprayed. But at the same time, now coming back over here, it's going to be you are OP, one of those stronger players, one of the most experienced players. You have spoken about him before. 5, 4, 3 and 2. That comes up to say that even in those matches where, the team was not performing well, he had put up some numbers.
Yeah, he certainly had. And, talking about assists, I also believe staying in the back lines, he had done a fantastic job. But fantastic job by this lad in front of our screen, INFRO. The kind of a performance that he's pulled up shows the consistency, right? Every single game, you cannot expect a player to sort of pull off like 7 or 8 finishes to his names, right? Getting himself into the mix, 4-4-3-1. I think he's done quite a valiant job at that. I think Infinity, again, one of the teams that had played BGIS. Now, they did not really make it as far. But this Infinity that is here right now is showing a lot of promises.
Potential. Yeah, a lot of potential. I agree on this point that they did not have it previously, but it's that I can see a bit of composure coming into this Infinity. The first map probably did not go the way they planned it out, even though they had control of the circle. Something went out wrong, but later on, when it comes to the other games, we saw that they started to pick up momentum, and they're doing an amazing job so far. So apart from these two teams, I still am not satisfied with that answer when you said when you compare these two teams, the initial of those and the initial of this coming in from one legend whom you keep speaking about. What is that one thing which was different, which led to that team becoming even more famous, probably faster than the newly formed team?
It's just that this current Lifecraft's journey has just begun, right? This new roster being formed, and it's quite similar to what the previous Lifecraft was, right? Before the first tournament did come in, nobody knew them, nobody had enough expectations out of them. A little bit of a backline story. Lifecraft was initially a sort of a TO that was kind of organizing customs, and suddenly a spat began, and then Clowny had to prove to the world that he was worthy. So he picked up a band of soldiers. He picked up a team right from the very scratch, and that is something that I'm comparing again. That again, these players, we've not heard of them. We've not heard of any of these players that are playing with him. So he's got that similar kick going on. Now from here onwards, what lies from Lifecraft, I do not know. But the start has been pretty similar, right? Picking up players who were not known before and then making them legends. Has Clowny got it again? What it takes to do that? Because he's fallen down. He knows what can go wrong. He knows, he's seen the ups and downs, and I believe in this lad. I've been very closely associated with him right from the very start, so I've got that feeling in my gut that yes, Lifecraft can do this. But the way they have started, right, it has been a case with quite a lot of big names. Like if I have to draw references from the previous tournaments, like there were a lot of big orgs, like let's say Kemin Esports. Now they had players from the current team Soul, right, Akshat, Omega,
true.
all of them playing. They could not make it to the latter stages. That was where the pressure kicked in. That is where, again, one of the big names do also come in. Orangutan, right? Another very promising lineup. We all thought, they're going to get to the finals. But again, it was the pressure. Now, I've also been closely associated with them, and I had this discussion. Like, I was like, what went wrong with you guys? I really thought that you were one of the favorites to win the entire tournament. And they just said, we overthought. And we kind of, just gunted down with the pressure. And this time, again, Orangutan has shown a lot of promises with the BMOC Round,
I love,
which similarly they did the last time around. And
no. See, I would like to say this, but the previous topic, it's good for us to say that the Clowny has always had the final laugh. Every single time he's challenged somebody, or probably he's going to be getting the final laugh yet again. But coming back to the orgs we were speaking about now, I just love the composure and the grind. I just hope that they bring the same composure. It was not like, they fell down in the table and they had to come up. The stint was always on the top. The stint was maintained by them. And if some team is playing like that, an example over here was, walkouts. I'm just comparing, you know,
Yeah.
like how walkouts have been maintaining their momentum over here. It looked like even over there, you know, they were maintaining their momentum and they lived up to what they lost in the previous time. So this time around, I feel that they still have an opportunity, but a lot of challenges is for sure to be faced.
Quite enough. Now talking about walkouts again, we had two players retained. Abrar, Mr. Sprit playing together, but you know, with Beard Baba coming in and also Yuva joining the fray,
Yeah,
I think
this
they are certainly
experience.
one of the squads to be reckoned with. And I think as the rounds keep on progressing, they're just gonna age down like a fine wine. But again, talking about the walkouts, it's still early days. They've shown what they are made of. They've proved their mettle at least in round one, dominating. At least, you know, just completely obliterating the entire lobby, and finally getting recognition, which was long overdue. But yeah, you have a thought?
Yeah, no, I just want a comparison, you know. When you compare Junglies with this team,
Okay.
and that is where the first and the second days come into picture, right? So
Yeah.
when we had Junglies going in for a 2 or a 3 chicken dinner for themselves with the number of finishes they were able to put out, in case these two were in the specific lobby, what do you think would have been the result? Would Junglies still be able to perform the same way? Because over here, this team was more composed. That team was more about being that, you know, that madman rush which they used to do. Do you think that either of these teams are ready for one another?
Well, to be honest, starting off with how Jungly and you know, Walkouts have been playing quite a different contrasting play style we've witnessed,
Exactly.
right? Walkout have been playing exactly how a good team has to. While Jungly, I do not know if they were not scared of the lobby or something. They were making random pushes, man. They were not getting knocks. They just rushed in. They knew how to take down the players. They knew exactly how to get the pre-fires done, get the damage inflicted. So, you know, eventually, maybe in round 2 is where we could see these two giants collide against each other, and maybe you might get your answers. But yeah, talking about if even 4v4 fight, I really like the chances a little bit on Team Walkouts better because of the sheer experience that these lads have. And it's just not a one-man show. It's just not Beard Baba contributing for his team, right? It has been
So-
Abrar. It has been, you know, again, Beard Baba. Every single, it has been, you know, Yuva providing cover fire. Mr. Spray has sort of, you know, taken that a little bit of a
But
back
yeah,
seat,
yeah,
being
yeah.
the IGL, making out, giving all the call-outs. Now, that is how I would really like to call a good team to be. Very well structured. They know what roles they have inside the game. Whereas, if you bring in that comparison with Jungly, like their name suggests, they're wild animals, right?
Yeah,
They're
that's why I
fierce.
said, you know, a group of Junglies just rush in towards the side of, you know, the side of walkouts. Do you really think that
Rush
walkouts?
in on walkouts, I do not think if that is a really wise idea, because
Yeah.
these lads for sure know how to handle pressure, because a lot of teams you know, they went up against were relatively new into the fray, because yesterday not a lot of big teams have come in. Now we've got some big names coming up, you know, a few of the players that, you know, they lost out on the Yogs, they created them, so they have the experience, right?
Yep.
It's the same, it's basically like, you know, the same wine served in a new bottle, like I love to say. So again, going up against walkouts, I really have myself sided a little bit towards walkouts, but anything could change. Anything could change. It might also be the raw aggression of Jungly,
Exactly.
to
Now that
which
is-
maybe walkouts could succumb to.
Yeah, because I've seen that walkouts, there is this frontal players who actually have done the initials. For example, if Junglies were able to dissect through Beard Baba in the beginning itself and try to push in and try to take down UAs on the back lines, don't you think that they will be able to, you know, slash through the team? Now, there's one more question which is popping up in my head. Let's not forget Faith was one of those teams yesterday who was also pretty much composed and played well. And today we had a team called Infinity.
Yeah.
So comparing Infinity with Faith, which team do you vouch for has a better chance in these two teams? Because Faith is also one of those teams which did perform, I wouldn't say exceptionally well, but they knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
And Infinity was also the same team. In the first match, apart from the first match, they exactly knew what they were doing. The first match also they knew it until the final moments. But yeah, what's your thought on
You
these
know,
two teams?
Again, I kind of liked Infinity's chances a little bit better, because, you know, I love teams that kind of get on right at the face of your enemies, get a little bit of a pan going there, a little bit of a fish, showing that here they are hungry. And I'm pretty sure a lot of you are hungry to watch all the action, and we're really sorry for the delay, but like all good things, you've got to wait, as finally the wait is done here as we have to get into the final game of the evening. But yeah, again, bringing back into the discussion Faith and Infinity, I kind of like Infinity's chances better because the chicken dinners that Faith had yesterday, that is where they really held on to the circle. Now this is one of those teams that had their basics right, and once it's still early phases to really judge them because the sample size hasn't really it hasn't really come out in the open.
Yeah, absolutely. Now the most important thing before we step into the map, which might be coming on our screens any second soon, is going to be this: which place is going to be crowded. The second question is going to be, which is that one team you think is going to be showing us that they are capable of something better than all the 3 games of the 4 games they played.
Oh yeah, and maybe what I would love is someone completely from the dark just come out and get a chicken dinner and surprise us, because I love that little masala, I love the spice, and yesterday that happened with IYD Retribution coming into the fray, the final game, just going all bonkers, and we're expecting nothing less from this game as well. But again, we've been talking about Faith and Infinity in the picture, and both of these teams are kind of evenly contested, right? With Faith having a little bit of that lady luck to their name, but Infinity being very smart. And why I would say that is of that sheer Miramar resilience that they showed, right? Being surrounded with so many teams around, still managing to hold on to their horses. That is where even the best might tremble. That is where even the best might, kind of panic, because getting references with Lifecraft over there. That one game, the first game, I thought that this was the chicken dinner, but once one of their players got knocked out, Clowny instantly went for the revive, which should not have been the case, right?
I don't understand. See, sometimes camouflage is something which works like a charm in the map of Miramar. You need to understand where you need to stay silent, because amongst the ruckus, they were lying right to the center, Infinity, and still not getting tagged from any corner. Yeah. And they exactly knew how to stay quiet. And they distributed their attention. Like, all 4 people, it looks like they all were connected with a Renegade, and they were looking at all different directions, and they knew exactly when to go against an enemy. And that kind of maturity, that kind of composure, I would love to see in more teams to be played in the future days. And I do believe that we can expect BGMI to get even more bigger and better as the competition is becoming tighter.
Yeah, isn't it already? I mean, with BGIS transitioning into BMOC, increased number of matches, how things have gone. It's a 50% chance you've got to be in the top 8 to qualify to the next round. A Cinderella story for all these rising stars. And as we are in pursuit, as we take a quick gander at all these portraits,
and I also love this add-on, the portraits coming in over here, giving
so
a very
detail, right?
the minute details are something this game has always been close to my heart. And I also love the way this flight has been put. I was about to say about the flight, and it comes up, no matter how many times you enter this place in the midst of the thing, you always forget that there's a flight inside, and sometimes when you're viewing all these things, they're like, oh yeah, this is something we didn't get to see.
I pretty much understand why it's kind of hanging around. I'm pretty sure Salty crashed it while he was taking his piloting classes. And,
every
now
single
it's sitting
time
in the museum, right?
Yeah, that was the one which he was driving a few years back when he had when he was too young, to actually sit on a.
He's an ambitious kid, I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, I think now he's become a better pilot. I think we still have managed to keep ourselves alive, so that's a really good thing at that. I think he's done a tremendous job. I mean, of course, you've got to crash a lot before you learn how to fly, and that was the case. But yeah, I think getting into the mix of how the teams have been playing today so far, it was few teams that really stood out for us, and then there were few teams like, let's say, Dark Flames did not quite show a lot, right? And even for
X7,
X7 still towards the end getting a position for finish. I'm kind of okay with it. But there are other teams, like Team Memory. I really thought Extra Memory could be
Extra Memory.
After that really good start.
They need to go an extra mile, actually.
Yeah, and now they just have gassed out. Is that the case with them?
I do believe so, because no matter how much of an average they are trying to maintain, they're still not able to, leave a mark. And it's time for them to leave a mark, because ultimately the next round when they tend to come in, the strategies is going to be easily read until and unless you don't leave a mark. So all these things said and done, the beautiful views of Erangel coming in, where do you want the final circle to be forming? Because yeah, we did understand that it was the Giorgio apartments which you were wanting to, but if not that place, where do you think you want the zone to be happening?
I mean, if not Zaki, then it's gonna go to the plain old western default Gatka circle, or maybe somewhere downside Yasnaya. But what we can love is, what about a power plant, Milta power plant circle, right down the southern eastern coast? So how would you enjoy that?
I think that that is one place, Melta Power is one place where you would want to see the terrain has changed drastically in the recent days, so there's an option for you to camouflage yourself in still fire and not being detected if you have the right kind of suppressor and the right kind of gun. So that is one place, and for me personally, if I was to see another fight happening, I want it to be somewhere at Kameshki, because I've never seen Kameshki being contested with the final circle so well before.
Yeah, I'd love a Kameshki circle. Why? Because you've got the perfect semblance of having good compounds, and then have that higher ground also, right?
Exactly.
And it's going to be really interesting, right? Where's the last final circle ship going to be? Is it going to be up to the hills, or is it going to come down?
Exactly.
And that is where so many teams are just going to get messed up, and they're going to lose out their minds, as we all have finally, after a long wait, taken it up to the skies, ladies and gentlemen, as it is the final game for the evening, right all the way over here from down south towards shooting range. So a lot of teams kind of getting off to the eastern side of the map. They're going to have a little bit of trouble, but for now I think we're not going to witness those early collisions. And one thing I'm really waiting for is the circle, Arka.
Yeah, very much. I'm hoping to see a circle which is gonna, blow my mind. But ultimately, right now, if you want to travel towards the side of Yasnaya Mansion Prison or Melta Power, you have a long journey up ahead, and pray that the zone doesn't, get away from you. But at the same time, only one team choosing to go towards the military base island is something which is a bit of a shocker for me. I expected more of them to do it as well. Now to the northern eastern side of the map, whenever we speak about Yasnaya, yesterday was a game where we had 5 teams going in over there, but today the story is very different.
Oh yeah, indeed it is. Now as we take a look at the teams, I think there's another underdog team that we can really talk about. Has to be MG Esports, man.
Exactly.
I think
now
we've completely missed out on them.
Yeah, I'll come to one point, in the map of Sanhok, the way they were able to maintain that crosshair well, that was really good. And now the circle seems to be shifting a little towards the eastern side. We were expecting a Milta Power, zone to be occurring, and I think so it is going to be the case, as we can see that most of the teams are chosen to grab a small chunk of teams are towards the side of Giorgio, and where the fight has already started to happen. WDF started off in a very, very good note. Abrar is going to use I don't know how to call this shotgun. Is it called the devil of the shotguns, DBS? Or what do you
yes. There's objectives fall short of describing how deadly it can really be. But for now, Dark Family find themselves in a really interesting situation. Walkouts are the last team you would want to go up against with, as admin, Mr. Spray. Alright, he's got a slight idea of where he could possibly be.
Probably. I think he has an idea, but at the same time, he better watches his back, because I can see a person running around with a vehicle in the mini map in case he comes in and is able to strike Spray. Oh, there he is. He's gonna be visible right now. A grenade was absolutely placed well, but ultimately the fear of footsteps going near him is the thing which put him away. The compounds are keeping him alive for a brief period of time. He needs backup immediately. I don't think so it's gonna be easy for him, as Spray is gonna step in with that PP Bison and put him down. 2 players at the same time get taken down from the team, so it's going to be hard for them from here on to recover. This could be the beginning of the end for the side of...
Well played. He's got to make a run for his life. But I loved what Beard Baba did over there, right? The moment Spray just kind of went out in the open, he knew that there's someone trying to provide that cover fire, and this was this little pesky lad, Henry. He's gonna fall down and just fisting him to his very graves. But for Lifecraft, it's not a really merry show so far, having engaged in a lot of battles, and Clowny seems to be battered and bruised, waiting for John Wick. But he's on a run of his own, quite contrary to how John Wick would be.
Yeah, but at the same time, you know, the best part about the previous fight was this, that they knew their roles over there. You know, Beard Baba was like, this guy's gonna take care of the person behind the compound. My job is to look at somebody else. Inferno on the other side takes down a Brar, a very rare thing to see a Brar getting taken down in the initials, and he gets confirmed as well. I think that, you know, it's time for walkouts to wake up, or else they're going to continue losing players.
Yeah, I mean, walkouts may have just started counting the chickens quite too early, right? Considering the fact they knew that there's one more team just walking out right in the open. They had to pay the price as, dude, he seems unfazed, right? He wants to take a dig at them. He wants to get the finishes. This sort of a confidence exuding out of his body shows how well Infinity have performed as a team.
Yep, but at the same time, you know, one thing which I'm seeing is all of these teams are looking out for having a bison in their hand, basically, you know, and that's the thing which is kind of putting me under shock, because ultimately there are so many guns to loot and you rely on bison rather than changing your gun.
Yeah, you know, it's the early phases, and it's the northwestern Georgia apartments where you might find a lot of compounds, but you know, the kind of loot density is a little bit less compared to what you would get in the southwestern Georgia apartments, and that is the case. But as we are speaking, ladies and gentlemen, of course, Lifecraft have been eliminated from the lobby at 16th position by the boys from YT. Yes, I believe that they have again been one of those teams that have been making a mark. They've been making a name for themselves. I'm really excited to see them in the future stages of BMOC.
Yep, and every small step leads to the bigger, you know, to reach your destination in a big way. But at this point of time, Play Wizard Esports, this is the team this is one of those teams, you know, several places they were there in the final 4th or the 5th circle. They were shelling out a lot of lead, and they were trying to get some finishes in their name. But somewhere they're not able to, you know, channelize their energy properly into one single fight, because there has been a lot of differences within the team, I believe. I mean to say a divided attention when it comes to fights.
Yeah, I think with Play Wizard, I completely agree with what you say. But then again, you know, this is the last game. They've got to put everything on the line. They've got to forget about how their past games have been. And I really believe, you know, look at the backgrounds, right? They've got everything cut out like a proper esports team needs to. They've got all the maps out there. They know where the teams tend to drop, how to play around the nooks and crannies as another team, Team Fair. I think there have been few moments of glory for Team Fair, but apart from that, they've kind of been a little bit invisible. But on the other side, at the northwestern Georgia Pearl City, we've got Yuva, who's completely going after the players of INF. Maybe stepped a little too much as he gets traded right off, and the worst part is he's finished. So now the numbers are dwindling on the walkouts.
Now let's see how they're going to deal, as MGs are also trying to do their best over here against S4W. I know that MGs have a lot of capability. We have been speaking about this underdog team, which can actually do a lot of difference. It's going to be Monica, who's trying to cook up a very, very good grenade. Eventually comes into the process, but does the job. And that's a goodbye for S4W. I do believe that, you know, MGs have got the right kind of start over here, because they have control of one certain part of the map where they can loot in different directions and then make it into the Melta Power itself. INF on the other side, we saw walkouts are trying to push Tumas over here, I believe. Zero on the other side needs to heal up as the zone coming closer, but Spray lands it perfectly, and that's an end for INF. WD had a lot of, you know, pressure on the WO had a lot of pressure on themselves, but they walked. I would like to say they've taken a very cakewalk out of this.
To be honest, I really have to say one thing. They've settled the scores, right? We kind of see a little bit of a rivalry brewing between Walkouts and Infinity, and getting 7 finishes already, that's such a huge thing to do. And I wanted Mr. Spray to perform this emote, right? Because, you know, these have been the two titans inside the lobby, excluding Lifecraft, who are, again, out of the server for this one. But I think I've loved how Walkouts have been playing, despite the fact Yuva being taken out a little bit early on, but still managed to get those 2 knocks. So that was pretty impressive. But at the same time, Dark Family seems to have been taking an exit, right? With Blade, the last solo survivor, sort of went around. He took a long way, eventually just to fall to his own grave, as Team Fear in a little bit of a situation as Godshanks is going to get the better out of Miran as he gets a knock, and he's going to make sure he gets 2 finishes to his name.
Absolutely. Now, one thing about the Team Fear I would like to point about, they need to instill a little bit of fear in their heart. They're so fearless that they do not care what's happening next, and due to which they're paying the price for it. On the other side is going to be BroCode, who's also coming in for a third party. They want to get some finishes in their name over here, and successfully I think they got 2, and they're going to be very happy about it and just roll around the same terrain over here near the shelter.
Yeah, and this marks the end for Fear over here, and they did what they could have. But I really like how Greek Gods have been playing, especially after that Sanhok game. They've been looking a lot confident. They haven't really been shying away from any of those fights. But look at them, just proned in inside the compound. Shows how deep they want to try hard. They do not want to give their position. But yeah, I think BroCode is aware of where they are located. It all just comes down to the fact that
there it is.
It was time coming that, you know, someone's gonna take a little peek boo over there and gonna get shot from elsewhere. But I really feel that, you know, BroCode could have held on to their horses a little bit, you know, caught them a little off guard, maybe shot a few shots to their head with a DMR or maybe a bolt action. Talking of bolt action, we haven't seen a lot of them, as BroCode might just collide with MG.
Yeah, at this point of time, I think BroCode is trying to chew a chunk which they cannot digest, because ultimately they're not only tagging out everybody. If all the teams knows your position, obviously you're in a very bad, a very bad place in the game. But at the same time, there was a point when we discussed if junglies versus the side of walkouts, who can come out successful, and we had thought that two of their stronger players goes down. Can they survive? I think we have received an answer in this game with only 2 players surviving. They were able to take down the Infinities.
Yeah, I think, but again, in that discussion, we will have to consider Yuva's 2 knocks before he got finished, right? Had he not gotten that knock, things could have been completely different. But then again, you've got to keep one thing in mind of where that fight exactly took. It kind of was a little bit away from the city, which I believe the players of Walkouts were, and Infinity wanted to push at their direction, in which I believe Yuva managed to get a knock, and he did a majority of the job, but it was, of course, Mr. Spray and Beard Baba who had to finish the job. But again, like I had been saying, right, for Jungly, 2 players that really stepped out for us were Husky and Phoenix.
Exactly.
And I think these were the 2 players. But the others, well, I mean, they could certainly do better. But in comparison to Walkouts, which is a whole package, I really like Walkouts' chances at that.
Yeah, agreed on this point, but at the same time, look at what MGs are doing over here. The last chance for them to actually, leave a mark. BroCode, MG, as well as the Gods. These 3 are fighting out with one another over here. And all these 3 probably are on that deadline of making it into the top 8. So it's important for all of these teams to survive. YTS on the other side is trying to taunt out the side of No Excuse, who's trying to run away at this point of time. Look at that. MG lands a M24 shot in amongst all these things. It looks like sniper action is also being used, at least in the final map of the day.
Yeah, finally I can sleep in peace tonight, getting to see some bolt action in play. But YD Esports, John Wick going after Ninja from Nex, did connect a couple of bullets, rattled him though, but not enough to take him down. But YTS, they seem hungry apparently.
Exactly. They're just mauling people down or probably rushing in towards them blankly, as the zone has probably shifted towards this place. We can see that the next zone would have been formed, and if there are no lines in the mini-map, they are at the farm. The circle could have been formed at the farm itself. Now, this is one place I'd really love to see some smokes around, because the vision is already got taken down because of that haystack and those ridges and all those hard covers. But let's see how it goes. Yes, it's on the farm at this point of time. Everybody are rushing to get the center part of it, but nobody bothers about the western side of the farm.
You know, look at the splash of colors just coming in from that eastern side. Everybody thought that this would be a lumberjack circle, but no was the answer. And every single time we come into Erangel, the final game has a little bit of a surprise for us, right? And this time, that little shift towards farm, it's going to change the dynamics. So many compounds to hold on to, so many ridges to play around, as Ronaldo has found out. Jolan, as the boys from Brocourt, are in a little bit of a situation, as so are the players of Lost Accuracy. They were sort of transitioning, they were sort of traversing around the map, and they just got caught off guard. And MG Esports off to a really amazing start, but hey, the fight has just begun.
Exactly, and Blade on the other side, I thought he was cooking a grenade, but rather Dinesh is doing it right over here. It's a very good, diversion coming in from the side of Monik. I think Monik will also be cooking a grenade. Yes, he's doing it, where a Molly is going to be the answer, which is coming in from the other side. But let's see whether Blade will be able to, restrict these two players from coming in inside, or probably cook a proper grenade. Dinesh comes in with a very good grenade, lands right next to him, doesn't do as much damage. A grenade from this side is also being exchanged. A fight of throwables in a close range battle. It cannot get better than this.
Yes, indeed, but Lucky just surviving for a little bit, but the luck did not last longer, as MG, they've gotten the opening that they wanted with Blade, the final surviving player. It's a 1v3 against the world, as he goes in, tries to pull him down, but it's going to be Dinesh who hits the final nail in the coffin, as Lost Accuracy are eliminated at the 12th position.
I mean, I just love the way MG Esports took this fight into their face. When you're inside the compound, your vision is obviously, restricted, and they took advantage of that and eventually put grenades. They predicted the grenades to be landing in these corners. Probably the players are going to be standing in those corners, and more than one grenade was put up in one corner. And I love that part. If the first grenade is not giving them full damage, the second one surely will put them on their knees.
Oh, it's certainly will, right? And this is what I loved about MG. And I think, again, from the underdogs, I'm pretty sure I have a new favorite inside the lobby. The way they've been creating all that ruckus, all that noise, and they're just everywhere, man. You saw they were on a 2-2 split. They went up the players of Brocourt. Then they instantly shifted their attention, as you can see again. Brocourt, they're starting to lose out on numbers, getting knocked out of the picture. With OPT, Rising Falcon haven't really. And you could see Zeno, right? He's already started face farming. Surely is feeling the heat of this lobby.
Yeah, he's done the calculations and he's like, bro, let them all fight out. Let's just relax, I'm already strained at this point of time. Let's play for some placement points rather than the finish ones. Brocourt on the other side are all set traps. They're holding all corners from where enemies could enter into this building so that they can take them out towards the corners of Milta. But least do they realize that, MGs are going to gatekeep them as they make it inside the circle, and they're pretty much outside the circle at this point of time.
Oh, they certainly are, as the circle has taken a little bit shift towards the northern side. But MG Esports, they have other plans in mind, man, because they are going after fights left, right and center. They do not get it. No, they've accumulated enough numbers as we find ourselves in another fight. OPT, Rising Falcon, in a whole world of trouble right now. Not enough time to face farm, as John Wick lies prone inside this little room, trying to create as much diversion as he can, but Danger just charges in, making sure before the smoke really popped out, gets to knock, and finally in that murky room needs to find those finishes, which he eventually will, as YTS Esports, they were the aggressors, they got 5 finishes, but now are out of the lobby.
I mean, he put his back against the person who's trying to walk in towards him. Basics, my friend. Don't put your back against an enemy. He's going to eventually stab you very bad, but ultimately no excuses, still surviving. Only 10 teams remaining as we are stepping into the 4th circle, ladies and gentlemen. This shows that, you know, people are wanting to be aggressive. Brookout on the other side. Oh, 2 players get taken down. Not the best way for them to, you know, survive in this game. No excuse on the other side. Immediately lands himself in a place where he can actually steal those kills. But on the other side, a backup comes in. Will they be able to survive? You know, Whiskey is a question over here. But on the other side, MG, Monic, what's gone into MG all of a sudden?
I do not know. You know, I think they have been possessed, right? Possessed by the demons. And they've gone all out today. As they're doing the right job, you know, even cutting off their mobility with their vehicles. Monic, he's got one thing in his mind. He's going to look out for as many finishes he can. But for Jordan, he's going to fight to live for a few more minutes. But now you can see he's starting to sweat. He's starting to perspire. He knows that, you know, the players of MG, I do not know if they've got some personal vendetta. Just not letting them go.
That's the whole point, right? When you're concentrating on somebody and suddenly you touch the wrong corner of their heart, they're like, that's the hatred part, my friend, and I'm gonna make you pay for it. And over here, Geek Gods on the other side, they've been holding this position for a brief period of time, and they're gonna be really happy that the IGL did make them do it, because ultimately placement points is what they should look for, and amongst that, slowly they'll find some finish points.
Oh, I think they might. But, you know, for MG, they are looking really, really pristine. 5 finishes already, of course. Lost Vanguard early into the game. But for Greek God has always been that similar same mantra, right? Try to keep a good position inside the circle. Try to steer away from fights. But this is what I was talking about when I talked about a farm circle.
Ooh.
So many compounds to play around with. Whiskey might have a little bit of an angle. But I believe, you know, the shots were heard. Does have a flash hider. So he's going to have a little bit of a respite. But since he's just closed his door, he gave his position away.
Not only that, now the pixels is something which all of the players will be looking out for when the circle gets smaller. Just 1 or 2 bullets where he doesn't have a helmet, things can go wrong, and all of a sudden the circle shift to the northern side of the farm where only one team, that is Walkout. The IGL has been doing an amazing job, and it proves yet again that he is predicted zone much better than the other IGLs. But on the other side, look at what is happening with the gods. They immediately want to prioritize circle, make it inside and do the best of what they can. On the other side, Faith, the X7 has to watch out for one other person. That's going to be Kurkure. He's going to be crunchy enough. It looks like he can be at this point of time. He comes out in the open. 35 bullets is what he's got to put down a player. He could put down another one, but ultimately it was the DP spray which restricted him, giving a small ray of hope for X7 to make it into the next round.
X7 just breathing a sigh of relief, but extra memory. I really thought that this game could have been special, but holding on to my thoughts, this is the push coming in from the players of Player Wizard Esports as Shotel is want to try and get an angle as he just dodges inside without any grenade, getting punished right over here. Spirit is struggling to just lump over as one shot would be looking out. It is chaotic, one after the other. Bodies are falling. It has all come down to King and Miracle. Can they pull this one off? Who is going to be the conqueror as the grenade goes in? Is Miracle going to survive that? Hides himself in that little small room just to play around with. King knows exactly where he is and has a pre-fire at his direction. But what do you think, Arka? What fate awaits both of these teams?
I somewhere feel that Wizard needs to calm down at this point of time, wait for the opponent to make an error and then try to fight it out. He's just moving around, and that gives an advantage for X7 to actually know his location. Over here, he comes out of nowhere, but ultimately, it was that healing which actually helped out the side of Team X7 to actually take the fight into the enemy's face with a level 3 helmet. I mean, look at the shots. It was not on the vest, it was on the helmet, and that's why it is even more damage. But we all know it's going to be hard for you to take down a player who's got an intact level 3 helmet.
You know, X7, they're going to feel elated with how they've been surviving, but MG just getting bamboozled, just kaboom, right out there. Find themselves out of the server. That one grenade coming in by the Greek gods surely are angry.
Absolutely. I don't know which among the Greek gods actually landed that grenade. It looks like the Thunder of Zeus was absolutely pinpoint. I mean, if it's Shanks, then I believe that, we don't have to say anything more regarding that, as we'll be looking forward to see X7 gets eliminated, the last man standing. But with 6 finishes, they've done a decent job at the 5th position. Now, it's the final moments. We have to see which team can actually make it next. Walkouts on the other side, with just 2 men standing. They still want some more finishes in their name. They do not want to let go the final moments of today to be not having the name written all over it.
Yeah, but again, I really like Warcraft's numbers. Still having been survived by quite a few of their players. As walkouts, look at a team like this. The circle has definitely shifted away from them, but I think they've made it so far, getting 9 finishes at their name. I do not know what to say even further, as Toxic has managed to take down the last player of OPT Rising Falcon, as they finally have fallen down.
I mean, the one important thing for us to observe over here is, can Warcraft, restrict the side, or can Walkouts restrict the side of Warcraft, as Warcraft is taking an uphill battle, and we all know how hard it is for anybody to take an uphill battle, and I do believe that, with a man advantage, they could do it. It's a 50-50 chance no matter what.
Oh, it certainly is, and for Walkouts, they've been creating so much noise. Warcraft know exactly where they are, but this is where, they've got to play that little waiting game, right? They've got to let the players of Greek Gods be the ones, trying to dish out some massive damage. If Godshanks can land another beautiful grenade, it could all change. And in a little while, as they have that Wizard Tower, they have got that little bit of a cover to play around with. As Warcraft, they've got to make a little bit of movement. They're still sort of respecting how the circle has been, panning out.
For me, the blessing in disguise for either WD or Greek God is going to be each other simultaneously. But Warcraft on the other side, let's see how well they can perform this round. Please do let us know your predictions in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be a most memorable thing for us at this point of time. But one thing is for sure, if you have to place your bets on somebody, whom do you going to place your bets with?
I think I would love to go with Greek Gods, considering that little bit of a cover that they have. Unless and until Warcraft sort of dash in onto the compounds, with a little bit of help from Walkouts, maybe Greek Gods, I like their chances. And, I'm always an advocate for the new teams out there, so would love to see what Greek Gods have got to put out there. Have already secured a chicken dinner in Sanhok. Would love to see them end their run for the evening, getting a chicken in Erangel. But even more than that, it's such an important game for Warcraft. Right, they've had that few moments of glory, but that was pretty much it.
Look at what's happening over there. Spray puts up a grenade and puts another player on his knees. Now we have to see how things are going to turn out over here, because this is the time where Warcraft have to watch out for what they're doing. I do understand that, WDs would have come a little more closer to them at this point of time. I know Shanks is also one of those players who doesn't want to stay away from putting those throwables as well. The zone is on
finish feed, dancing yet. As we enter into that little lull inside that lobby.
I think, with WD coming a bit more closer and Mr. Spray actually connecting that grenade, there is a chance for Greek Gods to actually take this home. And I do believe that they'll be able to do it. I can still hear some grenades being popped up here and there. There's still chances of it happening over here. So let's hope that, I do completely do agree. Oh, Shanks over there lands a shot. And oh my god, look at what's happening. War on the other side puts Gods down on his knees as well. Now, I do understand that, there is an opportunity for Warcraft to actually eliminate the side of Gods at this point of time. The zone is again going to be shrinking in with the next 8 seconds. I just hope that the Gods get WD as a blessing in disguise. WO as a blessing in disguise right now.
Yeah, of course, because Warcraft, they still have on the man numbers to play around with, right? Getting that even trade. I love what they have been doing, right? This is the perfect opportunity where the players of Walkouts can really come inside and capitalize upon the situation, be the scavengers inside the lobby, and it just could be anybody's game.
I mean, I just want to see a two WO and Gods, playing together and try to take down the side of Warcraft. That is going to infuriate them a lot at this point of time, as the fight is going to get even more intense. And let's see which is that final team to pick up the last, winner chicken dinner for the day. But before all those things, tell me one thing for me. Do you really think that Gods deserve this winner chicken dinner for themselves?
Well, they certainly do if they survive. But it's the 8th circle coming down to the end, and final battle has ensued pursued upon us as bullets are being fired left, right, and center. But who is the one gonna get that knock? Noxon not being taken here as it's just bullets flying in thin air. As
all crosses set upon one another. Everybody knows each other's location. It's just the pixels of confirmation which they're looking out for at this point of time. I really want to see whether the gods will be able to, you know, look at one another. Oh, very good molly comes in from the side of Warcraft. They knock down one player at this point of time, and I really want to see whether they'll be able to confirm this player. I know that in case he's knocked out at this point of time, he can give info to his teammates by getting taken down. But let's not forget the most important thing over here. It looks like the WOs are not much a part of this game. They really don't want to be here. But Warcraft on the other side. Oh, Toxic puts down Beard Baba. Yes, they are still in the game. They're still getting taken down. Let's see. It's one man down from the side of WO, one man down from the side of Gods. But Warcraft on the other side is doing as much as possible. Beard gets confirmed. A grenade is going to be confirming the side of WO as well. What an amazing game this is turning out to be. It's just the Gods versus the Warcraft. What do you have to say about this?
I think now it's going to get so much more interesting because Warcraft are just one finish away from
there it is.
Glory as they get that final finish, get that long-awaited, long-due chicken dinner that they rightfully deserved. And I loved how they, you know, maintained that calmness, that composure, let the game sort of sink in. You know, they had the numbers, right? They had the numbers cut out. They were a little bit on that lower ridge. The only problem for them was, you know, walkouts, because if they go in for a direct ram in, and they're going to be sprayed, and that is what happened for a little moment, but they still held on to the nerves. And wow, what an amazing game, getting the chicken dinner with 12 finishes to their name. But for Greek gods, I think the gods are going to be happy. If not the chicken dinner, it's all right. Finishing the game with 6 finishes. Oh, that's amazing.
I really like the way the gods have survived until the second position, because somewhere when I really thought that Beer Baba could actually do the damage, he got taken down first, and that was a much easier way for Warcraft to deal with it. With so much of distance between the three teams, it was the circle which has to push them to come closer to one another. The number of smokes, you know, which had to be put up to block each other, the number of, you know, cover, the ridges which had to support them, the trees which had to support them. I really love the way the game has turned out to be.
Oh, I indeed did. I mean, it was the perfect end to the evening. I really just took my tiredness away, right? It was such a fresh air, right? And I loved how the circle panned out, the shifts, because if you talk about it, we had fights happening right from the very start. You know, 2 big titans colliding up against each other. We had Infinity being taken out of the picture, an amazing clutch being pulled out of Yuva over there, those 2 knocks, and then Abrar and Beard Baba going in to finish it off. Then Lifecraft also being taken out of the fray by YTS, who eventually got taken down right after. So this game was all about action right from the start of the game till the very end. So
except for one team, that were the gods. You know, they were having patience. They were waiting it out. Only throwables have done the job for them. You know, basically try to understand this, that, you know, the rest of the lobby were only thinking of picking up finishes for themselves, where the gods were only thinking of the finish points, and they were blessed with a very good position. And with around 6 finishes, I think they have done a decent job. I hope to see them in the next round with such kind of a performance coming out from here, and a soft corner from you to them. But at the same time, what do you have to say about, you know, Beard Baba and his teammate trying to survive until the end, especially Spray as well?
I think a huge commends to them, and a bigger role has to be played with how the circle sort of transitioned, to be honest, because it was a shift all the way up north, right? And that is where team Walkouts got that little advantage to themselves, because they were sort of around the edges. At the moment we had that radical shift up north, and they're like, we can actually win that. But you know, coming down to Greek gods, right? They did not want to step down to planet Earth. They were enjoying themselves in heaven. They were letting all the mere mortals fight it out amongst each other, and then go on and get the chicken.
Yep, absolutely agreed on that point. One more point. Do you think this man advantage which came over here from the side of Warcraft actually helped them out in securing this? Because ultimately, we all know it was a Huppel battle coming in from their side. Before you give your opinion, I just have a small, speculation to put out over here. Even though it was an Huppel battle coming in from the side of Warcraft, the most important thing for the side of Warcraft was the patience, because they knew on the western side they have WO, on the eastern side they have the gods. Since they know the location, probably it was an advantage for them. But still, I'll throw the question back to you.
Yeah.
So with WO trying to take that uphill battle, do you think that it was a pretty hard job for them to actually tackle the situation?
Oh, indeed, it was such a tough job with the final fights just kind of happening randomly. We had to wait it out, right? Of course, for the viewers out there, a little bit of a technical issue going on, but I'm pretty sure we did justice to every single fight that happened. And yeah, again, getting back to the conversation, it was sort of a Mexican standoff with Warcraft
With
having...
the 2v4?
Yeah, I mean, it was a 2v2v4. The numbers were definitely on Warcraft side, but the little bit of a setback for them that they were on the lower grounds, right? And the moment, let's say the moment just crash onto it, that Visitar, right? That very second is where walkouts could enter into the fray, right? They get into the angle, and that is what eventually happened, right? We get to see that first knock happening, and then there was a sudden lull in the lobby because they knew they had to find the right angle, and the right angle would have been from the right inside, but they couldn't have